racing, and we're clean and away. Great stuff. More of that, please.
Pit lane open. Mind your speed.
Wow.
Bold move there.
Oh no! I think he's played a blinder here. Side by side. Until he's off the track. What a battle to the end.
Fantastic race. Great team effort. Good job, everybody.
Hello there and welcome to the 2022 Asian Le Mans Series. I am Nadia Nash, welcoming you here in Abu Dhabi. And of course, the 3 rounds have brought us here to the final race of the season. The Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi is as well known as it is beautiful, especially when lit up at night. And we are going to be able to experience some nighttime racing here when the sun sets at about halfway through the race. So wait for that. Now, of course, we are going to be checking out some great racing here today. Flag off is just in less than 30 minutes, so we are in for some endurance racing action. Starting off on the right foot is United Autosports car at the front for LMP2, DKR Engineering for LMP3, and Herbert Motorsport car number 33 for GT class. Now, of course, I also want to know what is up with the championship standings, what's up for grabs, and all of this will be made available to you with some insights from our series commentators. Help me welcome Graham Goodwin and Oliver Gavin. Hello, gentlemen.
Thanks very much, Nadia. It is absolutely great to be here. It's been a packed couple of weeks here in the United Arab Emirates, and we're delighted to be here again for the second consecutive year for the season finale. Ollie, we've got titles up for grabs. One has been settled. We'll get to that in due course. But titles up for grabs, and no fewer than 16 of the 37 cars that will start this race can still win a title, and a goodly number of those can win an opportunity to race at the 2022 Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yeah, well, thanks, Graham. It's great to be here. Great to have covered this championship, and we've had 3 excellent 4-hour races, 2 in Dubai, 1 here at Yas Marina last night. It was action-packed. Loads of drama. We'll get to those highlights very shortly, but it really is all to play for here this afternoon here in Yas Marina. We're watching the cars there in the pit lane.
A packed pit lane.
It is a packed pit, yeah, absolutely. And many of these entries still have the opportunity to tie up that championship win, and still 2 spots to be decided to take themselves to the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2022.
Well, as I say, we'll talk about the title that was settled last night. Some clarification was needed last night post-race about exactly what was going on with the overall championship. But we'll bring you that opportunity to have a chat through that when we see that car and all those drivers. Some of these teams are going to be able to do this with pace. Some of them are going to require some luck, and some of them are going to require bad luck for some of their competition. But throughout this season, we've seen emerging talents in LMP2. We've seen a lot of new in LMP3. But boy, oh boy, one of the big highlights have been the GT cars, Ollie.
Oh, they've been amazing. You know, really, the racing throughout the race in all 3 of the 4-hour races that we've had has been phenomenal. And we've got such great teams, great driver lineups, and guys who are just emerging through into the GT Championship and cutting their teeth in this great competition. So, you know, it's been fun to watch, and there's many more stories to be told tonight. You know, there's the class of the field has really been in the inception team with that McLaren 720S. They've really been right at the front pretty much throughout.
Well, let's have a look at this. There is the Yas Marina circuit. Take us around this place, Ollie. It's quite a place.
Yes, it is. And what we're highlighting here on this map is the changes they've made. They're really down at turn 5 and at turn 9. And so there's to try and help improve the flow and improve the racing. And I think last night we definitely saw that the racing was closer in the multi-class format here in the Asian Le Mans Series. Many moves down into turn 6. You know, so I think we're just going to run through this 5.281 kilometre track, 16 turns, coming down the front straight and into that fast turn 1, which then you pick up even more speed as you go round into turn 2, and then sweeps around into turn 3, and then diving downhill, heavy braking as you come down into that turn 5, newly reconfigured, 40 metres closer. The apex is to the pit lane, and it's 20 metres wide there on the entry. Easy for the undercut, and then coming down and into turn 6. Lots and lots of action and overtaking as we came into turn 6 yesterday, particularly on lap 1. And he through there into turn 7. Got to get a good run off of there, and then winding down through turn 8 and into that new parabolic style turn 9, banked. We saw a lot of action here yesterday, multiple lines, high-speed entry, lots of different cars looking for different spots of tarmac, but then through into turn 10, 11, and then slightly different configuration through underneath the hotel at 13 and 14, off camber there at 14, tricky, then into 15, high speed, and then that final turn 16, and out to deliver another lap here at Yas Marina circuit.
Excellent stuff. And in amongst all of that, as we've got cars coming out to form up the grid, a fair amount of resurfacing at the areas where the work has been done at turn 5, at turn 9, and then from the entry into 12, the exit of 15, completely different track surface, and has completely changed the characteristics of this track in terms of tyre degradation.
It has, it's changed that, and there's also, the lap time is significantly quicker here. This week, it really has taken a big chunk out of all of those records that we've seen here. LMP2, LMP3, GT, everybody's taken a good 12 to 15 seconds out of those records. So it's definitely a quicker racetrack, but on that new surface, you are seeing some transition in balance, and certain cars are just changing as they go through those corners.
Let's go and have a look at what this is like from the driver's eye view. This is Ben Hanley aboard the number 4 Nielsen Racing Orica.
Hi, I'm Ben Hanley, and this is a hot lap around the Abu Dhabi Yas Marina circuit in the number 4 Racing Nielsen LMP2. Through sector 1, it's really important to get a good exit on turn 1 because we're flat out through this high speed over the hill. And the exit here is quite tricky to stay off the curbs, and that is sector 1 done. And then we're heading straight into a new configuration of the circuit. It's much more open and higher speed than previous, and again, the exit's really important as this is the longest straight we have, and it also gives us the highest top speed of around 285 kph. We're then into a really heavy braking zone, so just as late as you can, and then it's a slowest corner of the circuit really is that first part, because you're always trying to again get a good exit for the next long straight. And then we're coming into another modified section of the circuit, and it's a lot quicker entry and mid corner. And it's quite tricky around here because the exit's always tightening, so it's difficult to pick up your throttle point. And then we're heading towards the hotel section, which is pretty unique for us in sports car racing to be a street type circuit like this. So it's really cool for us to be able to get around here. Pretty tricky as it's really off camber. And then the last 2 corners of the circuit, the last corner tries to lead your eyes too early because of the pit lane entry, but you get that right, and that's a full lap of the new configuration Abu Dhabi Yas Marina circuit.
Great to ride on board there with Ben Hanley. You know, he's been fast here all weekend. In fact, he's been fast throughout the whole championship. But it was interesting just to see. I was in the pit box, in the Nielsen pit box, when he had just done his first laps around this newly reconfigured track, and he was complimentary about all the changes. But he said that it's still very, very tricky. That's certainly that complex around the hotel, 13, 14 off camber. Really, those first few laps is very tricky, very slippery. He nearly slid off, understeered off into the guardrail there. So that's something to watch for. Certainly cars leaving the pit lane on fresh tyres while they're still trying to get themselves up to temperature and pressure. You've just got to be careful with all of that. So
what we saw as well, Ollie, from this newly reconfigured Yas Marina circuit is there was some concern whether or not it would work well with mixed class racing, in particular in this modern era, with the LMP2 cars a little slower than they were, the LMP3 cars a bit quicker, but it does very much work. But before we get into grid, let's have a quick look at what happened in race 3 yesterday, packed with incident. Race 1 at Yas Marina. The first 4-hour race here in Abu Dhabi, round 3 of the 2022 Asia Le Mans Series in bright sunshine and near 30-degree temperatures. It would be young 16-year-old, just 16, Josh Pearson would lead the field away and would do it impeccably. Behind at turn 1, a big lunge for positions from the 34 BMW, successful at that point, and that would be the precursor for a fantastic GT battle. Contact between the 51 and the 6 would spoil the day for the Hout Racing Team car, the 17 and the 99 battling away in a battle that just went on and on, with seemingly every single car in this 23-car field, a record for the Asia Le Mans Series, involved. The number 7 Inception Racing McLaren was heavily involved in those battles, as late in the day with the number 91 car. They would take a victory after a fantastic strategic race for the Renault twins and Ralph Byrne, Herbeth Racing champions last year. They won't be this year, but they'll be delighted with that performance. It was a win in P3 after disappointment in Dubai for the number 2 DKR Engineering Duquesne, the Nemo car. And it would be third place rather, for the number 27 CD Sport car. They look set fair for what could be a famous championship win just out of nowhere. This was the big incident that caused first a safety car and then a red flag. Half an hour lost. Driver absolutely fine for the number 26 G-Drive Racing car. Faultless run throughout the day. Lawrence Hoer finally gets a chance to strut his stuff, and all 3 drivers have brought the Luxembourg team have got very used to winning races and championships. It won't be a championship, but they'll settle tonight for a race win. DKR Engineering from Luxembourg take the win. Lawrence Hoer with the showing he's the number 1 today, and completely correct. It was a fight for a while with the number 4 Nielsen Racing car. The 39 would come home 3rd overall and win LMP2am. Number 4 would bring home 2nd place on the way to what looks like being a championship run for Nielsen Racing, but there was nothing to touch the run from the 2-car lineup, Josh Pearson and Paul de Resta. De Resta climbing into the car in the final hour and taking the fastest lap, but the star of the day, no doubt whatsoever, young 16-year-old Josh Pearson, turned 16 just days ago, was not old enough to race last week in the Asia Le Mans Series, but he will be a winner and will go on to compete in the WC, and also potentially the youngest ever driver to compete in the Le Mans 24 Hours. United Autosports win in Abu Dhabi. Cracker of a race yesterday, cracker of a performance from the number 23 car for United Autosports, and a championship winning run, as we'll explain a little later, from the number 4 Nielsen Racing car. Right now though, Nadia is on the grid with a very special guest. The president of the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, Pierre Fillon, is with Nadia.
Yes, we are very lucky to be able to talk to this man right here, the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, Pierre Fillon. Hi Pierre, nice to have you here, and of course we see it's such a strong grid, so you must be pleased.
Yes, it's wonderful to be back here with the Asian Le Mans Series, and we had 3 very great races, and I look forward to watching the final today. Having 37 cars, it's a big achievement for the whole team, and I really want to thank everyone for that.
Yes, fantastic. Of course, it's everybody's effort, and we are so happy to be able to be here in the last round in Abu Dhabi. And of course, now we know that it's not just for championship glory that they are here. The 24-hour invitations to Le Mans also goes out to category winners, right?
Yes, you know, Le Mans Series, the Asian Le Mans Series is a big step in the endurance pyramid.
Yep.
The target is to bring all the Asian team in Le Mans. We have already had a mini Asian team in Le Mans, including Huboto. Huboto is here.
Yeah.
And Huboto won the championship 2 years ago. And he claimed the pole position in Le Mans in 21. So it's a great achievement. So I look forward to welcoming all the winners in June in Le Mans.
Looking forward to that, just a couple of months away. Thank you so much for your time, Pierre Fillon. So, of course, we're going to have a fantastic race here today. Back to Graham and Oliver in the studio.
Well, thank you very much for that, Nadia. Great to hear from Pierre Fillon, and it's great to have him here today with us on the grid. And we're just under 15 minutes to the race here in Abu Dhabi for the final 4 hours around Yas Marina. We're going to be expecting slightly cooler temperatures as we get further into the night tonight. But right now, certainly walking here to the studio, it felt very, very close. But it's 32 degrees, slight wind, that humidity 23%. It feels more than that. And certainly down there on the grid, it's going to be hot. And that track temperature is going to be still climbing. There's not a cloud in the sky.
But we're going to be getting into darkness earlier in this race today, starting 2 hours later than we did for yesterday's 4-hour race. So a lot more of the race is going to be run under the floodlights. We'll lose that heat reasonably quickly. It was indeed good to see Pierre Fillon. Worth saying, by the way, again, we've been made to feel very welcome indeed here in the United Arab Emirates, and a real opportunity during these troubled times to continue a series calendar. Started here last year, and the team have pulled together beautifully to get a fantastic grid of cars. It really is a meeting of the two worlds of endurance racing from Asia. It's great to have many, many more of our friends from Southeast Asia able to travel for the first time this year back to the Asian Le Mans Series, and of course teams from Europe. Better times are coming, and it starts right here because we are going to be going racing. Just 30 minutes now until the start of the final race of the Asian Le Mans season. And what we're going to do is go down now to one of our brand new champions of the Asian Le Mans Series, going to the Le Mans 24 Hours, Nielsen Racing. Nadia is with Matt Bell.
Yes, Matt Bell is here with me. Already one in the bag now. Just yesterday night, they have secured the win for LMP2. So that means those invitations to 24 Hour of Le Mans is yours, and you will be will be racing there. How are you feeling?
We're all pretty excited about that, yeah. So it was a huge relief to get over the line yesterday, get to the end of that race. It was a bit of a crazy race at times yesterday, so a bit more eventful than some of the Dubai ones, as I'm sure you all saw. So yeah, it was nice to get that one done. And yeah, we're off to Le Mans. The whole crew are over the moon. It'll be Nielsen's second, Rodrigo's second, Ben's sixth, and my first. So
wow.
Yeah, can't wait to get there.
It's going to be exciting for sure. Make sure you guys catch that. And one more question then. So now that everything is secured, everything is solid, what's going to happen in today's race for you guys? What's in your minds?
Well, we're a competitive racing team. We want to achieve the best possible results. So we want to give these United guys a run for their money if we can. And it's, the pressure's off in terms of winning the championship and the Le Mans entry, but we're still here to achieve good results and get ready for the ELMS season ahead and of course Le Mans. So we're in full push mode.
Fantastic. I can't wait to see the battle that's going to happen later. Give them a run for their money, as you said. Yeah. So there you have it, Matt Bell from Nielsen Racing. Back to you guys.
It was great to hear from Matt there. He's performed extremely well in that P2 Orica throughout the whole series, and also Ben Hanley has been extremely quick in that. But I think the chap just in the background there who has really impressed me has been Rodrigo Sales. I mean, he has 2 days before the start of the Dubai race, he was new to P2. He had never driven the car. He just had a couple of days of testing, and then he was thrown somewhat into the deep end, and then he was starting the race. Had a little bit of an issue at the start of that very first race in Dubai. Had a half a spin coming into the final corner after about 5 or 6 laps, but he gathered it all up, and then he started setting purple sectors. And you know what? He did a brilliant job bringing the car back to Matt and Ben, and they've got 2 victories, and they're tied at the championship, which is absolutely fantastic for those guys at Nielsen Racing.
It is fantastic for Nielsen Racing. Another title for that team to add to their Michelin Le Mans Cup title. They are the reigning champions there. And also the Asian Le Mans Series LMP3 title, which gave them their first Le Mans start a couple of years ago. Worth mentioning too, congratulations to Matt Bell. If I'm right, I think this will be his debut at the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2022, because the great news from the team this morning, we already found out that the team team will carry this three-driver crew through to the European Le Mans Series, but confirmed too the number 4 will race at the Le Mans 24 Hours with these 3 drivers, and that's a
Fantastic.
great reward for the effort. So we're going to go down in a moment to another of the standout talents that we've seen so far in the Asian Le Mans Series. Finally delivered on the promise is Lawrence Hoer is with Nadia Nash on the grid now.
Yes, Lawrence, nice to have you with us. Thank you for spending some time to speak to us. Now, of course, the car is in front of the grid for the LMP3 category. How is the team feeling right now?
We are confident for the race today. I mean, yesterday it went pretty good for us, and we are motivated to repeat what we did yesterday.
Yep. So if you guys do repeat what you did yesterday, so how is it looking for the whole season? Because it is the final race, one last chance to do it, perfectly, right?
Yes, it's our last chance to do a good result.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we did not have very good results in the first and second race. So to be honest, I have no idea about the championship because I did not check it at all after Dubai.
Right, you didn't, huh? But all we know is this is the guy that put this car in pole position for all 4 poles.
Yes.
That's pretty amazing. So congratulations on that itself, and have a good race today. There you have it, Lawrence Hoer for DKR Engineering.
Well, thanks, Nadia. It's also great to hear from Lawrence. He's really been one of the standout stars of this Asia Le Mans Series here in 2021-2022. He's got four pole positions. He had that victory yesterday. He's been leading every race, but unfortunately, the 2 races in Dubai, they had that electrical issue for both of those races, and the car had to serve lengthy pit stops in one, and one of them they didn't even finish. So they still have a chance in the championship. They still do have a chance, but they're currently P5 in the championship, and they really do need some of the other runners to hit trouble for them to be able to snatch that away.
They do, and you said about his qualifying performance is dominant. I mean, absolutely dominant in qualifying, to the point where, for one of the races here, he was confident enough with 3.5 minutes to go to come into the car, sit on the side part of the car, I'll give the thumbs up for photographers.
Yes.
So what we're going to see in just a short while is just how he did that, as well as the other runners in qualifying for this race, the finale here at the Yas Marina circuit. Not much of a breather before the qualifying sessions for race 2 were underway. HRT with Yas Marina aboard the number 6 the Mercedes AMG in the mix. Johnny Adam too looked at one point as if he might make this a double pole position for TF Sport and Aston Martin, but would lose the pole position laps. Klaus Bachler peerless in the number 33 Herbeth Motorsports Porsche 911 GT3R would bring it back home for a first Porsche pole in 2022 in the Asia Le Mans Series. LMP3, and again Xavier Oliveras putting in a strong run. Also coming through the number 3 car, Edward Calpe, in the championship leading CD Sport cars, but once again it would be Lawrence Hoer, DKR Engineering and the Decane D08. They were absolutely untouchable. Can they convert that to a race win on Sunday? LMP2, Paul di Resta, impatient to get out there, and the number 39 Graf car with David Drew would again come back with 3rd place on the grid. The number 4 Nielsen Racing car with Ben Hanley looked like he might challenge, but had to settle for 2nd behind this man and this car. 23 United Autosports, Paul di Resta, a 2nd pole position in 2 races.
Yeah, it was great qualifying session. Good to see Paul di Resta there on pole position. But, there was many other great performances. The 33 in GT was really a strong performance, very, very strong performance. But let's see.
I think we've got Nadia down on the grid, and what we don't know is exactly who she's going to be speaking to. It was a great pole position after a troubled Asia Le Mans Series so far for the number 33 Herbeth car. Here's the car. We've got Klaus Bachler and Terasau and Yifei Ye. But we're going to go down to Nadia now, who's with one of the Herbeth drivers.
I have got Antares here with us, and he is the one that's going to jump in the car right now. So thank you so much for doing this. Tell us what's going through your mind, what's right now in your head.
We're looking at the 5-minute board now, so
right, yeah.
I think I wish our team a good effort, smooth driving, stay clean, stay fast, and ideally end up on the podium.
Right, of course, very optimistic. I love that.
Now.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for your time. All the best. It had to be a quick and short one because we have to get off the grid right now. It's flag off very, very soon. Back to studio.
Had to be a quick and short one because he's getting in the car
Yeah,
to start the
exactly.
race. That's a
That was
remarkable.
impressive to see.
Yeah, okay, right. I've got to leave it back in the car. And so it will be then in the 33 car. 37 cars will start this race, and there is one remarkable story amongst those. Anybody that watched the race yesterday here from Yas Marina will have seen a not inconsiderable fire. You spotted it pretty early,
Yes.
the fire in the number 26
Thanks,
G Drive
Graham.
Racing car. But that car, when I popped down to the garage, had been stripped completely to the firewall.
Yeah.
Nothing at the back of the firewall for the cockpit, but looked absolutely pristine this morning. That's a remarkable turnaround.
And when I popped into the garage just about 2-3 hours before the race, they'd got the engine on, gearbox on, everything was there in place. They're about to run it up. That really was a fantastic effort by the Graf guys and with G Drive. You know, that car really was badly wounded in that fire, and it was quite a nasty fire. And unfortunately, that was jumped on by the safety crews, and they put it out pretty quickly. But yeah, it was a bit of a frightening moment, I think, for everybody. But everybody got out unscathed with no problems.
And the car has been out in warm-up this morning. In fact, was second quickest in the LMP3 standings on just a brief 15 minutes warm-up session. Cars are about to get underway here for the formation lap, and then we can start the final 4 hours in a 16-hour season. 3 4-hour races already under our belt, some fabulous racing. And what we always can tend to kind of expect in the final race of a season is the elbows are going to be a bit further out here.
There's no doubt, yeah, absolutely. With those 2 championships really up for grabs, with that chance of getting to the Le Mans 24 hours later on this year. I'm sure that there's going to be a number of drivers who are really trying to lay down a marker, get through to the front, and get that all-important victory for them, and see if they can get themselves up the order in the championship. Yeah, but it's going to be exciting, and it's only a few seconds away now from the green flag to be waved, and we'll be rolling here at Yas Marina.
30-second board shown, and waiting the green flag to be shown by esteemed guest here. And then in 30-degree plus temperatures, away we will go. And it will again be Josh Pearson, just 16, a week ago, already an international race winner here in Abu Dhabi.
Ironman performance yesterday.
It was indeed, and just about everything there for the to-do list ticked for United Autosports. They were mightily impressed with their new young charge, and he'll go from here after this 4-hour race to Sebring in Florida, in the United States of America, for the first round of the FI World Endurance Championship, a 2-car effort there for the United Autosports team, and there'll be very many of the drivers we've got here this weekend will be joining him, either on the WC grid or the IMSA grid. This is the grid position. It is the 23 and the 4, the Oregas from United and Nielsen on the front row, Graf and ARC Bratislava second row. High-class racing on the third row with DKR Engineering, lead car in P3 ahead of the CD Sport car, second in the championship, and G Drives Racing recovered 26 car. That is the first 8. Carrying on through the order and into the LMP3 runners. There we go. It is the number 72 Klein Kempe Motorsport, the Finnish team, coming in with a great performance there. Then Nielsen Racing pushing hard and trying to recover ground lost in Dubai into Europol competition. Then the championship leading CD Sport 27 car and the Rinaldi car, which lies currently 4th. Conrad Motorsport round out the LMP3 grid before we get to that 33 Herberth Motorsports Porsche and the number 95 TF Sport Aston Martin. They're the front row in this 23 car, another record 23 car GT grid here at Yas Marina. Haupt Racing Teams AMG, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, the 55 car, second in the championship standings. Inception Racing right behind on the grid and leading in the points before we get to the number 69 Oman Racing Quality Streets TF Sport run Aston Martin. D Station 77 Aston Martin, the SPS Automotive Performance AMG that leads GTM, the 17 AF Corsa car that has scored, well, every third place there is to be had, and down we go through this GT grid. Dynamic and the Porsche Garage 59 and one of their 2 brand new McLarens, Valkenhurst with the first of their 2 brand new BMWs. It is a great looking grid. It is very deep indeed in terms of talent and newness and performance. We've seen that all the way through this, Ollie, And one thing we can be absolutely guaranteed is there are going to be dramas to come here at Yas Marina.
Yeah, there's no doubt of that. Thanks, Graham. You know, it's all the drivers now will be preparing everything. They will be trying to build that heat into the tyres, get that pressure up in the tyres, get the brakes prepared, get themselves prepared mentally as they're about to come to the green light here. Got the Chevy Camaro safety car there, just trying to pack that grid up. And there is only a couple of corners to go here as the safety car is bringing it round there to the W Hotel, and it'll be up to Josh Pearson to bring the rest of the pack through in this 2x2 formation, nice and gently. They would have been sitting on the grid. The tyre temperature would have dropped off, so they've been working hard to get it all up and get everything back to that optimum temperature so that they can get a nice clean start down into turn 1 as they come through underneath the W Hotel here. We're not far away from the green.
We're not on this off-camera corner. Look for issues later on in the race there. And Eduardo Freitas, our race director, will have them all neat and tidy here. A name that will become very familiar in world motorsport. He's already beloved and well known to us in endurance racing. There's going to be a lot more to come for the newly appointed F1 race director. But Josh Pearson it is that will keep the field under control. Rodrigo Sales will be on the outside for turn 1. It was a great start yesterday by the young teenager. What will happen this time around? We wait for the red lights to go out, then we'll be getting racing underway. And we pause, and we pause, and we pause. Red lights out, and we're underway for the final race, the final 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. Another neat and tidy race. Big lock-up from the number 44, Ligier, to the outside, turn 1. That, I think, has allowed the pole-setting LMP3 car through, briefly at least. Lots of cars running wide through turn 1 in the GT field. It was in the tail end of the P3s and the leading GTs where we saw the tussling, in particular, in the opening laps yesterday. Look at that group of GTs tumbling down the hill. This much faster entry into the South Hairpin. Aston Martin side by side, round the outside goes the D-Station car, the 69 Oman racing car. Not seeing problems yet for anybody, Ollie.
No, and it's really fast and furious racing here. They're all streaming down the straight here, coming into turn 6. There'll be plenty of toes, big holes in the air here.
Smoke.
All of these different cars are going to be trying to grab an opportunity.
Damage for the number 99 car, I think it was. It was either 99 or the 91 was in trouble.
And it's a little bit of a calmer start to the race than yesterday. I think maybe a few team managers have had a few words with drivers and just to sort of wind it back a notch, but it's still super, super close. We've got an instant yellow flag at turn 6 as they stream down into this brand new reconfigured turn 9. I think we're going to see some action here later on today. It's going to be different lines, different ways of getting through there, and also depending on how your tyres are switched on. But what have we seen in the background there, Graham?
It's trouble for the car 13, stopped at turn 6. So I think we've had 2 cars in some trouble. The 91, I think it was, which seemed to have some kind of tyre rub. But the 13 car, that's the Interpol competition car. Green flag, that car has got moving again. James Dayson has had early trouble at turn 6, which is the chicane at the end of that long, long back straight.
Yeah, if that was the 91 car, they were the winners from yesterday in GT, weren't they?
And our championship contenders still.
Yes, they still are.
So through they go. United Autosports, Josh Pearson, 2.5 seconds to the good from Rodrigo Sales, Eric Trillier, Kevin Weider in the high-class racing car, Mira Konopka. Mattia de Barbo leads in LMP3 in the DKR engineering car number 2 from that rebuilt 26 G-Drive racing car. Just looking to see where the CD Sport cars are coming through. In third has come the second place car in the championship. That's the number 3. To the back of the P3 field is the championship leading CD Sport 27.
Yes, it is fast and furious. It's very much rinse and repeat for Josh Pearson at the start of this second race. This is exactly what United wanted again.
And looking there, another strong early race run from the Haupt racing team. It's Hubert Haupt in the number 6 AMG. He was giving the team a bit of a pep talk this morning at breakfast.
He certainly was.
He was looking to convert that into results. It's got that number 6 AMG has Henrik Chavez just behind him. That's across the infield from the 22 car, I think that was the Rinaldi Racing Duquesne.
Yes,
but nose to tail for this entire field. Up the inside, that has changed of position between the 2 Garage 59 McLarens.
Yeah, they're squabbling over the position. Hopefully that's nice and clean, no contact. And as cars stream down again into this newly reconfigured turn 9, we've got this challenge by the TF Sport car there. He's trying to get past that Mercedes.
Yeah, and it's still side by side.
Yeah.
Well, Hubert Haupt is no pushover here. This is going to be an interesting one. Elbows out in the lead of GT behind this group.
Yeah,
so we've seen them coming through.
He certainly was
still side by side, and then there's a bit of a touch. And will there be another bit of afters here? Need to be seeing this GT battle behind this group, and as they come through, who is going to emerge? It is the Aston Martin, leads a GT 95 from the 6, and the important news is the 55 Rinaldi car that needs to make progress to bolster a championship challenge is in 3rd position and right on the tail of this pair with Rino Mastronardi, the shiniest of bronzes. His bronze ranking lasts to the end of this race. After that, he'll become a silver in the 2022 rankings, and then the train starts.
Yeah, I'm sure that the boys at Inception Racing, the blood pressure would have just gone up a few notches, seeing that 55 car making a great start. Rino Mastronardi really is on it here this afternoon, and so, yeah, that's going to really sharpen everybody's pencils to make those right decisions, certainly with the strategy and who they're going to be putting in the car next. No mistakes from here, boys, for the Inception bunch.
Josh Pearson is getting away 5 seconds to the good in P2. In P2 it is the Graf Racing car heading towards a potential championship win here. In LMP3, it's the number 2 Deco Engineering with a car with clear air, but Fabrice Rossello in the G-Drive Racing car is hanging on in there. Then we've got this group headed by the number 3 CD Sport car. Then in quick succession, Rinaldi Racing, Nielsen Racing, Cryan Kempe Motorsport, Conrad in the little Ginetta 21, and then the 27 car from CD Sports. Race from car number 20, race start from car number 20, that is the GT AM leader. Is that the Nielsen Racing car going through?
Yes, I think it is. The Nielsen Racing car has
it's Rinaldi car. It's the Rinaldi car. Sorry, apologies, going through. And the Nielsen Racing car under pressure from the Finnish Duquesne behind as well, with the Ginetta all over both of them. Great stuff in the midfield here for LMP3 in these early stages. 3 different cars round the outside, which becomes the inside, which becomes the outside again. The Ginetta looking for any which way they can through here. Sean Tong it is, Hong Kong-based driver. One of, I think, only 2 drivers in Asian Le Mans Series history to have driven in every major class in the series. And he is looking to make progress up the order from 7th at the moment, but it's a very competitive 7th.
Henrik Chavez is just pulling himself onto the back of that pack of LMP3s. He's trying to scamper away, and Hubert Haupt has still got his mirrors through of Rino Mastronardi, and then Ralph Baum is only just behind in the 91 car.
So it must have been the 99 car that was in trouble, the Herbert Motorsport in the hands of Jürgen Haring, and that car indeed has dropped all the way back. Just looking to see where our pole sitter ended up. That's Antaresau. He has dropped back a little through the field. Remember, this is bronze ranked driver starting this race, but down onto the back straight and still side by side. This is a good indication of the straight line capabilities of the different chassis. We have 3 of the 4 available P3 chassis here in the Asian Le Mans Series with that Conrad Run Ginetta. That's the black and teal car in the background. Car in the foreground, the cherry red and yellow car, is the CD Sport Ligier, followed by the Nielsen Ligier. Trouble for one of the Kessel cars. That's the 57 car, another championship contender, winner yesterday in GTM. That looked to me to be down at turn 5.
Yes, it was. It was. We'll see if we can get a replay on that. But as these cars again streaming down to this turn 9, we'll have to see if there's going to be another challenge here. No, everybody's fallen in line astern.
It's Roman Zemian aboard that car.
He's taken the tight line and he's managed to nip underneath him with the CD Sport car. Nicely done.
So that is Tony Wells,
yeah,
starting this race and is making progress here, and that's what they need to do. Have to finish this race ahead of all their rivals, really have to win this race.
They do.
To have a realistic shot, and behind that then, it's in the hands of the gods as to exactly how things are going to pan out in LMP3.
Yes.
6 of the 9 cars can still win this championship, including, but they need some help from others having trouble, DKR Engineering. At the moment, they're doing all they can off into the distance. Now 8 seconds clear. Exactly the same kind of gap for the overall lead in P2. Up the inside again, they take a look.
And we've got a drive-through penalty for car 20 for a jump start.
That's our GTM championship leader and race leader. So the two major championship contenders in GTM, both in trouble. The 57 car having had that spin and recovered, and it'll be a drive-through penalty for the 20, which could be an absolute huge bonus after the problems for the 57.
Yeah, absolutely. Could really equal that up and make it even more of a nail-biter as we get further into the race.
27 CD Sport car. This is the championship leading car, and it is trying to keep just on the back of that train.
Yep.
Faster drivers to come for this 27, remember. It is a Pro-Am format. Up the inside, Ryan Kempe Motorsport. Again, that Duquesne seems to have the straight line speed, goes by the Ligier, which is now under pressure from the number 21 Ginetta.
Yeah, certainly the all of these entries right now with these less experienced drivers in, the team managers will be trying to sort of keep a little, trying not to get too stressed and anxious about, you know, if a car is starting to fall back, because you know that you've got the pace and performance to come with the drivers that you've got left in your lineup.
We've had 3 early pit stoppers. In and out has come the number 74 Kessel racing car. They have been on pit lane for 48 seconds. 59, Garage 59, McLaren in the hands of Manuel Maldonado is on pit lane as I speak, and then we've had that drive-through taken by the SPS Automotive Performance team. They've opted to do that immediately. So a penalty has been taken. We've got at least one car on pit lane that looks to me to potentially have some trouble. That is the 59 car that's had a troubled Yas Marina weekend with issues in qualifying. Then that was the car, I think, Ollie, that was involved with the Ligier, the P2 Ligier,
yes,
at the chicane. In
it was up at turn 15, I think it was.
Okay, right at the end of the race. And
oh, I'm sorry, no, getting confused. It was something in free practice that
yes,
happened.
That's right.
At turn 15
so that
with
car's
that car.
had 2 fairly substantial biffs in its first weekend, and hopefully that's not something they are going to see any further difficulties from. We'll keep talking, by the way, about the overall race lead. Josh Pearson is romping away again. So 1:43.498. He's about 3 seconds quicker at the moment than Sales, but remember, this is young silver rank driver against a newly minted bronze driver in LMP2. So 1:43.498 on that 5 is the fastest lap of the race. He betters it again, take another 3/10 out of that. 1:43.3 now, the fastest lap of the race for Josh Pearson in the 23 United Autosports car. Not a championship player. They won't score points, but they most certainly can still win this race. In P3, DKR Engineering, again pulling away. They're pulling away at the same rate as the LMP2 leader. Both the lead gaps 13 seconds. G Drive's Fabrice Brussello is under pressure now from Torsten Kratz in the number 22 Rinaldi racing car. Tony Wells doing what he can to hang on to that battle. And then behind it's this group with the TF Sport car ahead of Christophe Cresp in the number 27 CD Sports Ligier. And Enric Chavs has pulled away now from the chasing AMG, Ferrari, Porsche, Aston Martin, BMW, McLaren, and that's a long list before I get to a second mention of the same make, which is Porsche and the Dynamic Motorsport car.
Yes, I mean, it is such a deep field here in GT. You've got 7 different manufacturers. You've got front engine, mid-engine, rear engine configurations. You've got flat 6, straight 6, V8, V10. You've got turbo, non-turbo. Here's one of the V8 turbos, which is this Aston Martin Vantage.
Pretty car.
It is a lovely looking car. I had a sit in it earlier on this week.
Did you?
It was very nice.
Yeah?
Didn't let me take it out, though.
Did they make you an offer?
No. Shame. No, the TF Sport boys, it looks like they're going with the same strategy as yesterday, getting Henrik in the car and trying to get him to the front and away.
We can see the turn 1 here. You'll get a first good look in this race. The brand new BMW M4 GT3 can't get away from thinking that Volkenhurst Motorsport here are an extended test mode to watch Josh Pearson pulling away. I'm not saying people aren't trying hard, but I wonder whether or not this is them working through an early season to-do list and understanding more about this car, and/or running a little bit under the radar in terms of the performance.
I think there might be a little bit more performance out of that car when it starts testing and running, maybe pre-season in DTM, VLN, Nürburgring. anyway.
All those three-letter acronyms that sports car racing is so very, very fond
Josh
of.
Pearson here coming down into turn 6. He really was phenomenal yesterday. Real Ironman performance. Over 3 hours in the car.
Yep.
Blazing heat. And got out the car. Hardly a bead of sweat on him.
Yeah, gave a great interview to Nadia. Absolute perfection from the young man, and everything to be admired about this early stage of his career. Keep the speed coming, keep the lessons learning, and keep a...
And he keeps bringing the purple sectors as well.
He does, and keep a kind of sensible head on his shoulders. He's got a lot still to learn.
He's just scything his way through this GT traffic.
That's through past Antarasau in the 33 car. Next up is Alexander West, one of the team co-owners of Garage 59 in his number 88 McLaren. After that, it'll be the 51. Of course, just disappearing there through the penultimate turn with Victor Gomez, one of our two Puerto Rican drivers. And then ahead of Victor, it's Nick Moss going well in the number 42 Optima Motorsport car. That's been a strong feature in these races.
They really have. And
Gomez up the inside.
Yeah, Nick's just giving him some room there. I've been impressed with Nick, actually.
Yes.
He's run strongly. And in fact, all the drivers in that 42 Optimum car have performed really well, I think. Have got the most out of that package. I was watching Andrew Watson yesterday, just saw him before coming down here into the studio. And he was just talking about, you know, getting really close to the barrier. I think we'll go to see the replay of the start.
Yep, didn't see a great deal of drama here. It was a neat and tidy start here. Looking there. There was the 20 car pulling out of line, and that's why that car got the ping from race control for the drive-through penalty. Big lock-up into turn 1 from Mira Konopka in his number 44 Ligier. Again, neat and tidy down here. Something happened in the field here with the GT cars. I think it might have been the 33, maybe we misidentified, but something with one of the Herberth cars was dragging as we saw the cars coming down this main straight.
Yeah.
Just on the left-hand side of this shot, you'll see a car trailing some smoke. And then there was further drama for the 13 car as they got down into turn 6. There's the smoke. Is that the 99 car?
Yes,
it is a 99 car.
Was, yeah.
And then
back to racing now.
And settling down quickly here, 15 minutes in. 18 seconds to the good Josh Pearson. Rodrigo Salas is ahead of the number 39 Graf Racing by about 4 seconds. Here we're looking at the number 3 CD Sport car that's dropped back to the back of this LMP3 pack, which again means the CD Sport cars are together, as they seem to be throughout the 2 races at Dubai, and then started to climb through the order.
They always have this quite gentle start. And they just sort of like wait and see what everybody else does, and it seems like everybody else makes the mistakes or the errors, or they start having problems, and CD Sport just come to the front.
They're at the back of the train. There are 2 further cars behind them, but a little further up ahead of this battle, we've got a battle between Tony Wells, who's lost a couple of places since we saw him put that move on the it was the Crying Kempe car, I think we saw Tony get by, and he's now battling with Sean Tong behind him in the Ginetta. This is Hubert Haupt, who has kept a decent gap to Rino Mastronardi.
Yeah.
These are both very able drivers indeed, and the AMG has looked stronger here, Ollie, than we saw at Dubai.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly in pre-race testing, they had a couple of test sessions, and then the free practices. The Mercedes looked the most settled through turn 1, and then into this high-speed turn 9. They've got pretty decent outright pace. They've got good grunt, but has it got the ultimate handling of that last section of the track like the McLaren has? So I think that the Mercedes is going to come to the front, stay towards the front for this first initial period. But I think as we get the faster drivers in, I think the McLarens will start marching forward.
It's not going to be too long either. We'll see Josh Pearson scything his way through well, not far from the leading pack of GTs. It's not going to be long before he gets into LMP3 traffic. It gets gradually more difficult as these races progress. There he goes, ahead of the 91 car, and that car sits 4th in GT.
Yeah.
So just 3 cars ahead of him to lap the GT field inside 20 minutes.
That D-Station car is actually sitting in a good spot. Tom Gamble was very fast in that car yesterday, and I feel that outright actually the Aston Martins have really got good pace, good performance, and they didn't quite deliver yesterday. I think they lost some tyre performance towards the end of the race. And I think also the TF Sport car, the 95 car, Johnny Adams' car, it also had a cracked catalytic converter.
Yes, he did. So
and he had a lot of fumes in the cabin, and I think he was a little bit cross-eyed by the time he finished.
That's not nice at all. The number 51 car, by the way, has had a quick spin at turn 9. Victor Gomez, the young Puerto Rican racer, has lost a couple of places as a result of that. Recovered the car back into racing form, has continued. The 59 car, by the way, Manuel Maldonado's not left the pits after that early pit stop. I don't think that's a car that's in good health.
No, just watching this battle here between the Herbeth car and the D-Station car, and Fuji is in the D-Station car, and he has got a really peculiar habit of, as he comes down to the end of a straight, just before a brake zone, he nips out, has a bit of a look, and then he darts back on line.
Yeah.
And he did it into turn 1, he did it into turn 6, and I'm not sure if he's
gone
looking
wide,
up the inside.
There you go. And the 91 Herbeth car, remarkable story, by the way, that only really emerged, certainly in terms of our consciousness of it, after the race. Won the race yesterday after that red flag interrupted proceedings, but that red flag absolutely saved Herbeth. They absolutely would have been nowhere near the win.
Absolutely won the race for them.
And the reason for that is they made a mistake in the early part of the race and took Ralph Byrne, their bronze-ranked driver, out of the car 1 minute too early. He hadn't served his drive time. Under the red flag, race control determined that the minimum drive times would be adjusted, and they adjusted it to the point where Ralph Byrne had completed his drive time. He didn't need to pit again. So a remarkable turn of luck for the Herbeth racing team, which effectively sealed the win for them. They still had to be perfect from that point forward.
They needed to deliver and not make any further mistakes, and they were quick, and they made a great last pit stop. But yes, that red flag and the way that the regulations worked and that little tweak, that won them the race.
It did indeed. Just behind, by the way, the number 91 Herbeth car. You can see closing in Chandler Hull in the first of the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4 GT3s.
Yeah. They come the Mercedes down into turn 6, and it's been efficiency. It seems like this car really just works the corner nicely. It's really untroubled. It seems like it just delivers the power to the tarmac really nicely. It's got a nice wide window for the drivers to drive it in, and it seems like it's quite an AM-friendly car. And even when the pros get in, they can extract just that little bit more performance.
A quick chat with Hubert Haupt this morning, and I think I'm right, in the last 2.5 weeks, he is the first GT driver not to complain to me about balance of performance. He did, however, complain about track limits.
Well, if it's not one, it's the other.
But this is a good run from the German team. HRT is Haupt Racing Team. Puff of smoke there. Is that brake, or is there another problem?
There's something. There's someone smoking on the way into the pits. It looks like there. Is there someone there?
Still around, isn't it? Unless there's a little bit of machinery starting up. We'll keep an eye and see whether or not there's any dramas there to report, but nothing was emerging into turn 16. This is Tony Wells, and he's got his mirrors full of Nick Adcock.
Yeah, that car, that Nielsen number 8 car, it's just kind of not quite hooked up or performed this weekend, or even in Dubai it looked a little bit out of sorts. And it's just they've been fast at times, but
this is an important stint for both these drivers. They are both bronze-ranked drivers. We've seen both cars rise up the order when the professional drivers come on board later. What they're looking for here is as much pace as they can manage and an absolutely clean run.
Yeah, it has to be clean.
And we've seen
no mistakes.
Both these cars have performed that feat of rising up from almost the back of the LMP3 field all the way to the top. Through this Asian Le Mans series. We have got a car on pit lane. That, I think, is the 49 high-class racing car.
Right, yes.
That's early.
Kevin Weider.
Yep.
That is
so
early.
Is that trouble? Now, that was a car, again, I think you were talking to Anders Fjordback. That's a car we hadn't realised was somewhat hobbled yesterday by damaged floor rolling.
Yeah, I think it was Dennis Anderson had some contact with the GT car. As we're seeing this battle between the Herbeth car and the 51 Ferrari.
This is the recovering 51 Ferrari after Victor Gomez spun just about where he is right now. But he's now all over the back of the number 99 car. Second at the moment in the GT Am standings with Jürgen Haring at the wheel. car that led yesterday but got the second biggest penalty in the whole race, a 3 minutes and 45-second stop and hold for not respecting the wave-by, the pass-by procedures.
Time for a cup of tea.
Indeed, and not quite as big as the penalty that came the way of YC Panda's Audi, who lost 28 laps for their driver, Jean-Francois Bruneau, having overstayed his welcome by regulation as driver time by a mighty 55 minutes.
It's not just a small oversight, is it?
No, I think that was something they probably counted on. I think there was them getting some more experience for the not Frenchman, actually American, at the wheel. High-class racing in and out in 55 seconds there for Kevin Weider. So I'm not quite sure what that issue was.
Because that's not a pit stop.
That's not a pit stop. That should be a minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So 24 minutes in, and these three cars battling away. This is for the lead in GTM between the 35 BMW there, Jörg Breuer, Jürgen Haring in the black Porsche behind, and then the 51 car, not a GTM runner, but Victor Gomez looking to do what he can to get through.
He certainly seems in a hurry.
And get on with it.
Yeah. He wanted to make that move, and he's diving down the inside, trying to get it done. And it's the Herbert. This car's given him some room, and he's through. He's got it executed. So he'll be able to get off and up the road after the Walkenhurst BMW M4.
First of the reminders on screen that drivers are being warned of track limits, and it's Alex West and the number 88 McLaren, the Garage 59 car. The team's switching to McLarens here for the first time in the Asian Le Mans Series from their Aston Martins they've campaigned for the last few seasons, and told by Garage 59 that we will see those cars, or at least one of those cars, in selected races at the Nürburgring this year. I think that might be the first time a 720 has raced there. We certainly have seen its predecessors around the ring. Twitter will now light up saying, "You fool, Goodwin, you've forgotten this one." But it's certainly great that Garage 59...
Do people often say that?
All the time. Yeah. Mainly close family members, but... but as we look at... still battling away the number 6 and the number 55.
Tussle, aren't they?
They are having a great tussle. This is good stuff from Hubert Haupt.
Yeah, he's what's the gap there? There's some 7 seconds there in between Henrik Chavez and Hubert Haupt.
Yeah, Chavez pulling away, and 55 I think is going to be impatient to get by here.
Yeah,
Mastronardi. What's happening here? He's got a problem.
That is not what
that
he
was very
like.
sudden, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like his electrical issue, something he just maybe he accidentally hit pit lane speed limit, or
he's back up to speed.
Yeah, maybe it was. There's some of these cars have like a slow zone,
yeah,
or a, behind pace car, or and a full course yellow, and maybe he hit that button by mistake, and it just tried to slow the car down. He then disengaged it. He's got back to racing speed.
He has. That'll be irritating for him. So
it was very unusual.
The 55 car is through. Let's see how quickly he can pull away. So remember, as Ollie said, 7 seconds the gap to the leader. That is Henrik Chavez in the number 95 TF Sport car. They've got the 27 CD Sport Ligier between the chasing Rinaldi car. This team really does need to take a win here.
Yeah.
The number 55 car, because they're under pressure from the number 7. Currently running 7th, by the way, in GT. In the hands of Brendan Arieb. He's having a very clean run right now, but is under pressure from behind Arieb, from Sam de Haan and Conrad Grunewald, who's the next man to have been warned about track limits.
Well, right now, I think if Rinaldi were to finish second, the race was to stop now, that the Inception car would still just take the title in GT because they are running 7th.
So Inception can afford to have a relatively conservative run, but I don't think will. I think they'll take what they can from this. Brendan Arieb will be basically given a position they want him to keep, if you like.
Like a target.
Absolutely, target lap time. They'll be talking him through where the opportunities are arriving. This is good stuff. This is the car that last night was half a car.
Yes, it was.
And behind him is the number 21 car, the Ginetta.
And I think the Ginetta's going to be able to get a decent run off of here, down into 9. The Ginetta, the 26 car, got in too deep into 6, and then he's trying to cut back into 7, and he was wide. I think he's going to be able to dive possibly around the outside here, or get underneath him as they come into turn 9.
This is what you get, by the way, with this quick-fire format, which is that Ginetta came into the first race at Dubai not really looking sorted at all.
No.
And the combined talents of Franz Conrad, Ralf Juttner, yes, that Ralf Juttner,
Yeah.
and the merry band at Conrad Motorsport, together with the three drivers, have, I think, worked miracles with this car.
No,
it does look a proper ticket now, and it would be nice to see more of these Ginetta chassis out there in competition. We will see this car, we are told, in the Michelin Le Mans Cup later this year, and hopefully Franz, the old warhorse, will be part of the driver squad. I think he quite fancies a crack at that.
Well, he was going to drive, wasn't he, in Dubai?
He was originally going to drive in Dubai. Then someone brought the missing ingredients, the missing ingredient that he was looking for, which is someone offering him money.
Yeah, quite a lot, I think.
Yeah.
Which,
but it is a good-looking car, and it looks absolutely fantastic in the traditional Conrad livery. France and indeed...
I think he's going to get by him. He's alongside him.
Got a bit of a pick with the Kessel car. Has he got the right line here? Is the Kessel car... He's done him. He's done him before the corner. Great stuff there from Sean Tong. And that brings the Conrad car up into 4th place.
Yeah, nicely done.
And he's 3 seconds back at the moment from the Karajan Kempi Motorsport car, the Finnish Enter car 72.
Who are also going a lot better this weekend after really troubled Dubai. They've really got themselves together here. Certainly their younger talent has been right towards the front. Oh,
it's interesting. What a bit of a lock up there from Rodrigo Salas. He's got Kevin Weider ahead of him to put a lap on the car. This is Rodrigo Salas working traffic. Josh Pearson, by the way, puts another fastest lap of the race in. We'll talk about that in a moment. 3 wide here in 3 different classes as they come down on the run down to turn 9. LMP3 car clears the GT car and is cleared himself by the LMP2 car. Good move from Weider there, up the inside of the Kessel car, and not really room to do it yet with the P3 car. Is the grunt to do it on the inside here? Does it, and does it neat and tidily. Wants to get by the 49 car quickly. Will be being told by the team where the next target is Rodrigo Salas, but another good clean run from the American.
Yep, absolutely. That was a tricky period there. Got checked up at turn 6 and turn 7, trying to miss the cars, slower cars in front. Then that run through turn 9, it was difficult, and he's having to pick the line, and trying to navigate your way through traffic is one of those really tricky things, multi-class racing.
Enric Chavez has been given the black and white flag for abusing track limits. Now, is it the 95 or is it the 59? Because it's car 95 driver Maldonado. I think it's both. I think it's car 95 and driver Maldonado. But let's keep an eye on that, because that's a final warning.
Yeah, black and white is, that's it. That's the final chance.
Also means, by the way, Manuel Maldonado is back in. This is the battle that could define the championship. So the 4 cars here, the 69 Oman Racing cars just got by Brendan Arieb. He's got his mirrors full of the car that has finished 3rd in all 3 races so far. The number 17 car in the hands of Conrad Grunewald. And who's behind Grunewald? Is it a dynamic Porsche?
Well, most of the time it's the Optimum car, Joe Osborne, but not right now.
Yeah,
yeah, he'll be back.
So I think is that up the inside for the Ferrari? He's done it. He's done it there. That was just a slightly lazy run through turn 1, wasn't it, from Brendan Arieb?
Yeah, he just trying to gather the car out before the exit curb there, and the 17 got the really good run through the apex and rolled the speed through and off, and just got the pass done coming into 2.
The American Opkert makes his way through that little group, and they've sorted themselves out, rather. So Brendan Arieb had been bottling up those 2 cars for a little wee while. Grunewald in the number 17 car. I think we're going to see a lot more of him in Pro-Am racing in Europe and beyond. Already has some success, but
yeah, Brendan will be just sort of sitting there, but the team will be talking to him about this, saying, look, don't panic, just keep executing, just keep running the laps off, no need to panic, we've got this under control, it's okay right now, we've got plenty of race to go. We've got Ollie Milroy to go in next, and then be Ben Barnicoat in to finish.
Yep, so this trio is contesting 7th place in the GT class. They are how far back? It's about 20 seconds off the lead in GT. Warning to Douglas Koo in the number 66 car. That's the YC Panda car, the Audi. That is the grey-silver Audi. which I think is the car here in front of this group.
Yeah, they've had a troubled.
They've had a
season,
miserable Asian Le Mans series, I'm afraid. Let's hope they can come back next year, YC Panda, in the order that they hoped they would show here. But Douglas Koo,
Yeah,
there he is. He's very slow there.
Oh, he's lifted off, and
he is not loving life, is he?
No, it's not, and that's very difficult to race around.
It's Josh Pearson here, putting a second lap, I think, on this group.
Yep.
So pushing on rapidly. So 2 laps in just over half an hour.
Car 12 also being reported for abusing track limits.
Yep.
Black and white flag.
So that's the final warning for the number 12 car. That is the Dynamic Motorsport car. Who's aboard that? It's Giorgio Roda. He knows better than that. And, again, as we said repeatedly through this Asian Le Mans series, if you're kind of tuning in and just trying this for the first time, you can expect Eduardo Freitas and race control to be on that. Team manager car 4 have been to the race control. That is Nielsen Racing. That is the second place car and the championship winners already. So what is that all about? Big lock up there for the number 3 car.
Got in very deep there.
He did,
right front
rather.
locked.
Up through 12, 13, 14.
And that just relieves a little bit of that pressure that he was managing to build on Tony Wells. And Tony just won't have his mirrors quite so full for the next couple of corners.
Indeed, he can get on with the tactic in hand.
Yeah, that 3 car might have a little bit of a vibration now with a bit of a flat spot on that right front.
Mixed bag of all 3 classes on start-finish straight with the GT car from Kessel Racing. Then that pair of battling P3s, and I think that is the Graf car just coming up. It is indeed to lap this pair. Important run from them as well, looking for this LMP2 AM class win, championship win for the 39 car.
Yeah, they've run very well, haven't they? Eric Trullier has gone well, and David Drew has been really quick.
Absolutely. And a wide line taken there by Tony Wells. That's allowed the CD Sport car to just recover a bit that time lost over the curbs from the Graf car.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been very comfortable, would it?
No, I don't think you want to do that
You
too
really
often.
don't.
As they come down into turn 6, just jostling for position. Nielsen car just makes the apex this time, and the CD Sport gets past the Kessel car. This is one of the things about running on this track, particularly through that chicane. You run out of road really quickly, but then it all opens up again as you head down to turn 9. It's that sort of concertina effect and that sort of funneling effect as well.
So just to confirm, Manuel Maldonado back into the race after 10.5 minutes on pit road, so well out of it here. 4 laps back for the next car ahead, which itself is a further lap back from the rest of the GT field, so it's not giving the day for the car 59 from Garage 59.
No, I think that they had a long stop in the pits with broken damper, and that was due to contact. Car 59.
Yeah, the 48 car running just outside the top 10 in the hands of the evergreen Peter Cox, part of the large club of people who have raced with Ollie Gavin that are here this weekend, and he's sitting 11th, and he's being told he must obey track limits. So that's the final warning before we get a black and white flag for the Dutchman.
Yep.
Part of the dad and daughter pairing with their friend and colleague Nico Pronk in the number 48 Porsche, running way better here than it was for the 2 races at Dubai.
Yeah, they've unlocked some speed. They've finally managed to get that done just before, in that one of the last practice sessions before the weekend. A lot happier because they were quite glum when I went down there earlier on in the week.
Josh Pearson is jetting away, 52 seconds to the good now, and DKR Engineering in P3 are 28 seconds, 30 seconds ahead of the Rinaldi Racing car. I'm just looking to see what's going on behind. Hanging in there is the Finnish number 72 car, the Karan Kempi Motorsport car of Hesse and Amalauto. And Hesse was pretty quick yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Could they come out of this with a result? That would be taking points from championship contenders, which is, frankly, just as much part of the mix here. It would be great to see them with a good result up there. Sean Tong is 4 seconds back from the number 72 Duquesne. It is again, by the way, this early part of this race, Duquesne 1, 2, 3, a sharp turnaround from what we saw at Dubai again.
Yes, we're just seeing Josh Pearson working his way down into turn 9. A little bit more traffic coming up for him. We've got the Aston Martin 95 car just up there in front. But yeah, he has done an amazing job in this first stint. He is some 53 seconds up the road from the Nielsen car. He's set another purple sector on this lap, so he is not relaxing. I'm sure that he is being talked to by the engineers, asking him to do a number of different things, to sort of, whether it's to fuel save or whether he's trying to look after his tyres a little bit, or push this lap and then look at fuel saving the next lap, and running through a number of scenarios just to give him some things to work on as he's out there running around in the lead.
Yeah, so 12-13 seconds to the good ahead of this car. Rino Mastronardi not making a great deal of impact, if any at all, with another fastest lap, by the way. The battle behind, though, is well lit. Number 6 car, next car through, there he goes, and being caught by the D-Station racing car of Tomono Bufuji.
That's impressive. If he's marching towards the front,
he is.
You wait till you get someone like Tom Gamble in, and I'm pretty sure he'll be pushing it even further forward.
Remember, he is the silver driver. So just looking here, it's a 10-second time penalty would be added to the pit stop for car 4. That is our second place car and our championship winners for exit beyond the track and rejoining dangerously. So that is off the track and coming back in a fashion which did not impress the judges.
Yeah, I wonder where that was.
No, didn't see that, did we? But this is Hubert Haupt back into another battle. But he's been busy, hasn't he, Hubert, this afternoon? And Tomono Bufuji has become something of a fan favourite in the FIWC for his exploits aboard the GTE version of this car.
Let's see if he does his trademark move into the brake zone. No, not this lap.
What do you think that's about? Is that just to try to intimidate the other driver, show them there? It's a much tighter line through there, though.
Yeah.
It's a better line, and he's got good traction out of this turn. So now it's going to be about who's got the ponies.
I think the Mercedes is going to be able to see this attack off, but it's just whether he goes too deep now, Hubert, into what I say. He's got a nice toe, actually. Fuji has, and he's not quite gone up. Is he going to be able to tuck up underneath?
I think he is.
Oh, he is. Side by side. Fantastic
Beautifully
move.
done. Beautifully done. Textbook stuff from Tomono Bufuji. He moves up ahead of Hubert Haupt into 3rd position in GT.
Yeah, that was a great move. Nicely done.
About to say he is the silver driver. There's still the bronze Satoshi Yoshino to come in the number 77 car, whereas Hubert Haupt is not the professional driver in the number 6. So it's a slightly uneven battle, but that's not to say that it's any less impressive. Hubert knows his stuff, races everywhere around the world. This HRT team, born out of what used to be the kind of Black Falcon GT3 effort. Most of the kind of assets and effort there went to Hubert Haupt, now in a brand new race workshop for HRT, and they are very much a part of the world presence of Mercedes-AMG Custom Racing in GT3 racing, one of the big growth areas in world motorsports.
They have
GT3.
sold a lot of those cars.
They have.
Really, it does seem to be a favourite in GT3.
Ergonomically, very good. In other words, how the car is laid out, comfortable, strong, reasonably easy to squeeze the performance out of for the gentleman drivers, because let's face it, they're the guys buying these cars. Another fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, Josh Pearson, now down to 1:42.791. So continuing to pile on, he's getting quicker and quicker. And I wonder whether or not this is a slightly different approach from United Autosports.
It could be.
Today.
Again, they could be just trying to work through another program for him.
Yep. The Nielsen Racing crew, by the way, in and out of the pits. Actually, in the pits now. This is going to be around the time for the first pit stops.
And they're going to have to serve that extra 10 seconds, aren't they?
Oh, very wide. That was one of the LMP cars, LMP3 car, I think, which was that. That's the G-Drive Racing car. Side by side there, the two GTs coming through. So that is the change. That is Chris. Is that? Who's the 3?
It's the 3 car.
It's Nick Adcock taking his old adversary Tony Wells, who wasn't having that, and that was very close indeed. So it's Tony Wells showing himself to be feisty. We know that already.
Yeah, he was trying to sneak that position back, but it wasn't really on, and he had to breathe. And the CD Sport cars just made it through and executed on that pass.
Yeah, leader on pit lane as well. Now Nielsen Racing in and out. This is the Orica leading the race, and I think will still lead the race at the
Absolutely.
end of this
Just
pit
took
stop.
fuel, no tyres.
Yep. Again, this is going to be about helping the young man to understand what he needs to do and manage those tyres for a double or even a triple stint.
Yep.
He'll need that when he gets into the white heat of the World Endurance Championship.
No doubt.
Where no prisoners are taken in LMP2.
Absolutely. Number 59 car is freshly out of the pits after it had that fix for a broken damper with some contact. We didn't really see who that was with, did we?
We didn't.
No.
It's Manuel Maldonado. I think it's been struggling a little this weekend.
And he's actually just been pinged for track limits at turns 3, 9 and 15.
Here is Ulrich Chavez, our race leader in GT, and he's beginning to work lap traffic as well. The Kessel Racing cars ahead. And where is his nearest contender? Rino Mastronardi is dropping back from Chavez.
Yeah,
Now
is.
14 seconds back, not 12 that it was just a couple of laps ago. This bit of traffic won't help the TF Sportman. Again, remember, silver ranked driver, still a bronze to come for this team. So bear that in mind when you're whooping and hollering. But it doesn't make the effort any less impressive. That was a lunge up the inside.
Yeah, a little tight there.
As he got the opportunity to go by, I think he has. He's made the pass.
It's the Aston Martin's got a little bit more horsepower on tap than that Ferrari. Just makes the power by.
Yeah, and has been an impressive, consistent, quick run from the 95.
Yeah, and I think that Fuji is closing in on Rino Mastronardi. I think it's just a couple of seconds back on him.
Yeah, that's not good news for lovers of Ferrari in this this tussle. Meanwhile, Car 96, the Attempter Racing squad, I think they can complete their full set in this Asian Le Mans Series 2022 because they've been reported to the stewards for abusing track limits, and that will be a drive-through.
Yeah, that's always
every time.
Always the drive-through, isn't it, coming?
So let's hope they keep it clean from here on in. They've had a troubled trip to the UAE, the Attempter Racing squad. They've been out here with a multi-race program with their Audi.
Yep. We're seeing the shadows just get that little bit longer. The sun is going down, so we're going to be seeing that track temperature dropping away. The balance is going to start changing. The drivers are going to be hunting around for that and talking to the teams about what they're going to do, whether they're going to make an adjustment on tyre pressures or is there any other quick changes they can make to the car at the next stop.
Pearson coming by Trullier, who's just out of the pits in the 39 car after his stop. So we've had, I think, all of the P2 runners, albeit not all of them for a routine stop yet.
Yeah.
This is a tussle between the number 69 car and the number 17.
Quality Street.
The Quality Street car, the AF Corsa car, Conrad Grunewald, Sam de Haan. And that is actually a change of position. That is Grunewald taking the position from the Aston Martin. But Sam de Haan not ready to give it up quite yet.
Yeah, well, the AF Corsa car made a mistake into turn 6, and that's just given the opportunity back to Sam de Haan. But he hasn't quite managed to get that done through 9, and I think that 17 will pull away now, or likely to get away.
It strikes me, Ollie, we're seeing a number of the drivers, including some of the pros, struggling a bit through that turn 9 to just determine what is an optimum or workable, a competitive line. It's so easy, isn't it, for them just to get drawn in?
Yeah, I think that a number of drivers just want to charge in there, and you end up going really deep and kind of V'ing off the corner. But it seems that a number of guys can run quite a tight line there and cut in and through and underneath. And if just watching here from the comfort of the studio, it does seem that that lower, tighter line is the quicker one.
So another drive-through penalty confirmed and being taken now by Attempter Racing in and out of the pits as the number 48 Porsche, that's sort of driver change for Nico Pronk climbing aboard the Saint-Lazare by Cox Racing car.
Mistake there by the 39, run a little bit wide, and he's now going to have to get past that Porsche again.
And it's a drive-through penalty as well for the dynamic Porsche. That's not great news for them. They had a really good, solid run yesterday.
That's going to hurt their run, isn't it?
It is. So that's going to cost them, what, something like 30 seconds on track.
Seems to be a lot more drive-through penalties today than I remember yesterday.
I think messages are being delivered here again in the early parts of this race. Don't test me.
Yeah, the 2-car DKR car here with Matthew de Barbo has been absolutely phenomenal at the front of the field. They are currently running 4th overall And that DKR car has just been so quick throughout the Asian Le Mans Series. If only they just had a little bit more reliability in Dubai.
Noted, by the way, as we came through the outer paddock today, Nick Moss now in the 42 car being warned about track limits. The car park closest to the circuit gates here has got signs up for the Illuminati of Formula One, including all the drivers got their individual parking spaces.
Have you got yours?
Tragically, it must have got lost in the post.
Yeah.
But did notice that FIA race director sign has been amended.
You should post that picture up on
Yes,
Twitter.
I will. That now has Eduardo Freitas' name on a piece of race tape. I don't know whose name was underneath it, but it wasn't Eduardo's. Here's the Ginetta. There is the Rinaldi car. Now that is the Rinaldi car with... That's the car. No, it's the Karayan Kempi car right with him now. There you are. This is for position. So we can stick with this for a little wee while. This is for second position over in LMP3. DKR, a couple of cars up the road with some of the cars that just pitted in P2. But this is the number 72 car catching the 22 car for second position in this LMP3 class. What progress for this team in just, what is this, 15 hours of racing?
Yeah, Yese was very quick in that Karayan Kempi car yesterday, and he's just backing it up with another really solid performance today. Got a bit bottled up there with the Carriage 59 car. Is he going to try and make the move? No, he can't quite get it done. So that's Rinaldi Racing has just got off the hook and he's going to be able to scamper off down the road. But I'm sure that Yese will make the pass now as it comes down into 5.
This young man has got some potential, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, an old racing colleague of mine.
Another one?
Yes, another chap I've raced against, Tommy Violainen, is sharing the car with Yese. And Tommy was at pains to explain about how quick these boys are and proud of their performances.
Good for them, and it's great to see new here. We said it before, new teams, new cars, new combinations, new programs. Someone's had a moment with one of the...
Yes.
I wonder if that was the car 13 issue at the start of the race, because they did have a bit of a moment there. But the Rinaldi car, let's see whether or not Samuel Alto can actually catch back up here to the Rinaldi racing car.
My money's on Yese. I think he will. He'll hunt him down.
He's definitely... They've found something big, haven't they, in that car?
Yeah, they were really at sea in Dubai. They really weren't up to speed with the car, with the format.
10 seconds off.
Yeah, it just the car was way outside its window. Now here in Yas Marina, they've really dialed it in.
Yeah, I think fitting that fourth wheel helped.
You know about driving cars with less than 4 wheels, don't you?
Yeah.
There was a KTM you once drove.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the racing. He'll be punished later for that one. Severely.
I had to shoehorn it in somewhere.
So DKR Engineering lead the class, and at the moment 4th overall by dint of the LMP2 AM cars having gone through pit stops. Or is it? I'm just looking. Yes, ARC Bratislava have pitted that car and are now catching back up to the LMP3 leader, 4th overall. But DeBarbo is only 7 seconds behind the 3rd place car overall, who has completed not a full stop, but a minute plus on pit lane. Remember, these cars, other than this car and the 23 car, have to complete 3 stops at 100 seconds each.
Yep, which is, when you're competing against this car, the Nielsen car, it's quite the disadvantage, isn't it?
Yeah. And by the way, 15 seconds back behind the number 4 car and coming around quickly to lap this car, I think pretty shortly, is Josh Pearson.
We ought to explain why the AM cars have to have that longer pit stop, and that is due to allowing those driver changes to be done in a
fueling.
And fueling. Everything completed during the pit stop in a far less pressurized way, just to make sure that everybody can get in and through on that pit stop in a timely fashion, and then not really under this massive pressure and off the watch.
It's all about safety, and remember the intention of the Asian Le Mans Series from the very start, and what a great job has been done with this series since the ACO took it back effectively in-house, was to develop new markets for international endurance racing. If you look at the teams that have come out from this series in the last decade or so, Up the inside here goes the number 4 car of Rodrigo Salas. The likes of Clearwater Racing, 2 seasons the FIWC. Jackie Chan DC Racing, who finished 2nd overall at Le Mans with Jota Sports.
Hub Auto
on
pole
Eurasia
in GT Pro last year.
And trouble here, and that's big trouble for someone.
Someone has had a pretty big. Oh, it's
the leader. It's the leader in LMP3. It's a tyre that's gone for the number 2 car, and has to be careful here. Is it a tyre?
Or is it some transmission issue?
I think there's the bodywork damage, I think, on the rear left.
The team need to get on the radio and tell him to slow down.
No, it's not, is it? It's more than that.
They need to tell him to slow down.
He's in a hurry to get back. This is Mathieu de Barbeau.
Something.
Now remember, this is a team
wrong with that
can, with other people having problems, still win this this championship. He's not a million miles outside his fueling window. They've been told they must come to the pit to repair that car. I think that car's been hit from the back behind.
Yeah, there we go.
Now that's a problem. That is a bigger problem, because that is the legality panel. That is not the work of a moment. That car's been hit from behind. It's pushed the legality panel onto the rear wheel, and that is going to require a much longer stop to fix.
That's why the team needed to get on the radio to him.
Bingo.
They needed to tell him to slow down. He's going too quick with that damage, and then he's lost that bodywork, and now it's going to be way harder to fix.
That is effectively race win chance over for the number 2 car. That's horrible luck for the Decar Engineering car. They pit now. The separate problem is we've got debris, and we're going to go to full course yellow in just a few seconds' time. Oh dear. Well, listen, it's bad news, minor bit of good news, because this repair can now be completed, at least in part, on a full course yellow as we go to recover that debris.
Yep. And it comes in a little bit short of the box there.
The rear cheese, as we call it, that legality panel, that has to be fitted to the car. Full course yellow now. We've got 5 minutes to the top of the hour, and I think we're going to see pit lane get very busy very, very quickly. The
Absolutely.
13 car is in. The 2 car is in. We can see 22 from 2nd and 72 from 3rd came in a second apart. So that battle still underway in LMP3. And they will fancy the opportunity here.
On the skates.
Dear me, skates in the garage. It's
got to go in the garage.
It is not a small job, this one.
No, DKR know that they've got to get the car back in the box.
It's about the way that part of the panel is connected to the floor. I had a good look at this with a chat with one of the teams earlier in the week, after having seen in the European season teams struggling to turn that specific repair around as quickly as I thought they previously had. Showed me what the issue was, and it is about how do you connect that rear part of the bodywork, a regulatory part of the bodywork, to the floor, the underside of the car, securely enough that it's just not going to come straight and you're back into the same cycle.
Right, yeah.
GT cars are plenty coming in.
Driver
as
changes
well.
being done as well.
The 4 car will come in. This will be Rodrigo Salas taking the opportunity again of full course yellow to affect that driver change.
Yeah.
He's completed his 55 minutes.
He's just ticked over, hasn't it?
Absolutely spot on timing for them. And we'll see whether or not it's going to be them switching it around and putting Ben Hanley in or Matt Bell aboard the car.
I think, talking to the team earlier, I think it's going to be Ben Hanley's going to jump in.
So 23 on pit lane, so Josh Pearson the same. Are they going to leave Josh in the car or give him a bit of a breather at this stage? It's a lot warmer at this stage, and they're going to put Paul Di Resta in. And no, they're not. It's going to be just a quick turnaround for the 23 car. There they go. Full course yellow stays out for the time being. There will be a bit more clear up. We saw a little bit of debris from that polystyrene marker on the run down to turn 6. I'm sure they'll take the opportunity to sweep that up as well.
Yep.
But all of the LMP3s, they are in their pit window. So
I think everybody's on pit lane. Looking at the amount of cars that are coming down, it's super busy.
Including the LMP2 cars. That is the panel, that's turn 13, isn't it? Exit turn 13, the cheese, Reg, we call it. So on pit lane at the moment, just coming out, 23 and 4 on the way out, 39 is on pit lane, 49 and 44 stayed out at this point. And then all of the LMP3 cars are either on pit lane or on their way out right now. Then we get into the GTs. 95 has pitted from the lead. I think this will be John Hartshorn getting in the car. Rinaldi Racing from second is pitting. This is the 99 car from Herbeth Motorsport running third in GT Am. The top three, the leader as well, SPS Automotive Performance, pitted the car. That should see the Volkenhorst Motorsports car going through into the lead of GT Am, but will have to pit soon.
Yeah,
What you
very
don't
busy
want to
down
do,
there.
You've got to, if you're anywhere near your fuel window, you've got to pit now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Otherwise, you're going to be pitting under green and losing a lot more time. Hubert Haupt comes in, and that is a driver change for the number 6 car. We can see that right now.
Yeah, it's fast and furious down there. There's plenty of action. You've got to be super careful and really listening as a driver to your car controller, knowing when you can go and when you can't go. You can't be released, you know, it's dangerously. You can see numerous shots here. Here comes the AF Corsica 17, plugging the fuel hose in there.
It's Rory Penton, by the way, I can see climbing aboard the number 6 car, and it's a driver change as well for the 17. Another good stint there from Conrad Grunewald.
Yeah.
Comes
Do you see
in.
who was going in?
Didn't.
Who was going in that car?
It will be, I'm sure, Louis Pret.
Pret, yeah.
There's the YC Panda car. But the track falls quiet, and just about everybody, not quite everybody yet, but for the most part that will be because they've not completed a lap, they will pit, including the Optimum Motorsport car, the 88 Garage 59 car, and the Herbeth Motorsport car, who are in line astern, and there they come now.
Optimum,
There is the Optimum car.
Yep.
Zero doubt we're going to see the back end of a white and blue Garage 59 car if we stick with this shot, and then the all purple, there is the Garage 59 car.
You were right.
Very soon, I know again, there'll be a purple Porsche, not that's because that's maybe purple, but it's not a Porsche coming in as well. There is the purple Porsche we've just seen from our vantage point. So everybody bar the 35 Volkenhorst car has pitted under this yellow flag.
And I'm pretty sure that they will do that very, very shortly.
Oh, sorry, and the ASC Bratislava car has not pitted under this yellow, and they have continued around and are looking to take track position here because I think they've still got a fair amount of fuel on board.
Because they weren't far off.
They weren't far. They did pit early,
yeah.
So I think they're on a different fuel strategy. In fact, we can see from our vantage point the 44 car is down towards turn 6.
Watching the 33 car on pit lane, doing a driver change as the fuel is going in, and the crew is there. Oh, we've seen the DKR car come out of the box. They've managed to make that change, that fix.
That's quick.
That is.
Actually, that's quick. And this, I think, could be quite an exciting part of this race now. We've got 3 very quick young drivers in DKR Engineering, motivated, knowing
back
their
to the front.
68 car, knowing they've got the opportunity here for a really good run to the front, ran comfortably at the front. Rinaldi Racing, by the way, lead the race in LMP3 now, with Karajan Kempe 11 seconds behind them after that pit stop. So they lost about 10 seconds on the stop.
I think if I'm Kendi at DKR, I am talking to my next driver in the car on the radio right now, really to be careful, leaving the pit lane, don't do anything rash, don't do anything crazy. Oh, that's a really dangerous release.
Wasn't that just? That was the 35 car coming in. That's the last car that hadn't pitted.
And he overshot his pit box as well and knocked the lollipop out of the car controller's hand.
So the only other car that has not pitted is the 44 ARC Bratislava car under caution. Did pit earlier, but not under this caution.
Good to see the DKR car back out on track under full course yellow here.
That is the leader behind him. So that's the leader of LMP3, 22, the car that is coming through the turn now with the overall leader behind him.
So that's a lap, is it?
It's a full lap, bar, what is that, 300 metres?
Yeah.
So that's the gap they've now got to make up. I'm just checking, it is just a single lap, I think it is. It is a single lap. So that's one to watch. By the way, DKR have made, there's the gap, you can see it there. That's the DKR car just moving out of shot, and the car weaving towards us is the number 22 Rinaldi car. Who's aboard that car? That's Torsten Kratz. So they'll be telling him to close that gap, see if they can actually put this effort from DKR Engineering to the sword. DKR have made a driver change in the pit garage, by the way. So it's Sebastian Alvarez now rather than Mattia de Barbo. Full course yellow is going to be coming to an end very shortly. Car 6, that is the HRT car, another car that got penalties yesterday, under investigation for unsafe release, and I think we saw another one, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. And during that frenetic time in the pit lane, you just got to be smart and you just got to be really on it.
But it wasn't even that busy at that point.
No, but it's the car controller and the driver communicating and understanding when to go and when not to, and a key radio communication.
So, about to go back to green flag running.
There we go.
And that's the Rinaldi car not getting up to speed.
No.
At all.
He was very delayed. Maybe he got a late call on the radio and he was wondering, like, this car's going by me, am I going? Because sometimes there is a delay.
Absolutely. Or a radio fault. There goes the DKR car. That is the leader overall, Josh Pearson, who has stayed aboard the car, the United car.
Doing another mammoth.
Absolutely.
Iron Man stint.
The Rinaldi car is back up to speed.
Yeah.
That is the leader. It says leader overall.
I just think it was slow communication
I think you're right.
to him.
Then it's the P3 leader just behind him, but laps down, of course. So it's Pearson from Matt Bell now in the number 4 Nielsen racing car.
Just to prove me wrong. Matt Bell got in the car.
There you go.
Got Ben Hanley.
So Matt is aboard the car, running 3rd overall at the moment, Miro Konopka, but is out of sequence with everybody else in the race now. So Ligier in 3rd position overall and leading P2AM at the moment.
Okay, so we are now going to go to the first hour highlights, which Graham will talk us through.
So the final 4-hour race in the 2022 Asia Le Mans Series getting underway in 30-degree plus heat here at Abu Dhabi, the fantastic Yas Marina circuit. It's neat and tidy as Roder Freitas gets the race underway. Josh Pearson, another good start and a big block up there from Miro Konopka. GT frenetic in the early stages as it has been throughout this 2022 season. The Inception Racing team looking to keep it clean. 51 and 42. Ferrari and the McLaren side by side. This time Nick Moss loses out and through, and taking that position goes to 51. Tomonobu Fuji putting the move on Hubert Haupt in the number 6 AMG. The 77 Aston Martin from D-Station Racing executes a beautiful pass to take the position. So 77 through and in contention with the number 91 Herbeth Motorsport car. Another past position, a little earlier in fact. This was the 55 Rinaldi car, looking to get on terms with the 95 car that has led the GT race from the very start. Enrique Chavez, it was at the start of the race, now handed over the car to John Hartshorn in that full course yellow period. LMP3, and it really was a tight tussle with almost the whole pack at the start of the race. The early trouble for the 13 into Europol car, the little Ginetta in the mix with Ligier's and Duquesne's, and that's great to see. The Karin Kempi Motorsport car from Finland, number 72, trying to get on terms with what is now the race leader in LMP3, the Rinaldi racing car. And their race leader as a result of dramas for the early race leader, the DCAR Engineering number 2 car. LMP3 is serving up entertainment galore here with hours still to go. In LMP2, the 39 car led the LMP2 AM class, but couldn't do anything about the early pace of Rodrigo Salas, who's now handed over the 4 car to Matt Bell, leading the having won the championship, but it's Josh Pearson leading at will in the United Autosports 23.
Well, thank you, Graham, for that, for the highlights there for the first day here at the Yas Marina, the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. While you've been away, and while we were doing that, the team manager for Car 6 needs to go immediately to race control. So, obviously, that's something to do with that.
Safe release.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's going to be tough.
And also a black and white flag now for car 59. That's the car running last after problems early on, that damper issue for Manuel Maldonado. Josh Pearson, though, again, another textbook race from the, breathe hard, 16-year-old.
Yeah, and he's not got a mark on the car.
No, he's not.
He's not put a foot wrong.
TF Sport still lead, by the way, in the hands of John Hartshorn in the number 95 car.
That's great to see. John running well.
And David Perel now aboard the 55 Rinaldi racing car and take that over from Marina Mastronardi. I fancy David Perel to close that gap and open a gap to Satoshi Yoshino. D-Station Racing having put their bronze driver into the dark green number 77 Aston Martin under pressure as they came over the line last time from Rory Penttinen. Silver driver now aboard the Hout Racing, the yellow and blue AMG, and should make short work of that Aston Martin. A silver ranked driver Rory, a bronze ranked driver Satoshi Yoshino, with Alfred Renauer and John Miller in the next two cars up, the 91 Herbeth Porsche that won last night and the 34 Valkenhurst BMW. Here's the 4 car. Sorry, Ollie.
Yep, number 4 with Matt Bell on board. So he's been one of the star performers throughout this Asian Le Mans series, Matt. He's really taken like duck to water in this LMP2 car. Very quick, very consistent, decisive with his overtaking manoeuvres, cutting through all of this traffic. And I think he's really reveling in it. And he's really enjoying his time in P2 and his time here in the Asian Le Mans series. And I think this whole Nielsen team are absolutely delighted to wrap up the championship yesterday and secure that entry to the Le Mans 24 Hours later on this year in June.
Yep, you're absolutely right. The whole team, from the bottom to the very top, after traumas through last year, came away from that with the Michelin Le Mans Cup championship win, and have been working through the winter to bring this effort to the track, and they've done so in fine style. They will go with the same driver squad, Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell we're seeing here, and Ben Hanley to Europe for the ELMS, with a grid of 17 P2 cars this year to come. That's going to be amazing. And having secured the championship here, can await the gilt-lined envelope from Pierre Fillon for the automatic invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Here is the change about to take place for the lead in GT. This is John Hartshorn, the bronze driver, now aboard the TF Sport car, started by Enrique Chavez, and under pressure now from David Perel.
If John can just get his head down, get into his groove, start running, get everything in the way he wants it, he'll do a great job. It's going to be, David Perel is going to get by him very quickly, I'm sure. But if it's all about John just not getting too flustered with anything and just delivering consistent lap times, and then handing the car back to Johnny Adam to finish the race.
My guess is going to happen here. This is, we've said before, very tricky to pick the right line here, and very tricky to defend as well, if you've got a driver that really wants to get by, and David Perel certainly does. Runs wider than Aston Martin. It's exactly what I thought might happen there.
Yeah, John went early, committed, went tight, and then started to run a little bit wide, and David was just straight down to the inside and passed him through and off the corner. This
is a decisive run. This is a very important spell of the race for Rinaldi Racing. They need to win here and hope that the number 7 car behind starts to have some woes. Ollie Milroy, by the way, is now aboard the Inception Racing Team car. That car is 9th. So you can do a little bit of maths while I'm just talking about the action here. As they stand, and there's an awful lot of racing still to go, with almost 3 hours left of this 4-hour race here at Yas Marina Circuit. It is leading the race now. Rinaldi Racing, the number 55 car of David Perel, John Hartshorn, the 95. Hub Racing in the hands of Rory Penttinen. He has passed Satoshi Yoshino for 3rd position, and then Alfred Renauer aboard the 91 car that won the race last night.
So if the Rinaldi Racing car stays in this position and ends up winning, Inception in the number 7 car need to finish 3rd.
Wow.
They need to secure that 3rd place.
That's what it means. Now we've got Ollie Milroy now aboard the car. Brendan Areeb's time in the car has been done. And we've got Ben Barnicoat, for me, the standout talent from this championship this year.
In GT, yeah, absolutely. And,
we've seen some great performances, really good performances. David Perel, I think, has been stellar as well.
He has been very quick in this car, very quick.
Not a factory driver, but is finding favour with Ferrari teams up and down the order.
Yeah, the closing 2 drivers for this car for Rinaldi, David Perel and then David Rigon. I mean, it's pretty stellar lineup.
Well, I think to emphasise the quality of the effort that David Perel has put his kind of shoulder to the wheel here. In recent seasons, we'll watch him taking that position, has pulled away at will, really. Here he goes, and this is John Hartshorn just looking whether or not and where he can safely defend. Slightly hesitant, I thought there, but you're right, he did go a little early, but then ran wide. Easy pass there for David Perel.
It was. John committed early, tried to defend a little bit, but then ran out of road and too quick into the corner, pushed up wide, and David Perel could just tuck in underneath and back and through and pass down into turn 11-12.
Car 33, we saw that that release with the car coming across the bows of the incoming 35 BMW. That pit stop under investigation as well.
I think the car controller there should have held him for longer.
Should have done. But just about to say about David Perel, a mark of the esteem he's held with that silver ranking by Ferrari teams is the number of teams he's driven for. We'll come back to that position in a moment. We're going to go and have a word now. No, we're not going to go. Apologies. Let's finish the point about David. Has driven for Kessel Racing, has driven for Spirit of Race / AF Corsa. Is driving here for Rinaldi. That's 3 of the big 4. The only one of the big 4 in Ferrari terms in European racing he's not driven for is Iron Lynx. That's quite something. That shows that somebody is making those calls on his behalf to say, here's a guy you need to consider for those programs, and more power to him. He's making great contributions to successful programs, and this drive is going to put them in the mix. Inception, I've got to get a wriggle on.
There we go. You just saw the Inception car going by a car into turn 1, and they're going to be really trying to work their way up the order. We're just watching Andrew Watson here in the Optimum car. He's done very well, I think. He's been another sort of standout performer throughout the Asian Le Mans series. Just watching him yesterday, really getting nice and close up to the barrier, coming off turn 14.
He did say he touched it,
yes,
didn't he?
He did. But I think he's quite proud of it.
Well, he's not far behind Ollie Milroy here. And Ollie Milroy, by the way, is 44. Oh, that's a spin from the number 21. The Ginetta. That car was running 4th. It is Gabriele Rendoni.
He's in an awkward spot there because he can't see what's coming around the corner.
He may need help here. Let's see. And of course, it's uphill as well. Stalled the car.
He's just starting it up again now. Is he going to be able to get this spun round again in the right way?
Got to be so careful. There'll be double yellows there to protect the seat. He might have to get out of this and try a better angle of attack here, because it's not ideal, is it?
I think the marshals are gesturing to him to back it up. Just to back it up to a bit of a three-point turn.
You've got to hope he knows how to do that.
New to the car.
He was a late addition to this squad in Dubai.
He's going to be on the radio right now saying, how do I get this car in reverse?
And that has hurt this effort from Conrad Motorsport. Already dropped to 5th. And behind, by the way, again in team formation, the CD Sport cars are climbing up the order again. This is it's been a remarkable turn of events. They're not going to leave this for much longer, are they? Before we get an intervention.
Yeah. Oh, this spinner. Also,
and that's one of the CD Sport cars.
This is at 7, turn 7.
Well. Which one is that one? It's the.
Has he been helped around, or has he just lost it on his own?
So what happened there? Antoine Docan? Is that the 27 car? It's the 3 car.
We're still, the Conrad car is still facing the wrong way. He's still struggling to get that car moving.
It is going to be, it will not be much longer before race control intervene here. The upside is most of the field have now seen it.
Yes, and if not, their teams will be radioing their drivers, telling them that there's a car stuck just towards the exit of turn 5.
Remember, marshals will not intervene without the track being under caution. They will not come away from the protection of the barriers.
No.
And quite correctly, the case.
Matt is working his way through the traffic, just picking his points.
Still double yellow there, by the way. And Matt is pushing on, and by the way, bringing down the lap times for this car. He's about, what, 3 tenths off, 2.5 tenths off the fastest lap of the race that time, last time around. 1:43.0 is the fastest lap for this car. 1:42.791 or 1:42.8, less a bit of change.
He's still a lap behind the United Autosports car, aren't they? So
their game is get to the end and go through their program. There is the United Autosports car, by the way. He's closing in.
Yeah, he might be able to unlock himself.
Where is the Ginetta is still there. Full course yellow is coming. I thought it might be. He's actually moved that car a little.
He has, but the lights are now off.
Back on again.
I'm sure that he is frantically on the radio to Franz Conrad, trying to understand how to get this car moving and get.
Well, remember we had this. This is number 4 car just looking to deal with traffic, and that was a touch, a big one from the 49 car. That's
full course yellow.
Full course yellow now, and he's got to be careful there. Can't take a position.
No. If I was the 4 car, I would. If I was Matt, I would just give that position back.
Yeah. I'd reminding myself of what we saw in both the races in Dubai with the LMP3 cars, which is a bit of a wobble with the starters in hot conditions. So the heat soak, he stalled the car, it's 30 degrees plus out there.
Yes.
Is this the same problem? The starter is just not operating.
It was a little bit of the conversation that we had, wasn't it, with Franz Conrad and about that car. We know that it's got a little bit of a starter motor problem. It gets hot.
Yep. It's a standard starter on all these cars, by the way.
Yeah, when they sit there, they can heat soak, and it can really be a problem. And it might be that the car is stalled, and he's cycling the power, he's trying to get it going again. He's also, I'm sure, frantically on the radio to Franz, trying to figure out exactly what he needs to do, because this is all fresh to him.
Yeah.
Completely fresh, never been in the car, apart from this weekend and the weekend back in Dubai.
And this has dropped the car from what is that, about 10th, 11th position overall to about 32nd so far. That's how close this field was operating at.
I think it's now a starter problem, because he would have moved by now, I'm pretty sure.
So let's call it for the moment as to the race order. Leading the race is the 23 car. By the way, this has been manna from heaven from the ASC Bratislava car, because it means that they can now make that pit stop they didn't make under the first full course yellow. Car's now being pushed back to either a place of safety or an opportunity on more level ground to restart the car. Now, what we saw in Dubai was this car stop late on. We thought it'd been towed back, but he didn't.
We're seeing a replay now of what happened here. Coming into turn 5, the Conrad car just got in. Too much weight on that front axle, and the rear just comes around. It's just a bit
tight.
a little bit too overloaded there on that front axle. He starts to go, then he stalls in.
Yeah, and then it's in trouble.
Yeah, lights are out, and he's now trying to get it going again.
So,
and then I think he's run into this problem with the starter motor.
It's been pushed back to with the protection of the barriers now at turn 6. Turn 5, rather, my apologies. And we'll try and restart the car. To complete the point about Dubai, we thought the car had been towed back, but we saw at the very end of the race, remember, pitch black, could barely see the car, that he'd been pushed to a place of safety.
Yeah.
And then, presumably with everything cooled down, had been able to restart the car.
The starter motor cooling off.
Completely correct.
Yeah.
So my guess is, as long as this isn't deemed as outside assistance, he's been pushed to a place of safety.
Yeah.
That we could see that again.
It looked like they're still sort of trying to get it into a position of safety.
Yeah, that's a real shame. We've seen some really competitive runs from this car, and it's just all gone away. They're trying to push it back behind the barrier. Cars on pit lane. 44 has been in and out with Miro Konopka. The 27 and 3 CD Sport cars are both on pit lane now.
Yeah, the 20 car there.
As is the 13th for Inter Europol, and lots of GT cars now coming in.
Yeah, we're seeing this temperature now still
it's
up
not
there,
coming down that
30
much, is it?
degrees C, no, and the wind is much the same. The humidity's just climbed a little, but it's still hot and sticky out there.
Just looking at, I thought we'd seen the Rinaldi racing car on pit road, but we haven't. The second place Haupt racing car, the 95 car now running third, both on pit road.
Yeah. And we're just... Oh, the 2 car is on pit lane now. It's getting a full...
Back in?
Yeah, full service. It's had the fuel. It's now going to go up. And the crew are going to start this pit stop with the tyres, the Michelin, new set of Michelin tyres going on.
Now, what they're doing here is they are burning one of those 3 stops at 100 seconds. So they're taking the opportunity while the course is under full course yellow to burn one of these stops that otherwise they would have to do at 100 seconds.
Yeah.
So it might be they're putting themselves slightly out of strategy with either fuel or with tyres, but what they're doing is saving time.
Yeah, they're also checking that cheese wedge on the back there.
So this means that when they can accelerate the process of getting through the programme to the point where they can do other stops at full tilt.
Yeah.
Now, they are a very experienced LMP3 team. That car's still there, isn't it? I can see the radio aerial.
Yeah. And just still standing around it. The driver's still on board.
I think that's the point. They're just waiting to see whether or not that it's going to be possible to rejoin.
Yeah. Let's see. We're still under full course yellow here. Just ticking by. The 23 car still with Josh Pearson on board.
Did we see whether or not Matt Bell has still ahead of the high-class racing car?
Yep, he is.
Now, okay, there can be a delay on all sorts of things, including our TV pictures, so looked very marginal.
And he is right there. Not much between these two.
But he wants, this is Matt Bell wanting to get the lap back, isn't it? If he possibly can. And again, it's a matter of Nielsen, with as low risk as possible, putting their major opposition in this race under pressure. They will want to win the race if they can.
Yep. And
They've won the title.
It was one of the things I was actually talking to Ben Hanley about earlier on today. And during that red flag period and those extended full course yellow periods, that those tyre pressures were falling and falling, and they were getting down to the point of about 1.5, 1.6 bar,
wow,
which is right on the limit of the pressure that Michelin really want to see in the tyre, particularly for a cold and a restart.
Talk a little bit about how a tyre behaves in that situation, Ollie, and what you've got to watch for.
Well, so one of the things that happens when that pressure gets low like that, and particularly with the track temperature being quite high, is you get the rubber on the tyre working and connecting very, very well together and giving you that grip, but you don't have that platform that you need from the pressure that builds into the tyre. So the tyre can really start moving around, which then moves the car around, which then gives the driver a very strange sensation, and it can start to sap away at your confidence. And a driver that's less experienced could wonder, is this a problem with the car, or is it normal with the tyres when they're this low? And so it's one of the things that Josh Pearson maybe was experiencing when that restart after the red flag, when Ben Hanley was in, and Ben got actually back by him and got back onto the same lap.
So these cars, all on Michelin rubber, series partner, of course, together with Total Energies. That's the same customer tyre that we would see in the North American, the IMSA series, isn't it?
Daytona tyre.
And that's the point. A Daytona tyre, by its very nature, is built in a particular way, isn't it? Is
Yes.
that an advantage here?
Well, it certainly is an
in
advantage.
those circumstances.
Yes, in those circumstances it is. That tyre is reinforced. It's got a good strength sidewall to deal with that extra load and that you get on the banking there at Daytona. Michelin have done so much research on that, really trying to make sure that they've got a really robust tyre to be able to deal with that. But I think we're about to go.
Is it another 30 seconds, I think?
Maybe in another 30 seconds. But yeah, it's something that that Michelin have really worked on, and they've brought it here for running in the Asia Le Mans series, and so far they've performed brilliantly.
Absolutely, it may be. That saved the odd tyre-related issue with the...
Well, in Ben's eyes, he's absolutely certain that it did at that restart under the red flag, after the red flag.
I don't think we've seen a single tyre failure, have we?
No. And we're back to green.
Here we go. Immediately jumps the two GT3 cars. He's looking to get onto the back of Josh Pearson quickly, and he's doing that job. Dynamic Porsche just in the path of the number 23 car. Has Pearson passed it? He has now. And right behind him, Matt Bell.
And this could be a chance for Matt to pounce again.
And it is just the one lap, so this is...
He is. He's
a
just
full lap gap.
losing up there on the brakes.
This is Matt Bell, experienced LMP racer, less experienced in P2 cars, but race and championship winner in LMP3, has got LMP2 experience before this Asia Le Mans series, but he's looking to put the young 16-year-old under pressure.
Yeah, they're going to use the Cox car as a bit of a pick here. He's going to
this is where he's going to try and
through and off.
Got a toe.
Is he going to be able to dive down the inside into turn one? He's on the lights.
Not there.
No. It seems, talking also with Nielsen earlier on, just before the race, they were saying that the one thing they're struggling a little bit with their car is that little bit too much understeer across the centre of the corners. And certainly with Matt following Josh Pearson so closely, he is going to get quite a lot of aero wash, which is going to add to that problem. But I think he's going to get a nice run through and off here, down into turn 6. He's going to get a tow from that 23 car. The GT Porsche was also going to add to a little bit of that hole in the air. Is he going to be able to get it done down into turn 6? He's hunting him. Is he going to be able to deliver the pass? Not quite, but Josh is locking brakes. Is he going to slide past the apex? Not quite, but Matt's pressing him loading the pressure on.
I remind you, this is not for position, but it is for the championship winning number 4 car, the lighter blue car here, to unlap itself and get back onto the lead lap with 2.5 hours to go, coming out of that full course yellow. And Matt Bell looking racy here.
Yep.
Quicker run in, but that's not always the best run out of this parabolic turn. Traffic still to come at a point where traffic can make a big difference into this hotel complex. It's a 77 car now. No way through there. Is Matt Bell going to go to the outside here? I think he is.
Oh, is he going to do the undercut up the inside? No, not quite.
Still not by the 77 car. And is he going to get better traction here? Thread the needle. Is there a way through? Not quite. Oh.
Great racing. It looks like the United car just gets off the corner just that little bit better, like it gets rotated and straight so that Josh can get on the throttle and it just drives off the corner that little bit better.
Well, United have won in LMP2 literally everywhere. You know, they've had championship wins in LMP2. More traffic, and again, gives Matt Bell the opportunity to close back up, put him under pressure. Great defence here as the Kessel car goes off to the inside in avoidance. I think he was enjoying the show there a little, wasn't he?
He was, and most probably aero watch as well.
Looking for the wider line through here to try to not quite undercut, but fire himself down towards turn 6. It's not going to work here, but still there's traffic.
Yeah, there is. I think it could be another couple of laps here where Josh is going to have to deal with this pressure from Matt, and he's piling it on, and he's just going to see how Josh is going to deal with this BMW M4 into turn 6. Is he going to be able to get through? No, he's going to be bottled up for the exit here. And is Matt going to be able to get a better run off?
Tricky to pass here to the outside of the BMW. The pair of them come nose to tail back into this parabolic turn in just a few moments' time. But there's still a quick GT car ahead. Who's aboard the 17 car at the moment? That is Louis Pret.
And is Josh going to pick the right way? Oh, look at Matt just going all the way around the outside.
Threw the dice, didn't he?
He did.
It didn't quite work. It was a good idea. It didn't
Great
work.
racing. Fantastic stuff.
He'll be enjoying this.
Yeah, I know Matt will have a big grin on his face. Great to see. Josh is dealing with it, though. He's dealing with it. And Richard will be just rubbing his hands together at United, sort of thinking his boy's being tested nicely here.
Now a P3 car is the next target. Where is this going to be possible? Is it going to be turn 1? Are they going to get there before the number 13 car? Might be a bit of a lunge here from Josh Pearson. Doesn't get there in time. He's got to follow this car through. Then down into those sweeping turns down towards the south hairpin. He's going to get him here. Don't think Matt's quite close enough. Whoa. Very close to the back of the 13 car. That's cost him time.
Yeah, I think Josh is now going to be able to, if he can get his head down a little bit here, he might be able to break that toe that he's giving to Matt on every straight. Just about break away.
But still traffic ahead. Again, Josh Pearson showing really good form. This is the 39 car ahead, by the way. That is the 3rd place car to go 2 laps down. And 95, by the way, the TF Sport car, currently running where? Dropping down the order a bit at the moment, running 12th. Will have a drive-through penalty for track limits, not for John Hartshorn, but for Enrique Chavez, the first driver in the car.
That's a shame for them. It's going to hurt them.
Traffic again. Bell looking to get the opportunity to close back up as a result, and it includes an LMP2 car in traffic here. 39 car in the hands of Sebastian Page. 4 cars through Parabolica, goes around the outside of 1. Now it's the P2 car ahead. Page, has he seen him? Is he going to get up the inside? He does! Oh. Really squeezed, but then a slow GT car threads the needle. Brilliant through traffic there, and it's actually there. It's Matt Bell that loses out.
Wow.
Excellent move from the young man.
That was fantastic. Great driving there from Josh Pearson.
It's going to be a stop and go too for the number 33 car. I'm sure we've got the car number missing, but that's the one that was under investigation. Matt Bell clears all bar the number 8 Nielsen car.
Sister car.
That was impressive through traffic. Risky, but impressive.
Yeah, he was picking his points and he managed to deliver it through. It was close, but it's sometimes like that in this multi-class racing in the Asia Le Mans series. Really, really good racing.
Excellent stuff, and look at the gap he's managed to pull out here. That's impressive stuff for the young man. It's the number 6 car is the next target with the 33 ahead that will be heading towards pit lane pretty soon. The Ginetta, I should tell you, has not rejoined the race.
I think that's terminal for them.
That's such a shame.
Yeah, it is a real shame. So has Josh Pearson managed to get enough of a gap to Matt? He's broken that toe. He's coming into turn 6. He's just smoking a little bit. Has he got it overshot a little bit, the apex at turn 6? But this United car's got such good traction off of turn 7. It doesn't seem to hurt him too much if he does overshoot that first apex at 6.
We'll tell you, by the way, we've got a new second-place car in LMP3 as we're watching these moves. That is the car that was on fire here yesterday, is now back at fire, yes. Is now under 2 seconds back from Torsten Kratz in the lead of the race, having got by the Karin Kempe car. Nikita Alexandrov is aboard the number 72 car now. You know, after a great opening stint from Nestor Salmanato.
Matt hasn't given up here. He's just done his fastest middle sector.
So I think he spots the opportunity and he's closed the gap up again here.
Yeah.
In traffic. There is the number 2 car looking to recover after that. Don't know who hit the back of that car, but spoiled their run. We'll talk about the number 2 car when we get a chance to do so a little later. In 7th in LMP3 after leading comfortably.
Josh has got to get past the YC Panda car, which has been a little bit of a mobile chicane, and we'll see if he does get balked here at turn 3 over the top of the hill.
Apologies, it's stop and go penalty for car 6 for dangerous release.
Whoa.
That's the HRT car.
This is the battle for the lead in LMP3.
This is a great run from Laveras, who I think is one of the standout talents here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a man to watch in LMP3.
And he's got him right in the crosshairs here on his gearbox as they come down to turn 9. Is he going to go to the outside and then feint back to the inside? No, he's just going to go
right around the outside.
Just drive around the outside of him, why not?
Well, there you go. Has he got it done? Duquesne comes back at him, but I think the move is complete. The 26 car, from being half a car at midnight last night, leads the race.
Extraordinary, great job.
Amazing stuff. The 33 car, correction, it's 10-second time penalty added to pit stop for the car 33 for a pit stop infringement.
That was the unsafe release.
That was the other unsafe release.
Yeah.
So it's a stop and go. Remember, the 6 car has already served a penalty, hasn't it?
Yes.
So it's a stop and go to add to its drive-through earlier.
Oh dear. So they're not going to be happy down there at HRT, are they?
Another multiple penalty for that car.
Oh, I thought somebody was going off. Coming out of the final corner. No, which is the BMW just running wide, I think.
So 26 car through then into the lead. Xavier Laveras, great stuff for G-Drive Racing. They lead.
Car looks absolutely hooked up, doesn't it?
Looks immaculate. What a great job Graf Racing had done with that. Let's have another look at the change of position here. This is the number 22 car, which was leading the LMP3. Torsten Kratz at the wheel of this car. Xavier Laveras, as they came through this complex, was just lining it up.
He just got a better drive off of turn 7, all the way down here, through turn 8. He's getting the toe. He's picked that up nicely. And it looked like he was just going to pop out and then possibly feint back to the inside. But he just decided, that's it, I'm just going to go all the way around the outside. Outbraked him, had to gather it up, use the banking, and he just managed to cut him off as he came through to the exit of the corner. Great overtaking manoeuvre.
Got great traction there, didn't he?
Really good.
Car 59 is the latest to be reported to the stewards for abusing track limits. That is the Garage 59 car. Manuel Maldonado still aboard the McLaren. He's not had a great day today. Torsten Kratz, by the way, has not let Laveras go. Still behind the United car, Matt Bell.
Yeah, he's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he, Matt? And he's not letting
pressure
Josh Pearson get away.
Well, this is good for both of them. It's good for both these programmes. Pearson soak up the pressure. Matt Bell get into an attack. It's been his main task throughout this series so far has been to just deliver pace, consistent pace. What he's not had is very much by way of on-track battling, and he'll be enjoying this.
Yeah.
Now we've got traffic again. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars coming through to complete the lap. Maybe one he can get to before we get to turn 1 for Pearson at least. He'll do that up the inside of the attempt to Audi now. I think Matt Bell will probably do the same. Can he?
I think he should be able to get by. It wasn't quite the lunge, but he's got it done. Nicely executed
now
there.
By the 20 and then up the inside of the CD Sport. Again, through that first complex, he's managed to put a car between himself and Matt Bell. That's the number 3 CD Sport car. Bell, though, makes the pass by the Ligier.
And when you're cycling through traffic like this, that's super important, just to try and always keep a car in between you.
Here's an opportunity, maybe, for Matt Bell. So there's a line compromised for Josh Pearson, but not enough. He's lost ground there, hasn't he, since the start of the lap. There goes the 23. There is the number 4.
Yeah, I think the run through turn 3 and down into 4 did hurt Matt. And the run off of 5 didn't really seem to hurt Josh, but this is going to be harder for him to be able to get by this P3 car.
Last time around, it was the fastest lap of his race for Matt Bell, the number 4 car with a 142.9, 2/10ths off the fastest lap of the race. That went to Josh Pearson some little time ago. Keeping an eye on all sorts of things going on for race control. Nothing overly dramatic to report other than confirmation of that drive-through for the 59 car, which is not really featuring the sharp edge of anybody's battle right now. But here comes Matt Bell, and he's closing again through this complex. Good speed through there this time.
It's that middle section of the brake zone that Matt can just pull up a little bit on Josh.
He?
Yeah, he just breathes off the brake a little. Just roll the speed in.
Does seem to me, though, as if the 23 is the better high-speed car here.
Yeah, they seem like they can run well on the straight, and they've got really good traction.
22 car, this is second-place car in LMP3. It's the next target in traffic to deal with for this pair. Xavier Veras, by the way, and Torsten Kratz both putting in the fastest laps of those cars' race. And as a mark of the pace of the LMP3 leader, the difference in that fastest lap is 2 full seconds. So at the moment, Laveras just going through in a 148.9. The car they're just dealing with now was 2 full seconds slower, and it was still the fastest lap of the 22
and
car.
Matt's got held up there by Torsten Kratz. He did get balked on the way into the corner. He was held up, he was pushed wide, and then right across the apex. And Matt, I think, maybe trying to get a little something off the tyres. Maybe had to go very wide there at turn 5. There's a little bit of locking maybe coming into 6.
Yeah.
But it's Matt is trying to get himself back onto the gearbox of Josh Pearson, but he's working really hard, and he's putting those fastest laps in.
Yeah. By the way, lest we forget, there are 3 other LMP2 cars involved in this race, the 3 LMP2 AM runners, and it's very close to the championship there. Graf Racing lead by 8 seconds, and John Corbett is pushing on now and closing on Dennis Anderson in second. All 3 mathematically can win this title, and we could end up, by the way, with this title being decided on countback. Cars 51 and 99 being told to turn on their headlamps immediately. That's the AF Corsa, the red Ferrari, and one of the 2 black, the GTM Herpeth Motorsport cars.
I think the blood pressure will be just easing a little bit in Inception Racing, because they've got themselves up into 3rd place with Ollie Milroy behind the wheel. So if Rinaldi were to win the race, Inception are in the spot that they can still secure the championship and that entry to Le Mans.
Yep, penalty for the number 33 car, we're told, is on hold up the inside of the 23 car. That, I think, was the 72 they're passing. No, sorry, that is the LMP3 leader. That's the 26 car. Now Matt Bell gets a little bit of help here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's going to get a bit of a tow. Nice one.
Yep. Laveras, by the way, ahead of the Rinaldi car now by 8 seconds. It's been a good little run from the car that's just to the left of our screen there, the dark grey and orange, amongst the most familiar colour scheme in endurance racing. The G-Drive colour has been with us for well over a decade.
Yeah, and Matt's keeping Josh honest as they come down again into turn 9. Josh managed to clear that Porsche GT traffic.
It's the dynamic car number 12.
Matt's gone around the outside of him, that higher, wider line. Still works very well for him.
This is the GT leader now being dealt with. This is the 55 car in the hands of David Perel. He's pulled away to 9.5 seconds ahead of Alfred Renauer in the number 91 Herbeth car. So all the class leaders, with the exception of LMP2 AM, been on screen in the last, what, 5 minutes?
All together now. See this? Matt is on him to see if he can just pile a bit more pressure on Josh.
This works for everybody, doesn't it? It works for us because we're enjoying the spectacle. It works for United because they can see what the young man does under pressure, whether or not there's any weak spots that will need to be dealt with in his ongoing, I'm sure, pretty lengthy training program.
Yeah. And think that he's been on board since the start, so he's nearly an hour and 40 minutes, over an hour and 40 minutes into this race. And it just, your concentration is being tested here. Physically, you're starting to get sapped. You know, if there's a drinks bottle on board, maybe you've drunk it all. You'll be sweating. You'll be, you know, it's intense conditions out there.
Still in close contention. Purple first sector for Josh Pearson here, under pressure, but soaking it up like an absolute veteran.
Yeah, great to see. Both of them are driving well, hardly making any mistakes.
What's the kind of tick list for you, Ollie, looking at a young driver coming into motorsport at this kind of level? What are you looking for to spot the signs that Josh Pearson has got? You know, what I think everybody hopes will be a fine future for him.
Yeah, and right now, after what we saw yesterday, you know, and the way that he dealt with all of those different scenarios and situations, and he drove for so long, a real Ironman stint. You know, that was impressive to see, and that does tick a lot of the boxes for me. You know, and even now, you know, he's, you know, second day, you know, immediately coming back here to Yas Marina, jumping in the car again and delivering again. You know, that's again impressive because, you know, you'll be sore, you'll be a bit tight and tired, and you know, it's hard to do a race directly back to back, one day after another, and this is a lot of track time for him, but he's dealing with it really well.
This is a battle for 9th position in GT. I'll talk about the head of the field because there's a significant change we can talk about. That's a change there for 9th position. The 74 Kessel car going ahead of the 95 Oman Racing car, with Optiman's 42 car right behind. So that is David Fumanelli just going ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati with Andrew Watson behind. The significant change has been a run up from 7th position, now up into 3rd after all the shenanigans with full course yellows for Inception Racing. Now, remind us, where did Inception Racing have to finish if Rinaldi won this race?
3rd.
And they're exactly where they need to be now to take this title if the race finished now, which it isn't going to.
No, we've still got over 2 hours.
But it's a mark of the progress that's been made by Ollie Milroy through this field, with this kind of mix of silver, gold, bronze drivers, strategies, fueling strategies. It's all beginning to come together for Inception Racing. Rinaldi have done all they can, just run to the front and run comfortably there. Now Inception Racing are left to close those gaps if they possibly can.
Yeah.
3rd place will be good enough.
It would, and you know, to take over from David Perel in the 55 Rinaldi car is none other than David Rigon.
Yeah.
And Inception have got the gun driver of Ben Barnicoat, the fastest guy in the McLaren here throughout the Asia Le Mans Series.
Absolutely, and as we've seen throughout this series, when we get to those final battles, the galaxy of stars that is kind of tipped out the back into the pits here is just staggering. Alessandro Pierguidi, by the way, is already out there. Ife Ye is out there. They're running at the moment 5th and 6th.
Oh, got Pearson going through there. Andrew Watson gave him just enough room. Oh, that was... there's a lot of action right here.
Isn't it just? This is great stuff. This is why sports car racing is beloved and so special. It's the traffic that can often make the race. It certainly makes the spectacle. It's, I'm sure, not very pleasant at times for anybody having to pass or be passed, but boy, it's enjoyable. Double yellow at turn 6. They're coming down into an incident zone here.
And Andrew Watson will be cursing that a little because he's looking like he was lining up to pass the Aston Martin. But it's there's something going on there. So Andrew's going to have to just pull back in behind and just see if he can line up the Aston Martin coming down into 9. It's back to green there. No issues there at turn 6.
So car 13 it was, had spun and continued. That was underway again before the leaders actually managed to get there. Andrew Watson is working this gap to Ahmed Al-Hati and working it well.
He is.
Fumanelli has pulled away from the Aston Martin.
This is the section of the track where the McLaren is better. It's a bit around the hotel. It's really precise and good and can really carve these corners nicely. Andrew was impressive here in the race yesterday, using all the road on the exit of turn 14, right up against the barrier and even grazing up against it at times. And there he goes again, right up against it. Nice to see. If he can just make the move as he comes through this final corner down into turn 1. Sure, he's going to quite have the horsepower though, because the Aston really is quick in a straight line.
Getting dark quickly here at Yas Marina. It's not quite there. We've got this as a battle for significant position in the...
Andrew's got a really good run off of there, and he's going to be able to make it stick.
Apologies, we're going to move here to the LMP2AM battle. That's the recovering number 2 car, but behind, Sebastian Page is now under real pressure from Dennis Anderson, who's catching him for the lead in LMP2AM. And this is absolutely on a knife edge, this title battle. So Page, it is bottled up behind the number 2. We'll not be in a hurry to let him go here. And that is allowing Dennis Anderson to just motor up to the rear of the 39 car. So 39 is the car with the stripes on the rear deck. Third car in the order here. Now to become second, there's the car with the stripes on the back. Overtakes the other car with the stripes on the back, the Nemo stripes. Dennis Anderson in the 49, the red and white Orica, just again delayed there.
I'm not sure we actually ended up finishing what actually happened with this 49 car in the race yesterday. Anders Fjordbach was in the car to finish, and David Drew was in the 39 car, really chasing him down. Oh, he's had a spin. Oh! The 2 has spun on the exit of turn 5.
And caught by the following car that has ripped the rear spoiler off. This is going to be a full course yellow. There is debris right across the road, including a full rear wing element.
And I was just explaining.
Does he know he's lost the wing? This is the other thing here. So yellow flags at turn 5. It will be full course yellow is going to come almost immediately here.
Yeah, hopefully the team are on the radio.
They have had a horrible bit of luck, haven't they?
Yeah.
Here? Which was the car that hit him? Was it the?
I think that the 2 spun on his own.
Yeah, but another car then hit him.
Oh yes, that was the 49 car, the high-class racing car.
So what
Dennis
damage
Anderson.
to Dennis Anderson is the next question.
And I was just telling the story about where Dennis had contact with the car yesterday.
Oh.
And we're down to full course yellow.
Let's have another look at this.
Yeah.
So this happened with this battle with the LMP2AM cars. Talk us through this, Ollie. There's 39 and the 49 trying to deal with the threat from the 2 in traffic.
Yes, and the 2 is coming through turn 4 here, down into 5. And as they come down into 5, into the brake zone, the 2 is all the way to the left, or the right, driver's right, as he comes into the corner. And as with this out of shot, the 2 car did the 2 car come across the 49, or did the 49 get into the 2? It was out of shot, we couldn't see it, but the 2 car ended up going around, and then the 49 collected the rear wing of the 2 and pulled it off.
It's rear wing and rear deck, at least, and by the look of it, the legality panel again on the other side this time for the number 2, so it's a significant amount of damage for that car.
It's going to be pandemonium in the DKR pit right now, just getting everything ready.
The other problem, as you can see clearly there, is the lights, the rear lights are in that panel at the bottom, which is another reason why it has to be fixed.
Yeah.
So, absolutely terrible luck for the number 2 car.
Yeah, heartbreak really for them.
That's done. But it's not done for the race. They could get the car back out, but as a title contender, that is over.
Yeah, they're not going to be winning, not from there.
No, that is terrible luck. Lawrence Hoer, what have you done with that black cat, young man?
Yeah, poor old boy. He must have his head in his hands out the back of the garage right now. It's not a nice thing to be watching.
Pits are open, by the way, and Dennis Anderson is also on pit road. Now, I didn't see the car there, so has it gone into the garage, the number 49?
It's possible.
That could have finished the title for LMP2AM right there as well.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
That car is going to go straight into the garage where they can get more hands on. What do we mean by that? By regulation, only a fixed number of mechanics can get hands on unless the car is behind the white line in pit lane. So we're going to take another look at this. I think we probably are, as and when we can get to that. But the DKR engineering team will be swarming all over that number 2 car.
We are now going to go and watch this replay once again, coming down into turn 5.
This is where it started, Ollie, across the line with the number 2 car there to the left.
Yes, and the Graf car going by into turn 1, the 39 car made good the pass, and he's off and away. But there's the 49 high-class racing car looking to pick a way through, and Dennis is trying to find the right spot. They come down into turn 5. The number 2 car, DKR car, is usually taking the usual racing line coming in, and the 49's lunged up the inside, but then it's out of shot, and we can't see it. And the next thing we see is the 2 backwards and having its rear wing taken off, and Dennis Anderson drives on by. Didn't look like there was much damage there.
No, it didn't take much though. It's an extremist, isn't it, through a turn? It wouldn't take much. But what we can't tell you is whether or not the 49 brushed the 2 into a spin, whether or not the 2 just lost traction and spun on his own into the first impact. We couldn't see that, so we're going to have to wait to hear either from the driver of the number 2, and that's at the moment is Sebastian Alvarez, or we're going to have to hear from Dennis Anderson. The 49 car, by the way, is back out of the pits.
They must have given it a check just to making sure rear wing and everything, bodywork.
Replace the front bodywork, I would have thought, in 1 minute and 54 seconds.
Yeah.
23 and 4, both on pit lane, first and second in the race overall. It's been slick pit work from United that has characterised their
and they did a driver change there. Josh Pearson is out.
Okay.
And Paul di Resta is in.
Yeah, a lightweight 1 hour and 53 minutes there from Josh Pearson. I am taking the mickey because it was over 3 hours yesterday, but full course yellow. They'll put Paul di Resta in for the middle. Josh Pearson, I'm sure, will be back into the end of this race.
Yeah, he will, because Paul can only do 1.5 hours.
That's right. Yeah. 39 car leads and now leads well in LMP2AM. If they can have a trouble-free run to the flag, that will be the LMP2AM title secured with that incident.
What's this going to do with a GT strategy here? It's going to mix things up a little bit. I see cars coming in and out of the pits.
They're not a million miles away again for the fuel, but they've been so lucky, the GTs, with the timing here. It's around the hour. You know, if we get a full course yellow for just a couple more minutes, I think they're within a fuel window. There's trouble there for the 39, or 49 again. 49 again. What's happened there?
How has that happened under full course yellow? That's
look, it's still damaged at the front.
Yeah, is it?
That's pretty sick.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's a new panel.
It's got a new bodywork on. They've changed the rear deck on that.
So is that what?
I think they've changed the nose and the rear deck. Oh, they've got tape on it.
No, it's taped.
It's taped, isn't it?
The front is taped, and yeah, I think you're right. It does look. Is that a new rear deck?
I think that they've changed possibly the rear. They can quick release rear wing, isn't it? On
yes,
this car?
It is. The whole rear deck can come.
Yeah,
looks to me
rear
like
wing, rear section.
Yes,
and I think that they've just done that for safety's sake. So it must have been damaged.
But I mean, tearing along a carbon fibre rear wing is likely to leave a bruise.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a mark. But yeah, that 49 car has definitely been in the wars, and that was what happened yesterday with Dennis Anderson. He had some contact with a GT car, big hole in the floor, and that's what Anders Fjordbach was really struggling at the end of the race against David Drew. Lost some 15-second lead to David, and he couldn't hang on to that spot.
So the positions as we get into this, the halfway mark of the final race, number 20 car, our GTM Championship leader, with a driver change underway there. United Autosports lead with under a lap lead now, I think. Yeah, the Nielsen Racing car has overtaken United in the pits.
Right.
Took 6 seconds out there in the pits, and that will be enough. So Matt Bellno ahead of Paul di Resta on the lead lap. Eric Trullier has been in and out of the pits and retains the lead in LMP2 AM. Ahead of Dennis Anderson, who has got John Corbett in the 44 ARC Bratislava Ligier right behind him here. A new leader in LMP3. It is the Karajan Kempe Motorsports Duquesne, as we're going to be coming out of full course yellow very soon, ahead of the 26G Drive racing car. Now, that is because the Finnish car has opted not yet to pit. That might well be a big error from that team. So the 72 car leads, but owes us a pit stop. 26 next up. with Vladislav Gutak, who was the driver at the wheel of that car when it burst into flames yesterday. The 22 Rinaldi Racing car, which led the race shortly, a little while ago, with Valderic Stiel, is in third, and then Colin Noble is in fourth, having just pitted that car. They are the top four, with then the 27, the championship leading CD Sport car, fifth. Rinaldi Racing lead in the GT class, with David Perel still aboard the car. Alfred Renauer is in second place in GT, and Inception Racing, Ollie Milroy, back out on track in third position in the championship leading McLaren.
And we're back to green.
This is the LMP2 AM battle for second, with, we think, a hobbled Orica to some degree at least. There is the horrible sight yet again of the number 2 DKR car.
Absolute heartbreak for these guys, really is. I mean, they've just had... Oh, we've got to change.
That is change for second in LMP2 AM. John Corbett taking the Ligier by. Dennis Anderson in a Orica I'm not convinced is in the best of health.
No, that was a bit of a lunge as well. Plenty of lock brakes and last minute lunging up the inside into turn 6, but he's got it done.
Well, here comes Dennis Anderson back.
Well, yeah, I think that maybe Dennis is a little bit gun shy here with after the contact and the brush and pit lane and getting things changed and not really sure of how car feels. And
yeah,
but there's the leader, Josh Pearson. He is behind the Nielsen car, and he's going to be looking to chase down Matt Bell. Oh, it's Paul di Resta now.
Yes, it is.
Yes, yep. Sorry, I called I called the driver change there at United. Of course, it's Paul di Resta.
Significant differences all the way across the spectrum.
I'm sure he's going to be delighted to be behind the wheel, Paul is.
Loves it.
Yeah, loves it.
Loves it.
Yeah.
Loving his life here.
Yeah.
Yas Marina, and locks up, and after an error-free run from Josh Pearson, Paul di Resta, the more experienced hand,
just lunging up the inside.
He did, but he's desperate to get on terms with Matt Bell.
This should be interesting.
Shouldn't it just?
Stick with this. It's going to be fun.
There's the Inception car. Right behind him, by the way, Frankie Bird in fourth position. That 88 car behind the Inception car, that's what position.
That's an excellent run by Garage 59.
Isn't
They've been
just?
slowly creeping up on it. They have.
They have.
And that's been the car that actually has had some troubles, but it's been pretty quick. So they must be pleased with that, Garage 59.
Yep. Rinaldi Racing, by the way, the lead car is just up, I think, has dropped behind the Inception car here.
Yeah,
I think Inception have moved up to second. Herbeth Motorsport lead the race now in GT. This is the battle for second now, with the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari behind this pair.
So we're watching the Inception car, and Garage 59, number 88, coming down. Frankie Bird at the wheel of number 88 car, piling the pressure on Ollie Milroy.
He's made the move. He made the move to put the lap back on Nielsen Racing. I think you spotted that at the corner of your eye.
Yeah.
But that was Paul di Resta, presumably under braking for turn 6.
I think it might have been actually in between 5 and 6.
Okay.
I think that the traction that the United car has got is impressive, and I think that he might have just got a far better drive off and just drove pretty much right by Matt. But it certainly seems that Paul has got the bit between his teeth here and is trying to lay down a serious marker to the rest of the field about who's the quickest boy here.
I think that's very much on the agenda here.
Yeah, very, very much so. Right, I think we're going to go back to this GT battle.
We will, but it's the fastest lap of the race for Paul di Resta. So that's a 1:42.556. I'm absolutely certain Matt Bell will be being told now, OK, that's enough.
Yes.
Here's the battle for second position. I think this is the effective lead battle for LMP3, because the number 72 car has only pitted once, and we're now getting into the realms of they will need a yellow to help them here. The 72 car there, 38 seconds up the road, but they've got a minute and 40 seconds to stop.
Yes.
This is the battle for second on the road. I think an adjustment for the lead, and the 26 car is about to lose that position and does so now to Rinaldi Racing. It's again a completely topsy-turvy LMP3 race.
Impossible to call, and it is going to keep flip-flopping, I think, all the way to the checkered flag.
Indeed. Colin Noble, by the way, is 46 seconds back from this battle and needs to get very much closer.
He's just done his fastest lap of the race,
Yep.
Colin Noble has, but he's still a second or so off of the Rinaldi racing car.
He needs to be ahead of the Rinaldi car to be in the title battle.
Yeah,
That's what he absolutely has to do. That has to be his target.
And that number 8 car, the Nielsen car in LMP3, just hasn't been that pacey or racy throughout this weekend. In fact, throughout the series.
No.
It just hasn't seemed hooked up. And it's looking and talking a little bit with Colin earlier on in the week, he just doesn't seem that happy with that and wanting to try and make some changes to it.
Dennis Anderson has pitted again in the 49 car, and I think that's their title battle done.
Yeah, it's dropping down the order, isn't it?
It is.
I think he didn't look that confident when he went back out. And I think he's battling with something there that might be the rear toe might be out on the right rear, or there might be something going on with the right rear suspension.
Significant improvement in fastest lap time. Paul di Resta is laying down markers. He wants with the daddy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
141.727. Here comes the 26 car, struggling to keep up now with the number 22.
I mean, it's certainly for Paul in the 23 car. He's got in nice time, track cooling off, new tyres. He can really release it and give it full beans.
Keeping an eye as well, by the way, on the battle for third place overall, because catching Eric Trullier at the moment is John Corbett in the ARC Bratislava Ligier. So that is under 10 seconds for the first time. We'll keep an eye on just exactly how and if that develops.
Have we got the mathematics to hand about what they need to do to win the championship in LMP2 AM?
Well, 44 at the moment is on,
It's on
45 points.
Yeah.
So a maximum available of 26 points, 25 points, apologies, gives them a maximum possible 70 points.
Graph Racing and G-Drive tripping over one another as they come through 15.
Yeah. Effectively, the 44, they're looking for the win to have a chance, but they realistically need both the other cars not to finish.
Well, they've got one of them
in trouble,
looking like it's not going to finish. It's still dropping down the order, the 49 car, after the tap and not tap, I mean the contact with the number 2 DKR car. Oh, it's such a shame for DKR.
It is a shame, because that looked like it was going to be fun for the remainder of this race. So High Class Racing dropping down the order. 39 is under pressure, but not immediately. John Corbett taking tenths every lap out of this. So we've got 2 GT3s and 2 LMP3s. Is that a change for position here coming? No, it's not.
No.
That is CD Sports looking to unlap themselves from the G-Drive racing car.
But we are at the point now when the race finished yesterday. So this is uncharted territory for a lot of these teams now. We're going to go into 2 more hours of darkness here and just see how this track develops over these next couple of hours, and just trying to read that and get everything just right with these tyres. You know, every pit stop comes along, how the balance of the car changes and how everybody feels behind the wheel.
Frankie Bird has gone by Ollie Milroy for second.
Wow.
So the 88 car has gone by Ollie Milroy in the Inception car as the number 3 car unlaps himself from the third place car in LMP3. That is Edouard Copé.
Here comes Paul into turn 12.
And that, by the way, that's Herpeth car. That is the GT leader. And this is for position with... Oh, that was very close indeed.
Yeah, the G-Drive car had a big wiggle as it came off of 13 and into 14.
Yeah, the Herpeth car and the 26 car is for position overall. That is for 10th position overall. No, it's not. I apologise. It's a lap back. It's a position with the CD Sport car. Just trying to get this all sorted out. Car on pit lane again. That's the 35 Vulcan horse car.
You're getting... We've got the hourly update here of the second hour of racing in the Abu Dhabi 4 hours.
Well, dramas galore at the end of the hour, but it was positional change in the sunshine as the sun started to go down. Rinaldi Racing grabbing the lead from the number 95 TF Sport car and beginning to get away. 6 racing car in contention as well. It's the biggest incident of the afternoon. Then the 39 car and the 49 and the 2, the recovering number 2 DKR engineering car, having led the race, then in trouble with the 49 high-class racing car. Great move around the outside from Xavier Oliveras to go by the number 22 Rinaldi racing car, Ligier on Duquesne. And that pair would get back into a tussle a little later in the stint with driver changes coming. Good run from the 26 today after being eliminated with a pretty serious fire yesterday. This car rebuilt effectively the rear end from the ground up overnight. Great tussle between the 2 leading cars. This is Matt Bell trying to unlap himself from Josh Pearson. That went on for lap after lap after lap. There's lots of almost and maybes, but the young American withstood the pressure. 39 and 49 it was. This was the running that led up to the incident at turn 5. And then at the end of the hour, it would be a switch over to Paul Di Resta in the number 23 car, taking advantage of the full course yellow for the incident with the number 2. The Scots pulling away after Nielsen Racing unlapped themselves in the pits.
Well, thank you, Graham. Thanks for that. We're now watching the TF Sport car come through turn 1. I believe Johnny Adam is now behind the wheel of that car. They are running down in 18th position. I think that middle stint was tough for these guys. The Kessel Racing car just behind him. It was Axel Jeffries now behind the wheel.
4 position.
Yeah, it's 4 position, and Axel Jeffries is in 3rd in GT-AM right now.
But Johnny's going to want to make some progress here. He's got quite a gap as well.
Yeah, it's tough.
But they've pitted 4 times to most of the cars ahead 3 times. So this is all to do with what's happening with their driver mix.
Yeah.
So John Hartshorn, we've got to guess, has done his time.
Yeah, he will have done his time, and now it's Johnny into the finish. He's going to at least a double stint. Getting another black and white flag for car 17 for abusing the track limits, as well as car 34.
34 is the Valkenhurst BMW. That car running in 10th position. John Miller's at the wheel of that car.
Yeah.
17 car is the AF Corsa car, the APM Monaco car from Louis Brett. That car is running, well, oddly enough, just ahead of the Valkenhurst BMW.
At the front of this class, though, is the Herbert Motorsports Alfred Renauer at the wheel of the number 91 car. But then in 2nd position, it's 88, the Garage 59 car with Frankie Bird behind the wheel. And he has got in front of Ollie Milroy, who's there in 3rd spot in this number 7 Inception McLaren 720S. And that is the position that they kind of needs to be in. But Rinaldi Racing is now got David Rigon behind the wheel, and he's right on him.
That's a critical move, because remember, these are 2 title contenders. Rinaldi need to be ahead of the Inception car.
Yes, they do, actually. And Rinaldi needs to win, really.
With the Inception car 3rd. 4th or lower.
4th or lower for them to take the title.
This is a crucial battle here. There's Frankie Bird going through. That is Ollie Milroy, and then right behind him now is Davide Rigon, Ferrari factory driver. Great to see Davide back after a nasty accident in the Spa 24 Hours, put him out for much of the latter part of last year.
And he drove very, very well in Dubai, did David. Did an excellent job, and it was a little bit quiet yesterday, but now I think he's really got the bit between his teeth, and he's got this motivation to get past the Inception car. And it's going to be tricky now for Ollie, because he's now got to try and still press on and be, bold, or be confident in his defence against David, but not overly confident, or risk the car too much, because they just want to get this result.
We've got other cars, actually, by the way, behind here, closing gaps as these 2 start to get into a battle. Next up behind this pair is the Herbert Motorsport number 99 in the hands of Marcus Seefried, just 4 seconds back. He's the GTM leader at the moment, 5th overall in GT. And this time, Ollie Milroy manages to use one of the CD Sport cars as a bit of a pick, and will just edge away. But right behind Seefried, and pushing on hard as well, Alessandro Pierguidi is up into 6th. He's had a black and white flag for abuse of track limits. That's the final warning.
Yeah, I think there's a few of those right now.
That could be a factor again at the end of a race. We saw that spoil the day for the 17 car, didn't we?
Yeah, it did.
But having cleared the CD Sport car, now it's the YC Panda car. He's desperate to put cars between himself and the attacking number 55. Milroy doing a great job here.
He is. They are under.
Frankie Bird has pulled 3 seconds away from him. That's a great run from him.
Yeah, and on the back of these two is Mick Grenier, who's a Mercedes driver, and he's been really quick throughout the series. He's piling the pressure on these two. I think he wants to get his lap back, so I think he's a lap behind, isn't he?
Let's have a quick look. 20 car is behind the Herberth car. He most certainly is. And that's the one he's going to be concerned about. This is a title battle for the number 20 car. His closest rival, the 57, is behind him. But I think they're going to be doing enough as things stand at the moment to clinch that title.
Yeah, they are.
68 points in GTM for the 20 car with 2 wins. 57 took the win last night, closed within 7 points.
Right.
And then the 99 car that had that big penalty last night for a wave bar infringement. They're on 45 points, so they really need trouble to hit the other 2 cars. This is the 20 car.
Yeah, he's lining himself up to try and get past David. David is using the toe off the McLaren to see if he can get up onto him and dive down into turn 6.
There's Frank Bird. That's the gap to the second McLaren. Then comes Rinaldi. Ferrari is going to lunge. Look to be telegraphed there. Didn't arrive. And then Michael Grenier. Mick Grenier in the number 20 SBS Automotive Performance car. That's been pretty much the class of the GTM field. Car 17 is going to get a drive-through. Their day has not gone well here.
No, that's it.
That's 9th position for the AF Corsa car that has had 3 third positions in GT. New fastest lap of the race as we watch this.
Rinaldi Racing, I think, have just pulled a little bit of a stunt here. They have got all of their endurance lights on their car, and that is it is really distracting. It is when you've got a car behind you with that much light on. It is really tough to deal with, and so Ollie's going to have his rear view camera full whited out from all of that high beam action behind him. Yeah,
I sincerely hope it's not too late for little Milo Milroy, who we spotted on social media with a cracking bit of film, cheering Dad on and screaming so his dad could hear him. Absolutely
wonderful
excellent stuff. And watching from the hotel balcony that just overlooks turn 14. That's exactly what you see. It's a lovely kid.
Lovely to see, he really was.
And hopefully he is able to watch Dad doing what Dad does here, driving McLarens very quickly indeed.
Yeah, he's soaking up the pressure at the moment.
Isn't he just?
He is.
And actually beginning to close the gap to Frankie Bird again here.
Yeah, just all about just hitting your marks, just executing those exits and making sure you're not oversliding the car too much. It looks like Mick. Oh, the 72 car.
Trouble. Oh, I was just about to say they're in the pit lane. I thought this was the point at which they were going to kind of wind up this
much
bit.
activity.
No.
Mick Grenier going down the inside of David Rigon. Is he going to get it done?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's go.
But
no.
But I would say that the Mercedes is now going to have the ponies to get round the outside of David, and David is going to be going, just go away.
Yes, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
He's going to be frustrated by
this. He's flashing his lights. I think more at the Mercedes than he is.
He really is.
Get out of this. And he's done it. He's got by and unlapped himself from the 55 car. Here comes the leader.
Yeah.
This is Paul di Resta. He'll be taking few, if any, prisoners.
Yeah. That's going to frustrate David.
Oh. This is helping Ollie Milroy.
Yeah, it is. And Paul's just casually passing them all around the outside into turn 12, 13. Is he just going to wait, breathe it before getting through 14? Yeah, David's, I think he's going to be pretty furious about that Mick's got by him.
But he's in his own title battle.
He is, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And there is the 20 car. That has allowed Ollie Milroy. Remember, it was 3 seconds I called it last time, didn't I? So, closed it by a second. We're going to go another look at that sequence.
Okay, as they're coming down here into turn 6, you can see Mick's just about got the deal done, but David's not having any of it. He comes through and takes the spot back across turn 7. But then Mick, he's got the horsepower, and he is down into turn 9.
Yeah, compromised his line somewhat, didn't he? And this is the way they run. So this is now going to be about what can Ollie Milroy do about continuing to put the pressure on to the other McLaren, the head of that field there. You can see the white and blue car. This one, that is second overall. And he's 48 seconds back from the number 91 Herbeth car.
Yeah.
All sorts of pit stop sequences in play here again.
It does seem the McLaren's a little lighting on the front of the car. I know you don't really need it here under the lights in Abu Dhabi, but sometimes you might just miss a couple of spots, you know, coming through and out of turn 1 into turn 2. It's not that well lit there. You might just be struggling just to see exactly where you are.
Now this is the point where it might all swing back as Matt Bell is now approaching this gaggle of tussling.
Around the outside, Matt is going.
Yep, so he's taking one. Now he's got to deal with Davide Rigon. But the Mick Grenier is catching on to Milroy now.
He is. He's been very quick in that car all series, hasn't he, Mick?
He has. John Corbett, by the way, still working that gap to LMP2 AM leader Eric Trillier. We'll keep an eye on that one as we're watching this, because this is great stuff again. And Matt Bell up the inside this time, manages that one. That will help Milroy for this lap. What's the gap looking like to Frankie Bird?
And Frankie Bird's just been given a black and white flag for abusing track limits, so he's on his final warning.
Right. And there's the car between these two. Gap between the two is just still about 2 seconds.
If I was Ollie, I would just try and let Mick Grenier by in as nice a spot as possible, maybe coming down possibly into turn 5, but more likely into turn 6. And I think that's what he's trying to do right now.
Yep, let's wait and see if that does happen. So he doesn't want any possibility. He's done exactly that, spot on.
Goes.
Now he gets the opportunity for the toe.
Yep, and he's trying not to lose any time, but David is wise to it.
Isn't he?
And he's going to be holding himself. He's getting 2 cars towing him down the straight. It does have an effect.
Great stuff.
Multiple car tows.
What kind of... can you feel it?
No, but you just start picking up. The RPM just starts to climb just that little bit quicker. And you definitely arrive at that break point just that little bit quicker. But from 2 cars, it's not double, but you certainly feel that effect when you're in a multiple car tow.
So behind, by the way, Davide Rigon, Marco Seifried in the 99 car, and Alessandro Pierguidi now 4 seconds behind. But the 99 car has caught this train. We said it probably would.
Yeah.
And he's right now with Davide Rigon. And Marco Seifried would be no respecter of reputation or the class here. He just wants to win the race. That is our 3rd place car, Inception Racing. There's the 4th place car, Rinaldi Racing. Then it's the 5th place car, Herbeth Racing. And I reckon you do well to get a Sunday supplement between each of those.
Yeah. Ollie's now going to have his mirrors and his rear view camera full of David's Ferrari again.
Kevin Weeder, by the way, is rejoined in the high-class racing car. So remember, I think I'm right, that ARC Bratislava not only need to get by the 39 car, but also probably need both of those cars not to finish the race.
Right.
But either way, they're going to be pushing on here. Gappy's now being held, by the way, in that battle to about 10 seconds. It's been a good run here, again, from the ARC Bratislava team. Watch this space for news where we might see Aligier back again in international sports car racing just later this season, and that might have something to do with what happens or doesn't happen in the LMP3 title battle here.
There's the crew of the SPS team, and they're cheering on Mick as he's scything through the traffic. He's certainly made an impact here in the Asia Le Mans Series this year.
Frank Bird has pulled away again a little here.
Yeah, and
because Ollie Milroy's now under pressure. And where's the Herbeth car gone?
I'm not sure, but the Kessel car's
it's on
right
pit
there.
lane. It's on pit lane. Yellow flag at turn 1.
Well, that's not good. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there. Somebody's had a spin, hopefully, to the outside into that runoff area. We're not seeing it right now, but Ollie Milroy is still under pressure from David, and he is really trying to push him into a mistake, but Ollie's doing what he does well.
No car there,
driving
so I
around.
wonder if we've got D-Station Racing has stopped somewhere. Tom Gamble. It's stopped on the main straight. There it is, underneath the gantry. So Tom Gamble has stopped.
This could be a full course yellow here.
Unless he can get the car restarted, I think it's inevitable.
Yeah, everything's out on the car. Looks like he's lost.
And we are going
power.
immediately to full course yellow in just about 30 seconds' time.
Yeah. And what's this going to do with the strategy? Some teams going to roll the dice here. It's a bit too far out for some of these GT runners to get to the end.
The key thing here is, what do people need to do with drive time? That could be where this does play a part. And we're going to be going to that full course yellow in about 5 seconds' time.
Yeah. There we go.
And all of a sudden they turn the noise off. It is remarkable, really.
Yeah. So. I think we're going to go to.
Well, let's do that. We've got a full course yellow again. We'll keep an eye on the on-track action. While we're doing that, we're going to have a look at something that Ollie had a go at a little earlier this week to talk about just what goes through, what happens with a driver for a pit stop. So let's go and have a look at that right now.
I'm down here in the pit lane of Yas Marina. I know Oman Racing number 69 entry. I'm going to talk you through a pit stop from the driver's perspective in the Asian Le Mans Series. The lap before the pit stop, you're called on the radio by the team. You acknowledge that with a radio message. You arrive in pit lane. You're making sure you've got the car down to speed. So you arrive in the pit box, the engine stops, and at that point they can plug in the fuel nozzle to get the total energies fuel into the car. So once the engine is stopped, you can then undo the belts. You've gone for the window net. The window net's out the way. You've then gone for the door. So by the time you've got to the door, your teammate is there. He's then helping you with the door open. You're then jumping out of the seat as quickly as you can. He's then most probably got a seat insert that's going to go into the seat. He's got to place that in place and then jump into the seat. He's then got to locate the pedal box. He's then got to start doing all the belts. So you help with the belts, you've helped with the window net, you've shut the door, you've then run back behind the line. And then as the new driver in the car, you're cinching down the belts, getting yourself prepared, everything in place. You're then looking and watching the boys changing all of those Michelin tyres, focused on the mechanics, finishing that final wheel. The car's on the ground, you're watching the car controller, you've started the engine, you're waiting for the lollipop to come up, you're then released back out into pit lane, you're on pit lane speed limit, you're getting towards the end of the pit lane, you get there, you release pit lane speed limit, and it's back to racing.
Well, we'll wait for Ollie to run back from the Oman Racing pits where he's filming that right. No, he's not. Of course, he isn't. But intensive moment, isn't it?
It is.
You know, you can hear it in your voice. You were living that again, weren't you?
I was. Just the hundreds of pit stops I've done over my years of racing with Corvette Racing. Very well drilled they were, but yeah, you have it all sort of ingrained into the brain, and it's something that's hard to forget.
Absolutely. It's 77 car, that's a sad sight, and that will be the end of the race for the number 77 D-Station Racing Aston Martin. Tom Gamble, clearly something went wrong right at the end of that lap, because otherwise he presumably would have pitted
Yes.
if he knew he got a problem.
It's likely that it just all switched off. He's had a big...
At the worst possible moment.
Big failure of some sort. Yeah, it's a real shame. They were going well. They've been fast this weekend. If Tom was fast in the car in the race yesterday, and it looked like he was going to be very quick again today.
You can see that that's unique pit exit here at Yas Marina, where they dip down pit out and the tunnel underneath the road to exit on driver's left at the exit of turn 1.
There's plenty of pit lane activity here. The SPS boys on pit lane, and the crew are going with the fuel.
Also on pit lane, by the way, is the Garage 59 car, number 88 from second place. Up into third is Davide Rigon. Now, that's because the 7 car is pitted.
Right.
So this is where it starts to wind out again. We've got a very interesting next few minutes when this goes back to green.
Yeah, I think Inception will now have Ben Barnicoat on board this final hour and a half of racing.
Yep.
But
They've got to be quite careful here, haven't they, with driver time, because, and it caught out a couple of teams in the first couple of races, because it's not 4 hours, it's 4 hours and a lap. And a couple of 3 of those teams did make a bit of an error and had minor adjustments to their time, including the top 2, I think, in GT.
Yeah, and particularly if that final lap is long or slow, full course yellow lap, or behind safety car, and trying to build that into your strategy, particularly when you're just trying to get it to those last seconds.
What a nightmare.
It's really difficult for the teams and the strategist to figure that out, and they'll be working hard behind the laptop right now.
So we've lost the 21 car, the Conrad Motorsport car, the car unable to start after that spin down at turn 5 early in the race. The 77 car has just, I'm afraid, given up the ghost, so that will be 2 of the 37 cars out of the race, with an hour and a half plus change to come in not just this race, but the season. We're getting close to the point where we can start now to think and talk about championship points. The one championship that has been settled before the race this evening is the overall championship and the LMP2 championship. This car effectively invisible in that run, and we'll explain why in just a moment. The 23 can win the race, doesn't earn points. The reason it doesn't earn points as we look at the 99 car in GT Am, the 17 car, the 48 Porsche just leaving there, the bright green car. This is all about Josh Pearson and his development. The team from United Autosports opting to rent the track here earlier in race week. That is not permitted within the rules.
No.
You can't test in race week outside an official session. United knew that, acknowledged that, discussed that with the race organisers and the rule makers, and the effective deal that was done is that they can come and race, but they won't score points. That's what it's all about. They are effectively, for points, invisible. That was the bit of the confusion yesterday evening, which is why we only confirmed today that the number 4 car is indeed the championship winning car and will go to Le Mans in 2020, courtesy of one of 3 automatic invitations to Le Mans that come from the Asian Le Mans Series this year.
Yep, that's great to see. We're just watching the number 74 car. This was the car that missed Dubai, the Kessel Racing car, because one of their drivers was unwell.
It's Mikkel Jensen that came in that car, and seemed to be just a little bit of doubt as to whether or not that car was ready. A little bit of damage there.
Yeah, they've got a new nose on it.
They have. So Mikkel Jensen, one of 2 drivers here who will be part of the Peugeot hypercar team later this season.
Yeah, Paul's one of them, Paul de Resta.
And the other one is Mikkel. Yeah, there you go. So, you know, we've got 2/6, 1/3 of that announced driver team. We wait with bated breath in days, promised within the next week or so, for Peugeot to tell us when we're going to see the 9X8 car. I know sports car fans around the world are very keen to see this radically styled, no rear wing on that car. As out comes the 91 car. Came in from the lead, remember?
Yeah,
Robert Renauer.
17 car left the pit lane, and it didn't have its lights on.
That's going to be, they need to do that.
Of course, yeah.
With or without the floodlights, lights front and rear. And just hearing from the director that, indeed, back into proceedings, Lawrence Hoer has come back out in that number 2 car. Good to see them back out. We want to see them finish this race.
Yeah.
They're going to, the moment, running 8th and laps down, very sadly, and quite a lot of laps down.
Yeah, some 18, I think.
Yeah, still in the pit garage, I'm afraid, are our Finnish friends from Karajan Kempi.
Yeah, when we saw...
Green
back
flag.
to green, yeah.
There is the number 2 car, by the way, in the background there, coming into turn 5 now. That is our LMP2 Amlin. Oh, a big slide there.
Yeah.
Colder tyres, I guess. And there is the number 44 car. That's the gap. So the 2nd car in the order here, the black nose car there, actually blue. And then the 4th car, the bright yellow car, that is the battle for LMP2 Am. And trust me, ARC Bratislava will want this win and will celebrate it like few teams in motorsport if they get it.
Yeah. John Corbett behind the wheel of that car. He's going to be pressing on, see if he can make an impact. And it's Eric Trullier in the Graf Racing 39 car. We're watching the number 2 car, DKR car, and that's got Lawrence Hoer back behind the wheel, and he's weaving. I think he might still have a bit of a problem, actually, Lawrence. He's not at racing speed there. And that is sad to see still that he's not up to speed. Maybe he was just trying to get that traffic to go by. but I think that he's going to be returning to the pit box. I think that there might be some other issue, maybe mechanical issue with that car.
Yeah, David Regan is dropping down the order here after that latest pit stop. So was that a long pit stop from Rinaldi? It wasn't, it was spot on.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happened there. Here comes Matt Bell.
Yeah, there's a 91 car there. It's leading in GT. Robert Renaud is now on board.
From Alessandro Piaguidi.
Wow.
Now that's because Alessandro has had a run through pit lane for some reason. That will be track limits. I think he was on a final warning, black and white flag. So I wonder whether or not there's been a penalty for Piaguidi that we've not seen on screen. Andrew Watson now running third. Marvin Kirchhofer now aboard the number 88 car.
I think this is all a little bit switched up because some teams pitted, some teams didn't.
So this is going to be yet another race, Ollie. Oh joy, where we've got teams in the lead group on about 3 different pit stop strategies.
Yeah, and we're going to have teams asking us afterwards, going, "You didn't know? You didn't know?"
Yeah, it's easy when you've got someone employed as a strategist, isn't it? I'm just here in this booth with a TV screen,
with me,
a timing screen, and a living legend, and Ollie Gavin.
Exactly. Just add that. 91 car coming down into turn 9. Robert working his way through. He's taking the wider line there, V'ing the corner off and then out and slingshotting off of there.
You keep your eye on the TV action. While you're doing that, what I'm going to do is to talk about where we are in terms of potential championship positions as we stand. As we said, United Autosports are leading this race a lap up the 23 car in the hands of Paul Di Resta from the championship winners, Nielsen Racing, Matt Bell. He's 2 laps up on the LMP2 AM leader, the 39 car, on its way to a championship win here in LMP2 AM. There is no automatic Le Mans invitation for that car, but it won't do them any harm when it comes to the selection committee very soon. John Corbett has closed that gap, is now under 5 seconds back in the ARC Bratislava car, in second place in LMP2 AM. The third car, after that delay for high-class racing, is way down the order, but is running. LMP3 at the moment, led by G-Drive Racing again. Vladislav Gutac is 10 seconds to the good from Ondřej Still aboard the Rinaldi Racing number 22 car. Then it's the 27 CD Sport car. Antoine Ducan is ahead of Colin Noble on the road, 10 seconds apart, that pair, and that at the moment is the 27 on the way to a championship victory for CD Sports. Amazing story from that team here. In GT, the number 91 Herberth Motorsports Porsche, we've seen that car just out of pit lane. Ahead of this car, the number 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Piaguidi, who I think has just ceded the lead after those pit stops, having taken a drive-through penalty. Andrew Watson is looking to get up to terms with Piaguidi, the reigning world champion from the WEC GTE standings. This is the 51 car, and that is third for the Optima Motorsport number 42. Then we have a pair of the McLarens, Garage 59's Marvin Kirchhofer, with Ben Barnicoat just 5 seconds back and just putting in the fastest lap of the number 7's race. As things stand, that would be Inception Racing coming home with the title.
Yes.
One final one to call, and that is the GT AM, my apologies. Herberth Motorsports, having just changed drivers from Markus Seefried to Finn Gerschitz. He's got the lead in GT AM and is 1 position ahead of, and just 8 seconds ahead of, Mick Grenier in the SPS Automotive Performance car, that if it stays in that position, will win the title. That's how they stand. We're
just watching Alessandro Piaguidi weaving his way and finding his way around this Yas Marina racetrack. Fine work. He's world champion. I mean, he's won nearly everything.
Spa 24 with an amazing pass for the lead in the late stages in the wet. IGTC, you know, it just seems, it's like Kevin Estre was a year or so ago. Yeah. Everything he touches turns to top steps on podiums, and is, you know, he's exuding that confidence. But what's impressed me here, Ollie, in the Asian Le Mans Series, he's here not with a crew that is expected to win the championship, with Francesco Piavanetti, a true gentleman driver, with Victor Gomez, young protege of another Puerto Rican driver, young protege of Piavanetti. And I've watched Alessandro in that environment, doing what he's here to do, which is not just to provide blistering pace, but to provide encouragement and guidance and coaching for those players.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he did that, I thought, with real feeling for the passion that's involved here.
Setting a fantastic standard, and it's exactly what you want from your ultimate pro, is to be able to pass on that knowledge, that insight, that ability that he has to read a race and pass on any experience he possibly can, and just make those drivers, those teammates he has, better packages when they come to racing, whether it's at this weekend or future races.
Yep.
And that's exactly what you want from your ultimate pro there.
This is the third place car in GT, and this is the first of a train of 3 McLarens, third, fourth and fifth at the moment.
Yeah, I think that these guys are on a slightly different strategy to Inception, but Andrew Watson and Nick Moss beforehand, and Joe Osborne is going to be in the car after Andrew. But all 3 of these guys, I think, have done a phenomenal job all the way through the Asian Le Mans Series. Yeah, they've just been off the podium every time. And I saw Joe just before the start of the race, and we were having a bit of a laugh and a joke about, well, you know, where are you going to finish today? And Joe was saying, well, we're going to see if we can still got ourselves up to 4th place, but from our lowest grid position of the whole series.
And here they are running third at the moment.
Exactly, so they might go one better. Who knows?
So just looking, it is 18 seconds behind Andrew Watts at the moment is Marvin Kirchhoffer, who has got Ben Barnicoat just 5 seconds behind him. And then behind that, it is Ben Barker in the dynamic
just been
car.
warned for track limits. Ben, car backwards.
Is that the 49?
It is. I think it is the 49.
So the 49's had a traumatic run here.
Oh dear.
And is that who is in the 49 now? It is Kevin Weeder.
Yeah.
Axel Jeffries gets a warning about track limits. Turn 3 and turn 5. There's the 69 car, one of our visual favourites this year in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Beautiful looking car.
It's a yellow flag at turn 13. That will be for Kevin Weeder, trying to regain the racing surface.
Yeah, Matt Bell is still behind the wheel in the number 4 car. He's just coming down here just behind Johnny Adam.
That says it's the 39, but I'm sure that was the 49.
Yeah, it was the 49. I'm sure of it.
And by the way, I think we do need to see where the 39 is, because that's now a battle between the Orica and the...
Eric Trullier and John Corbett. Yeah, in... Matt just working his way through the traffic, coming through and off of turn 5. Done another stellar job in this car.
So, battles and tussles all around this track. So I wonder, have we had a problem for both of the Oricas? Because that gap has come down and come down quickly. 49 stopped at turn 9. Well, that wasn't turn 9.
No.
That was turn 13.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye, and if we can pick up the LMP2AM lead battle.
Axel Jeffries is being warned again for track limits at turn 3 and turn 5. So that must be as he's coming through that fast sweeping series of bends at the top of the hill and then exiting turn 5 onto turn 6, down to turn 6. That's where he's getting pinged. Watching Matt just work his way underneath the bridge here at the hotel, the W Hotel, and this corner here, which is tricky. Looks like there's a bit of debris there on the track. Was that from the 49 car, maybe?
Maybe. They've had a horrible afternoon, haven't they?
Yeah, not been nice.
I think he may have pitted. He has pitted that car. The 49 is back on pit lane.
There's the Graf car. There's the 39 car.
So where is the 44? There. Yeah, this is the battle for LMP2AM. So John Corbett having a good old go at this, isn't he?
Yeah, is the Graf car wounded? Has it got a bit of an issue? We don't want to take anything away from John Corbett. But
John Corbett's pace has been good and looks like he's looking racy here for a go back past the car. And the 39 not able at the moment to get by the 48 Porsche. Does so now, but Corbett gets the better run in. Is he going to go launch back? Oh, dear me.
44 got his nose chopped off there. Who's in the 48 right now? So it's Stephanie Cox.
It is Stephanie Cox.
Yeah.
Manages to get by here. That's given a bit of a breather to the 39 car. The Hans-Eric Trullier.
He's been good. He's been pretty solid throughout the Asian Le Mans Series, but it doesn't look happy today. Not in the 39. It just doesn't look very comfortable.
So this is for a class win and a top step of the podium. And as I said, trust me, if this happens, there will be a party in this paddock, the like of which the Asian Le Mans Series is seldom seen. There are few parties like a Slovakian party. It's Mira Konopka. We call him Heroic and miraculous, but it's always fun but serious with these guys.
Oh, John's just, he lit the rear wheels up there, just got himself a little bit sideways, spooked him, I think.
Yeah, just not to get overexcited here. He's closed a 10-second gap here.
He just needs to just keep to his rhythm, don't get overexcited, don't reach for the pass. Just keep doing what you've been doing. You've closed that gap down. He's clearly got a performance advantage over that Graf car. Don't throw it all away at this last second.
We talked last night about the safety car drivers here, and both of the safety car staff here at Yas Marina are female drivers.
Yes.
And this ARC Bratislava team, one of a number, I think about half the teams here with senior team management who are female, and includes Michaela at ARC Bratislava, who was the person of the series a couple of seasons back, and quite correctly so.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've met Michaela, you know, just always a smile.
Yeah.
Always
super positive.
Super positive, super, you know, absolutely up for the competition, the fight.
But clearly does a great job there, and yeah, she does fantastic work.
Oh, that was close. Oh, was it close?
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Oh,
no. And
No,
that's a 17.
no.
That's going to be a penalty, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and that car is going to be wounded now. Unless he can get it out of there, it's going to be...
There was never a way through there.
No, that was a lunge, and we're just talking about John Corbett just picking his points. Don't get overexcited. No. Just keep delivering on what you had been doing, and that contact there is going to lead to a penalty.
Let's hope that 17 car kept out of the wall.
I think he just got into it. I saw the barrier just move a little. I
so
think
the
it's going to be a
car, by the way,
17.
Vincent Abril that was, and is dropping down the order as you might expect.
Yeah, bang goes that chance. Their chances of any championship. I mean, there was always an outside chance.
Yeah, so that's another one out of it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's a real shame for them.
So let's wait and see. Car hit barrier and stopped at turn 3. If that's the case, it's going to be another full course yellow. And it's again in that no man's land for most of these teams in strategy terms.
But I think if you were in a GT car, you would take this and you could make it work to the end, I think, from here, if it goes full course yellow in the next minute or so.
So if that car can't move...
Yeah, we're going to see this now, this replay.
Talk us through this one, Ollie.
Yeah, so...
39 comes to the pits.
As...
Safety car.
We've got a safety car now. So as the 39 and the 44 come down with the 17 car in front down into turn 1, the Graf car gets the move done into turn 1 cleanly. And Vincent Abril is coming through and off the corner, but John Corbett, he's trying to make the move and he decides to go up the inside, but there's not enough room there. Vincent has already turned in, and then there's contact and he strikes the barrier. That's really, really hard lines for the AF Corsa car, and they have driven really well throughout this Asian Le Mans series, and they kept themselves pretty much in contention throughout, but that's a rough end for them.
That's it, the car in the barriers, and that is going to go no further. Safety car has been deployed.
This is different now with the safety car. It's not full course yellow.
No, this is going to close up the field. And we'll take a look at when these cars get under the control of the safety car. There is a little bit of damage on the right-hand side, the front of that car. I suspect it might be a piece of Ferrari.
Yeah, it's likely.
But that's rotten luck for the 17 in particular.
As the safety car is out, that means the pit entry is closed.
Well, we did see the 39 car dive for the pits just before that was called.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's that. I think that will win them the race.
Right, and they were most probably sitting there thinking they're going to do this. They are going to do this.
So while we're getting this car under the control of the safety car, let's go down to Nadia. She's got Tom Gamble out the race, I'm afraid, with the number 77 D-Station Racing Aston Martin.
Yes, we do have Tom Gamble, who was in the car for car 77 when it stopped on the track just now. I guess we better ask the man himself what actually happened. So Tom, maybe you can tell us what happened.
Yeah, not too sure what you said there because of the noise, but yeah, we had a bit of a tough one there. Obviously, we had a really strong race yesterday until a drive-through for track limits, which, you know, was my fault really, so it would have been nice to pay the team back today with a really good result, which I think was on the cards because the D station Aston Martin this weekend's been really, really strong. But yeah, it was going quite well then, and then sadly had what we believe was a drive shaft failure. So yeah, really you know, tough way to end the Asian Le Mans series, but yeah, it's a real shame.
Right, but you guys have given a fantastic performance the past 3 races. You heard it from the man himself, Tom Gamble from D Station.
So thank you for that, Nadia, and thanks, Tom. That's rotten luck for the D Station Racing team. They are, I'm afraid, out the race. Can tell you that we have seen Vincent Arbriel out of that car. I thought looking a little bit winded, sitting on top of the barrier, just taking a time to think about what's just gone on to put that car out of the race. The 17 car, I'm afraid, becomes our 3rd retirement from this race after a brush with the 44 car, sent the 17 AF Corsa car out of 11th position in GT. It's one of our title contenders, into the barrier and out of the race. So a sad end to their efforts. They were sitting 3rd in the points this evening after 3 third-place finishes. Arbriel has been one of the stars of this Asian Le Mans Series 2022. The field under the control now of the safety car, and that will allow the team to go and attend to the car in the barrier to get Vincent to a place of safety, and if there does need to be repairs to the deformable panels that protect that wall, that can be done at the same time. So more or less the whole field is now behind this safety car. That will allow any intervention vehicles that need to be deployed to get to the site, incident site. And I'll say for Ollie Gavin's benefit that we have seen Vincent out of the car, sitting on the barrier, looking a bit winded. And we'll get to that with the medical car. I'm sure that's got Vincent aboard, and we'll take him to the medical centre. The way the rules work, and you'll know this well, Ollie, impacts of a certain level will require an immediate mandatory visit to the medical centre.
Yeah,
there goes the medical car.
If the light's on inside the car, which is recording the G-loading of the car has experienced in the accident, then it is immediately that he has to then go in the medical car and then back to the medical centre to have an examination, and then they make an assessment on him and whether they then need to send him off for further examination, whether it's a scan or anything like that. But fingers crossed he is okay.
I'm hoping we're going to get another chance to see that Vincent was out the car and sitting on top of the barrier, just thinking about things. Flatbed is here for the recovery of the car. You can see the intervention teams on the inside there. They'll be checking that the barriers, you can see those deformable panels in front of the wall, that they're okay and won't need to be replaced. We'll wait and see what is required there. We are an hour and 10 minutes from the end of this race and this season, and we'll give you another read through shortly under the safety car of what this has done in terms of the overall points positions, particularly in GT. 44 car, by the way, has come into the pits, but the pits are closed.
Yeah, so they are going to have some problems with that.
They're coming straight through by the look of it.
Yeah, they may well actually have had an issue with the car, or it was maybe a miscommunication, and John Corbett didn't recognise that the pits were still closed. Maybe they've got a puncture.
Maybe they've got a puncture.
Yeah.
That might be it. 35 seconds on pit lane. That wasn't a lot. It's not a run through the pits. It's not a drive-through time. So that's a very brief stop, about 15 seconds. Might be just one tyre for emergency service.
Could be for emergency service, yeah.
Or I can tell you this, we don't have the pictures to show you. I can tell you, I have seen pictures of Vincent Arbriel having got out of the car himself, sitting on top of the barrier, looking, I think, a little bit winded, but otherwise he seemed okay at that stage.
That's good. Yeah.
So never nice to see a car in a barrier.
No, it's not, and that's a quick corner there. You know, they would be coming through there, 5th gear, a bit of a breathe, and it's a very fast part of the racetrack.
Well, let's take the opportunity while we've got the cars under the control of the safety car just to go back through those championship positions. Again, in LMP2 overall, the championship was settled last night. It is the number 4 car, the Nielsen Racing car of Matt Bell at the wheel at the moment. We've got Ben Hanley to come. Rodrigo Sales has done his time at the wheel of the number 4. Nielsen Racing, for the second time in 3 seasons, my apologies, will earn through the Asian Le Mans Series an automatic entry to the Le Mans 24 Hours, and that will happen this year in LMP2. And it will be those same 3 drivers that will take that car to the Great Race. The 23 car is effectively here, is invisible for points, but will, of course, if it continues on the track it's on the moment, take the race win. And my guess is when the pits open again, it won't be long before we see Josh Pearson back at the wheel of this car. LMP2 AM, we've got ARC Bratislava currently leading this race. Graf Racing took a full pit stop as the 17 car was recovered to the flatbed. But ARC Bratislava have gone into the pits for emergency attention during the safety car period while the pit entry is closed. We've also got the matter of decision about what's going to happen about that contact, and my guess would be this effectively seals the championship for the 39 car as things stand. In LMP3, G-Drive Racing lead the race from the number 20, so it's 26. Ligier leads from the 22 Rinaldi Racing Duquesne from the number 27, the championship leading LMP3, as there's a wave by going on at the moment.
Pass around started.
So let's just explain to those that are wondering what is going on here. What is this about?
So the race control have said that all of the current cars that are not behind on the lead lap, behind the race leader, are being waved by and allowed to continue round and get a lap back on everyone. So that's what's happening right now. We're having a number of GT runners who are able to get laps back.
Did see one of the Garage 59 McLaren seemingly unsure of what he needed to do in that situation.
Yeah, and you're being given guidance by the team, and we might see a couple of shots of engineers working frantically, team managers on the radio trying to give their drivers the instructions of what they can and what they can't do, if they're eligible for it or if they're not. And as a driver, you don't know. Yep. You need to be told that information, and it can be really a very confusing time. And the key thing is to actually keep off the radio as a driver. Yep. Don't be asking the question, just wait. You need to be waiting for that information to come, so you're not jamming you're not talking over one another.
Yep, not sure whether or not it was the 88 or the 59 that was unsure of strategy. If it was the 59, it's somewhat ironic, because that's James Vowles, who is, of course, the Mercedes Formula One team strategist for Lewis Hamilton.
Yes.
And he's, at the moment, after that traumatic early stint for Manuel Maldonado, well down the field. LMP3, as things stand, I think is going the way of the 27 CD Sport car. But this, of course, is going to make things interesting because Colin Noble is right behind the championship leader in this train.
Yes.
Needs to pass, needs to win. Not sure he's in a position to be able to do that because, no, in fact, 1, 2, 3, the top 4 in LMP3 are nose to tail in this field. There's the leader, there's second, there's third, there's fourth.
Wonder how this is going to mix things up here as they come across the line.
Then we get to the GT class, and with the 17 car now eliminated not just from the race, but from, I'm afraid, the championship possibilities. That leaves us with Herbeth Motorsport leading this race, and they are in with a mathematical chance of winning, but they need both the 7 and the 55 to not finish. This has swung very firmly the way of Inception Racing, who currently, with Ben Barnicoat running in 4th position in this race, and that because they're ahead of their title rivals, the 55.
And I think when they come to do their final stop, they can take less fuel than the 55 car.
Yeah, and well, anybody that is stopping for the final time now, and that will be when the pits reopen, can go to the end here in either in GT, and not too much further down the road in LMP3 as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what we've not yet had a chance to see is whether or not there is barrier damage.
The safety car is doing something very unusual here. It's keeping all the way to the left-hand side as it's going down in between 5 and 6.
Well, maybe that is just to enable anybody else that has to have passed by. But taking instruction from race control without a shadow of a doubt.
But the cars behind are using the full width of the track.
And look as well behind this pair. That is Paul di Resta and Matt Bell. And that is Matt a lap down and with still another potential possibility of unlapping himself.
Yeah, but they're going to pit, aren't they?
They are.
They are going to pit now to get Ben Hanley in the car.
Pit entry is now open. So this time around, we're going to see, I think, all the GTs come for it.
Yeah.
And my guess is at this stage, probably the P3s as well if they absolutely need to.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's a good chance that the P3 could make it from here.
It's tight.
It is going to be tight, but you are going to have at least another lap.
Well, I mean,
of safety car.
It's tight to the point that what we've seen with these new cars from 2020 is the rules have been changed in the Michelin Le Mans Cup 2-hour races normally, because there's been an issue in terms of fuel consumption for these cars with the new 5.6-litre engine. Those races this year will be 1 hour and 50 minutes. To enable them to do it with one fuel stop. It turned into the world's most complicated endurance race. So while we're waiting for the teams to come in, we're just going to go to our highlights for the final, for the third hour. With the race coming towards darkness, it was all about the two leading cars, the Oreca's from United Autosports and the number 4 Nielsen Racing car, trying to get back onto the lead lap. The Nielsen Racing car, the 42 Optimum Racing McLaren having a fine run here. And the 51 with Alessandro Pierguidi climbing aboard, got himself up into second place as darkness fell. But the lead, after winning last night with huge fortune coming the way of Herbert, it was a much cleaner run to the lead for the number 91 car. The 44 car, this was the incident that finished the hour, and that was a clash with the number 17 AF Corsa Ferrari, putting Vincent Abril from 11th place in GT into the wall at turn 3 and out of the race. The number 72 finish entered Campi Caroline car. That car is effectively out of the running and still on pit lane after running well up the field. This was the battle before that clash for the lead in LMP2 and the podium position overall. It was John Corbett just losing the car a little bit there and losing a little bit of patience, I'm afraid, which led to the 17 cars clash at turn 3. This had promised much, but it ended with the race under safety car. Second place in LMP2 by dint of some pace from the Ligier tonight and some problems for the high-class racing car. There's way further down the order. Here's your second place car and championship winner number 4 from Nielsen Racing. It's the 23 car leads the race.
Well, thanks for that, Graham. We're now watching the 23 car on pit lane, having this most probably one of its final pit stops. It's done a full tyre change, fuel, pushing it back to see if they can get off of their pit box and back into racing here. They were just bottled up there behind, I think, the DKR car that was still there in their pit box.
This is the DKR car, back into the racing.
And they're just being released now back out into racing. Oh, that was close with the Porsche. Yeah, the car controller there was cutting it fine.
We could tell you who's on pit lane, but the answer at the moment is most of them.
Yeah, everyone, really.
Except Nielsen Racing didn't. Have taken track position, got themselves back onto the lead lap. It's then a matter of just how much longer as we go 20 seconds from the end of the third hour.
Interestingly, in GT, David Rigon and Rinaldi Racing, the 55 car, they did not. They did not pit.
But the 7 car did. No, they didn't. They didn't. So leading the race in GT now is a group of 3 cars that have clearly opted not to pit at that point, and that's the 12 Dynamic car. Ben Barker leads the race, Charlie Eastwood second, David Rigon third, but none of those cars pitted as the pits open. So they will need at least one more stop. Everybody on pit road at the moment, and that is everybody down from 4th to 14th, does not need to pit again.
Right. So I just had an update.
In comes the safety car. We're going to go back to green flag running. And leading away will be Matt Bell. Now back onto the lead lap. And with a clear track ahead of him, I've not yet seen Ben Hanley.
No, but it sometimes has taken a moment or two to update.
He didn't pit. The number 4 car didn't pit.
Oh, okay.
So United Autosports lead the race. And still, Josh Pearson is back in the car now, is the other point to make here. So
but
Josh
Matt's
Pearson
back on the same lap as United.
He is indeed. So there will be one more pit stop for both those lead cars. But the United car will have a full tank of fuel aboard.
It will.
Matt Bell will not.
Yeah, they're just rolling the dice there a little bit just to see if they could push it into doing something.
So we'll look at the real world gap as they clear the line next time around. That will be not this lap, but the next lap.
Yeah, Matt's got the absolute pleasure of driving on a completely open racetrack and nobody in front of him, and it's all clear, and he can just crack on.
David Drew now, by the way, aboard the 39 car, and he is in 3rd place overall, comfortably ahead now. Neil Muston, who's climbed aboard the 44.
Yeah.
And, you know, once race control have got to the stage where they're winding down that recovery effort for the 17, we'll see whether or not there's anything in the inbox. 42 car, Ollie?
Joe Osborne on board with that car. They've done their final stop, and Joe will be running to the flag. And they've had a good run, I think. And I think they're sitting in a pretty strong position. It's difficult to know exactly how this is all going to play out, but Optimum have actually run all of their races very well throughout the Asian Le Mans Series this year.
10th at the moment in the order. Where is the Inception car? The Inception car is 7th.
Yeah.
Who's ahead? The 55 car is ahead. The 91 car is ahead. They're the other 2 cars that can take this title.
So currently, with Rinaldi 3rd, Inception being 7th, Inception still take the title if it was to finish right now.
Yeah. I think Rinaldi have thrown the dice for track position in the hope there'll be another
something.
There'll be another full course caution that will allow them to take the track position and then take their final stop. But it's an odd strategy, isn't it?
It is. It's a long shot.
It's a huge long shot, but I'm not sure what else they've got.
No.
The incident involving car 44, that was John Corbett in the ARC Bratislava car, and the 17 AF Corsa Ferrari is under investigation.
Yeah.
Here is the 49 car, much delayed now, I'm afraid. This is our championship leader in LMP3. And by the way, that the order of the 2 CD Sport cars changed with the result last night, with 27 taking the lead in the championship. Those 2 cars, again. How have Nielsen Racing got to the lead here?
Yeah, again, that could have been just through pit stops. Maybe
because they've burned their 3 and they've just gone through and done a very quick stop.
Yeah.
While the others have taken a short stop earlier, and it's vaulted Nielsen Racing to the lead of the race.
Yeah.
Now,
some 3 seconds Colin Noble is up on Leonard Weiss in Rinaldi Racing. You're going to do a little bit of mathematics.
I am.
Yeah, okay. Still watching the LMP3 battle here for 3rd. Xavier Lavarasis is behind the wheel of the G-Drive Graf Racing car. Amazing they got this car back together after its fire yesterday. Really phenomenal work by that crew, and it's run faultlessly at the moment.
These positions in LMP3 really matter right now.
Right.
Now the other option is, did Colin Noble pit? I think he did, and I think he's taken 40 seconds out of the field around him. So Colin Noble at the moment, the 8 car sits 3rd of the points standings before tonight on 43 points. If he wins this race, that gives us 68 for the 8 car. The 27 car sat on 51 points before tonight. It's currently sitting 4th, but it's 12 points. That would be 63 points. Nielsen take the title.
Wow. The 12 car and the 88 side by side into turn 6.
Could we be in the extraordinary situation where Nielsen Racing win 2 entries to Le Mans?
This would be extraordinary.
David Drew, by the way, puts in the fastest time of the race for the 39 car.
And that's Ben Barker leading in GT at the moment.
He'll be liking this.
Yeah, he will. I spoke to him earlier on as well, just before the start of the race, and he was, pumped up, ready to go.
Well, there's Barker, there's Eastwood, there's Regon. They're 1, 2, 3.
Also, another thing I just saw there, which was something that he was saying was a bit of a problem for the Porsche here this weekend, is the car can be a little bit nervous on the rear on the way into the corners, and they're fighting that a little, and I could see that from that entry into turn 9.
So your top 3 here is the number 12 Porsche. That's the dark coloured, the blue and white 12 car. Then it's the number 69 Oman racing car, our quality street car, just going through there. The metallic purple car, and third place is the Rinaldi racing car, the title contending red and black Ferrari there, with other cars in the mix, and unfortunately for the title contenders, other GT cars in the mix.
Yeah.
34 car, for instance, which is in the hands of Nicky the Cat Katzberg, is out of this and out of the top 10. Checked, by the way, with the team, and the reason for the nickname is because he likes sitting on the windowsill and just staring up the inside there from Paul Di Resta. Sorry, Josh Pearson, rather. It was a very Paul Di Resta move.
It was. Maybe he's been watching.
That's something he's learned. Yeah. There you go. Matt Bell, by the way, puts in the fastest time of the number 4's race, 1:42.4. And that car is coming down towards its final stop, isn't it?
And David Drew has done the same in the number 39 Graf racing car, and they're the 20 and the 99 battling away there.
That might be for the lead in GTM.
Yes. Yeah, and that's Mick Grenier and Finn Gerhards.
It says here, driver Muston reported to the stewards for causing collision. I don't think it was Neil Muston. It certainly showed John Corbett on the timing. It was the car 44, but it did show John Corbett on our timing.
Yeah.
I think Neil Muston's just got aboard. So we got both the battles for GT class lead in the same shot here. This is the battle for GT. Ahead of them, the two dark coloured cars ahead, the AMG and the Porsche, that's the battle for GTM.
It is.
And that is Michael Grenier and Finn Gerschitz battling away. Axel Jeffries a bit further back here, 45 seconds back. So this could get spicy.
Yeah, it is. It's going to get very interesting this last 50 minutes of racing the Asia Le Mans Series here in the 2022 version. We are watching the 20 car into turn 1. And that 99 is being hunted down by the 12, and Ben Barker will be wanting to get by just so he can relieve some of the pressure from behind. Charlie Eastwood is looking to chase him down in the Oman Racing. He's right there on him, and that Oman Racing machine is going to be very quick on the straights.
Good news, bad news for followers of Nielsen Racing. The good news is 1:42.2 now for Matt Bell. Is that very low fuel? Because if that's the case, as we see in the background there, you can just see the Conrad Ginetta behind the wall. He's going to need to stop again before the end of the race.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Team manager car 42. That's the Optimum Motorsports McLaren to race control immediately. And that's Joe Osborne. They're probably going to be asking Joe why he's not fourth and behind the number 17 AF Corsa car. But quick times coming in GT. Klaus Bachler in the number 33 car ahead of Ben Barnicoat. That gap is 3 seconds. And actually Bachler quicker at the moment than Barnicoat. Both those cars putting in the quickest laps of the race so far.
Yeah, it's cooling down.
1:53. Respectively, 33 and number 7.
Ben just taking all of the road there on the exit turn 9 as he comes down into turn 12 here by the hotel. And he's just wanting to get his way by the 99, but I don't think it's going to be very easy because all of the boys in these cars now are the pros, the guys that are very good in all of these machines.
WC racer Ben Barker Aston Martin factory driver Charlie Eastwood, Ferrari factory driver Davide Rigon, Marvin Kirchhoff, a real star, Robert Renauer of the Renauer twins, that are just so good in endurance racing, Klaus Bachler, a Porsche favoured driver, Ben Barnicoat, a past McLaren factory driver, current Lexus factory driver, Arjun Maini just named on the Mercedes AMG roster, and that's just your top 8.
Yeah, it's a real strength in depth in this GT class. Some great teams, great cars, great drivers.
Yep. One gentleman driver in the mix there, Francesco Pivanetti, has got to get back aboard the 51 car. It was Alessandro Pierguidi wrenching the 51 car back up the order.
He made it to the lead, just about.
Just about. Joe Osborne, the 42 Optimum Motorsport car, the McLaren factory man there, Nicky Katzberg. He's a Corvette factory driver. Mikkel Jensen will be a Peugeot factory driver this season. Johnny Adam, a Aston Martin factory driver. I'm getting bored with the same factory driver.
But I think Ben Barker's got a fine run now on the 99. I think he's going to get this done down into turn 9. Just if the rear is going to stay underneath him now as he gets hard on the brakes.
And he gets through and continues in the lead of this race in the dynamic car.
Yeah,
Charlie Eastwood now looking to do what he can do to get by the 99, trying to get the message across through force of blazing headlamps that this is not the fight for the 99 car.
No, but the 99's dropping off the back of the 20.
Isn't he? At this point, Finn Gershitz needs to get out of this battle.
Yeah.
It's not going to help him, is it?
No.
Car 13 and 34 are under investigation for safety car procedures. That is the delayed into Europol car, and the 34 is the Pro Valkenhurst BMW.
Katzberg.
Yeah.
David Rigon has just dropped off the back of this battle here a little, and he's struggling with something there.
Being reminded, and thank you to Lindsay Moore over in the UK, that Marvin Kirchhoff has been recently named as a McLaren factory driver. So one of the odd men out isn't.
Right. Thanks, Lindsay.
It's McLaren factory driver top trumps here. Or just general factory driver top trumps.
I think Charlie Eastwood flashing the lights as he came down into turn 5, just trying to unsettle and see if he can get make that pass. He might have actually done it.
Charlie Eastwood?
No, no, he's not. Sorry, I'm getting my
Eastwood
cars
is
mixed up.
through on the 99 car,
Yeah.
and back onto the back of Ben Barker.
Ben Barker, who goes deep and wide at 6.
He's having a good run though, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah, he is. He is. He looked confident and happy. And he's far happier with the car here this weekend in Yas Marina than they were in Dubai. They couldn't get it hooked up there.
Massive bingo fan, not known much, but Ben Barker, a big bingo fan. Comes from the WC, having an issue with weather coming into Mexico City, and Ben's flight delayed to a holiday resort where the only available entertainment was bingo. And it's a massive lie, but no, since then he's been a big fan.
I thought you were leading into a joke or something.
It's true. It's true. Ben Bingo Barker.
Right, okay. Very good. There's David Rigon coming through 14. He's trying to get back on terms. Those guys in front. It just seems like the pace has dropped out a little bit from that Ferrari. So they've gone a little bit deep on those tyres, maybe.
So that is Nicky Katzberg holding off the number 20 car. Now, that's not for position. Nicky is a lap up on this GTM battle. So we've got really two big groups of GT cars likely split up by that safety car procedure.
Yeah.
Dynamic, Oman Racing, Rinaldi, Garage 59, then the 91 and 33 Herbeth cars, Inception Racing number 7, and the 6 Haupt Racing car. Then we've got Francesco Pivanetti now with Joe Osborne right behind him, Nicky Katzberg and Mikkel Jensen. But before we get back into the GT stakes, let's go down to, with Nadia. She's got Paul de Resta at United Autosports.
The car to Josh Pearson, car number 23 that's leading the pack right now. So of course, Paul, we want to know how was your stint just now, and also how are all the yellow flags affecting the game right now?
it's obviously fairly tricky out there. A lot of safety cars, a lot of full course yellows, and to deal with the pressures going low and where you are. But we're in a good position. I think Josh did a very good job early on in the race. We got a lap. We went a little bit out of sync with pit stops now, but it should be good to the end. And it's all about him if he can finish it off. It's been a nice working weekend with him so far, and to get a double win for him on the week that he's turned 16 is quite incredible. Yeah. And then we go on to Sebring. But you know, the conditions are great. The track's very grippy at this point in the weekend as well, and it's just a joy to drive.
Right, fantastic. Hopefully a good birthday present for him, yeah? Thank you so much, Paul. So all the best to the rest of the team we have. It's just a very short, an hour plus to go.
Thank you very much for that, Nadia, and good to see that the Italian heritage of the De Resta family with the hand gestures helping us there. That's good. It's great to see. It's like an interview with Marino Franchitti. It's like a puppet show. Evening, Marino.
Good to see Paul there. Seems like he's been having a bit of fun, and I think he's been enjoying driving the car around here.
It's trouble for the Optimum Motorsport car. We saw the team manager being called to race control, and that is a drive-through penalty for car 42. That will hurt them badly.
Yeah, then no fourth place, not for them today.
Pit exit red light. That would likely be Joe Osborne.
Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one.
That is a tough one, but still battling away. And this is Ben Barker, bottled up a little bit behind the number 20 car here.
Yeah, he's going to have to find his way past that Mick Grenier car.
But Mick Grenier battling for his own class win here.
Yeah.
And with Nick Katzberg, start again, Nicky Katzberg.
Put your teeth in.
Yes. It's much easier to say Nicky the Cat Katzberg, isn't it? It's just that punctuation you need. Ahead of both of them, and maybe just pushing the AMG back into the clutches of Ben Barker.
Yeah, I'm sure that Mick is a little bit frustrated there behind Nicky, and he's going to try and find his way past, but Nicky doesn't have to let him by.
Oh, trouble.
Somebody's spun around. Is there any fluid down there, or
was that the 91 or the 99?
I think it might have been the 99.
I think it was too, because that car, let's have a look, 91.
91 is going through still seconds.
No, I think it's the 91.
Oh.
I think that was the 91 of Robert Renaud. It was.
Wow. We just got to watch this replay now and see what we can see. This is coming down into turn 6.
There's Renaud.
Yeah.
There's 91. There's the 88.
Ah, what's happened here?
Oh dear.
And he's,
the inside.
88 is just lunged up the inside.
And it's a touch.
Yeah.
And that is the 88 full position, but how's that going to be called?
Yeah. He wasn't there. He wasn't alongside, not in my eyes.
No, I tend to agree. That was a little bit overly ambitious from Aldrin Kirkhoff. Just notice Ben Barker's dropped back here. Ben Barker's lost 2 places because he's pitted. That's why. So Charlie Eastwood leads the race in GT with 41 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So black and white flag, by the way, for the attempt to Audi, their traditional 4th penalty of the evening. Oman Racing leads Rinaldi Racing. This is beginning to switch back a little bit back towards Rinaldi, but we think they've got to pit.
They've got to pit. They've got to pit. I can't see that they can go to the end not without another
I'm sure you're right.
full course yellow period.
So 69 from 55. Those 2 cars did not pit under the safety car. Then the first of the cars that did, but might now well be carrying a penalty possibility, that is the 88 car Marvin Kirchhoffer from Robert Renaud, who was somewhat rudely assaulted there. Then the Herberth Motorsport car, Klaus Bachler aboard. Then Ben Barnicoat, the looming presence of Ben Barnicoat.
Yeah,
because that is the car at the moment that sits in the lead of the points.
Yeah, they're quietly working away. Inception have just been very methodical with their progress through the race today, and just trying to take as little risks as possible and just getting those laps clicked off. Oh, big lunge.
That was the Nielsen on Nielsen move. Keeping an eye, by the way, on the LMP3 battle. That could be absolutely epic at the end.
13 seconds now Colin's got it out to.
He does.
Over Leonard Weiss.
What a result that would be. You can see the 42 car there running through pit lane for the drive-through.
DKR back on track. Looks like the car's back up to speed now.
Sebastian Alvarez aboard the car.
Yes.
So Lawrence Hoer has not got back in that. Oh, I think he ran to the safety car and then got back out. This will be about giving the youngsters the opportunity to be blooded here. There is our new GT leader.
Charlie
And
Eastwood.
again, we think Charlie is likely to have to pit again.
Yes, yes.
So 23 from 4. Just a minute and 7 seconds, by the way, is the gap here with 39 minutes to go. That's not going to be closed on pace, is it?
No.
But LMP3 ahead of the GT leader. Stays out of any battle there, Charlie Eastwood, quite correctly so. Good traction out, but the nimble little LMP3 gets away.
Yeah, that might frustrate him. You know, Sebastian Alvarez kind of threw it in there. And Charlie's sitting there thinking, I'm in the lead and I need to be, you know, keeping that as much lead as possible. And P3 car going through in that way, it only holds you up.
The key battles here, car 44, by the way, pit stop under investigation, already, I think, in trouble. The RC Bratislava team. I believe it was John Corbett, the collision, but pit stop since then. And that's likely the one with the pit stop, the pits entry closed.
Oh, yes.
But so 1 minute and 7 seconds is the lead gap with Matt Bell. They are due on pit lane any time now for the final pit stop, which will be for Ben Hanley to attack.
Yeah.
David Drew with a comfortable lead now in fact, he's on pit lane now, the number 4.
Right.
David Drew, 3rd place overall.
3 wide.
Whoa, at least. Yeah, you're welcome to that, says Johnny Eastwood.
Yes.
Be my guest.
He's now got to get past this gaggle of cars in front of him, the 51. But who's aboard the 51 now?
That is Francesco Pivanetti.
Yeah.
But catching as a result of all this traffic, Johnny Eastwood, 3 wide in.
Yeah. It's a nice
3 there again.
Down. Yeah. Oh, 3 wide off.
Good grief. There is the Rinaldi car, 2nd with Davide Rigon, closing 3 seconds as they crossed the line last time. It's going to be closer, I think, with this traffic. But then Davide has got to deal with this, and we think both have to stop.
Yeah, and it looks like Charlie Eastwood's going to throw it up the inside of the SPS car. And he's got it done nicely. That was a nice, clean way to do that. Anyway, he's always clipped the curb at the apex there, and he's got a bit of a slow run off. But that Aston has got lots of ponies, so I don't think he's going to have trouble with the Mercedes.
This feels like a long pit stop for Nielsen, the number 4 car.
Yes.
It feels like quite a long pit stop. That might be just my imagination. Leaves now. It is 1 minute 28 seconds. It wasn't very, very quick, but it wasn't terribly slow either. That'll be a full service pit stop and a change to Ben Hanley, who's out and running now.
Yeah, he's on board.
We will need to see Josh Pearson back down pit lane before the end of this race as well.
There's David in the 55 car, currently sitting P2. He's chasing after Charlie Eastwood. Marvin Kirchhoffer is some 20 seconds back.
Remember, the points gap is 13 points to the benefit of the number 7 Inception Racing McLaren. There's all sorts of weirdness here.
Yes.
I'm not ready to call. So I've just spotted the number 8 Nielsen Racing car. That's what I was waiting for. Has pitted, and I think that's the key here. I think the others don't need to pit to finish.
Really? Okay.
It's going to be very tight, but the 8 Nielsen Racing car of Colin Noble will cede the lead.
And you think that the others can go to the end?
I think it's very close.
Right. 2, 3 wide. There's some very wide line there by David Rigon. He got in there super deep. That was a little bit of a mistake there, I think. He's dropped back a little, dropped a bit of time there. Down into turn 6. What have we seen here?
So the number 8 car has dropped now behind with that pit stop the rest of the train in LMP3. It's all about whether or not the remaining cars can get home on fuel from this point.
Yeah.
And that could be the late race drama.
Yeah. Could see some
because
big
of course
there's
going to be no drama in GT at all. Never happens.
No.
35 minutes to go. There is the number 35 BMW. Team manager, car 44, reports to the stewards. I think that's going to be a big penalty coming the way of ALC Bratislava.
Yeah, it is.
And that's sad, but after the contact and issues in the pits, probably quite inevitable.
Yeah, you can't see any other outcome
No.
apart from a big penalty.
David Drew, a great lap there. 1:42.1 from David Drew. That's a cracking lap.
Yeah, and I think that the track is just going to get faster and faster and faster. Lots of rubber going down. That track temp's coming down. It's just cooling off nicely. The engine's going to be able to breathe a little bit easier.
That's just 4/10 for David Drew, making this season is his first season in LMP2. 4/10 of Paul di Resta. That's very good indeed.
Yeah.
Ben Barker, by the way, is pushing on, having pitted. 34 is now on pit lane. The 8 is still on pit lane. Is this a time pit stop to finish from them? It's still dropping down the order, the Nielsen Racing team.
Oh, this is going to put them out of contention, I think.
Is this a problem?
Watching the other runners in LMP3 going through and off of 5 down to 6. So we're watching the GT battle just go through, and we've got Josh Pearson there in the lead, but we've got the Rinaldi car here coming into turn 6 with the 44 behind, and we've got the 26 G-Drive car.
8's in trouble. 8 is definitely way too long a pit stop, and that is the end of the number 8 Nielsen Racing team's title hopes. It is tumbling down the order.
It's close into turn 9, and that's the Rinaldi car there.
This is, so it's the Rinaldi car with the G-Drive car behind it. This is now the battle for the lead in LMP3.
Yeah.
So this is Leonard Weiss and Xavier Laveras, who's been quick all weekend. Well, what a result that would be. A car that was on fire yesterday.
Yep.
Then half a car when I left late last night. At the moment, looking very likely to contend for the race win in LMP3, because the number 8 car is still on pit road, and I think that is their title hopes over.
Yes, I think it is. I think you're right.
That is what a horrible luck. We've got GT cars pitting now, by the way. That includes the 69 from the lead. 69 has pitted.
Yeah.
And if the 55 car pits, and we think it's got to.
Yeah, I can't see how it's going to continue. I think it has to stop. It's moving around as well. It doesn't look very comfortable on its tyres either.
There is the 69 that led the race, having not pitted under the, just after the safety car, or just as the safety car was about to withdraw. Overheating for the number 8. Team believe possibly due to contact on pit lane earlier in the race. That is just rotten luck.
That is. That really is.
So 22 car leads LMP3. There is the car that's looking to contest it. Xavier Laveras, the other side of the 55 car, the car that is looking to stretch the envelope. I'm not sure it can stretch it for another 31 minutes, and even if it stays here, it's not enough, is it?
Because it's 31 minutes and then one lap.
Oh, hang on a minute. Yes, it is, if it can stay here, because that it now leads the race.
Yeah. I think it's going to have to stop.
Team managers from 35 and 66. That's Valkenhurst and the AM class BMW, and the 66 YC Panda Racing Audi.
That YC Panda car has had a tough series, hasn't it? Still watching this Rinaldi Racing and G-Drive going at it in this P3 battle. Only half a second between them, nose to tail.
This is for the lead. This is for the win. There are 30 minutes to go. We've had...
And are they fuel saving?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think they might well have to. And by the way, that I think is the GTM leader down pit lane. It is the SPS Performance car.
Yep.
So another car out of sequence. 99 car in and out
very
from third.
wide for the Rinaldi car there as he came through. And it's going to give an opportunity here for the G-Drive to have a shot up the inside into turn 5. No.
Laveras fancies this, doesn't he?
He does.
He's far the more aggressive in terms of, he's got a good run out that turn as well.
Yes,
this is going to give him a run down towards turn 6, Ollie.
Yep. He needs to sit in the toe for longer. Not sure he's going to have the horsepower or the top speed to get all the way by, or does he?
I think he has, you know.
Yeah.
I think he's got it.
Wow.
It's going to be who can be brave on the brakes, who can be tight on the brakes. It's going to be the 26 if he can make this turn.
Yeah.
He's got the position. That's the lead gone.
Just get a good exit off of there, and he looks like he has. And Rinaldi's just bobbling a bit there on the exit.
Well,
but
wow.
Is he going to be able to tow up behind the G-Drive car and get around the outside, possibly down into turn 9?
Well, from Ball of Flame to Hall of Fame, fantastic stuff from the G-Drive Racing number 26.
How long have you been waiting to use that?
It just came to me.
No way.
It's well, this has been G-Drive's debut season in LMP3. Graf Racing have run G-Drive branded P2 car before in the European Le Mans Series, but this is the first of 2 we're going to see this season in LMP3. Euro International due to run another car in Europe later. That's another great run for the 26 car.
I think we're going to see a replay here of this last overtake in LMP3.
Take us through it.
The G-Drive getting by the Rinaldi racing car. Actually looked like Leonard Weiss just got a little bit offline. Oh, we're going to see the replay here. Here it comes. As they come down into turn 5, Leonard had just got offline as he came down through 3 and then into 5. He just was a bit tight, and the G-Drive car just got that better drive off the corner. Xavier Lavares has just used the toe a little bit, then he's come to the inside, he's got a better slingshot down into turn 6, and he just got it done as he got into the brakes into turn 6. Nice side by side, didn't overshoot the apex. He's got a little bit of curb on the way here, just a little bit of curb there, just flicked the rear a little, but he made sure that his exit was strong. And there the Rinaldi car just bobbled a little bit, and there was no way back for him to challenge coming into turn 9. And then after this, it looked like the Rinaldi car of Leonard Weiss just ran a little bit wide going into 12 and then 13, and that got rubbish on the tyres, and then he's struggling a bit from there.
There's the bruised and battered 49 car that's been trying to struggle its way back up the order, but not made it very far, I'm afraid, the high-class racing car.
No.
Couple of incidents early in the race for
Anders
this.
Fjordback's getting on board, isn't he?
So that'll be for the last half an hour.
Full
just
service.
So he's going to get. We might see what's left in this car at this stage. I think a fairly pumped up Mr. Fjordback.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a bit frustrated. I saw him earlier on today, just coming out of breakfast, and he was hoping for a better day, but he gets in the car and it's covered in tape, and he's got a new rear deck on it and rear wing. It's not exactly what he's wanting, was it?
No.
That's a shame.
So as things stand in GT, just to add a little bit of an air excitement, as just about to say that, and in he comes. In comes to 55.
Looks like he was listening.
He was listening. So that is Davide Rigon. They threw the dice. There was not the opportunity to take advantage of a caution, and this might be the moment that ends the title hopes of the German team.
Yeah, likely.
And lose the lead, by the way, on more or less the same lap in 2 classes, with the LMP3 car falling behind the 26. The 55 car will shortly lose the lead to the number 91 Herbeth Motorsport car.
And he took fuel, just fuel, no tyres.
But
which might be a battle, might be a real battle for him from now onwards, because it looked like he was struggling a little bit with tyres, running a little bit wide, using a little bit of extra curb.
It's a drive-through for the number 44 car for causing that collision with 17. That's not a surprise. The key here is, where does this Rinaldi car emerge? It's certainly not. It's dropping down the order.
It is.
And I think he might come out just with Ben Barnicoat.
There he goes. Out.
Where's Barnicoat?
Through turn 4.
Ben Barnicoat.
He's already into 5. I think he's already into 5, Ben Barnicoat.
There he is. So, as things stand, Inception retake the virtual lead of the championship.
Exactly. And actually,
so if it's now about, did Inception get a full load of fuel on board that car?
Yes, it is that, but Rinaldi really needs to finish in the top 4.
Yes.
To challenge Inception.
So as the thing stood before that pit stop, that would have been the win in the title for Rinaldi, but their strategy didn't pay off. They were gambling, I think, on some kind of intervention that would have given them the opportunity to pit with limited damage. Now we've got a new race leader again. Well, New race leader, same as last night's race leader, the number 91 car.
And
being chased here by Marvin Kirchhofer, second in the 88 car. So could this be a first win for the 88 car, though we think that car may have some issues in terms of race control attention. And right behind the 88 is the 33, Klaus Bachler. Then Inception fourth. Now Inception would love to finish this race with a podium, celebrates a championship from there. On pit lane, by the way, for their final stop is the 39 car. They're pretty well set now for an LMP2AM win and an overall podium again. So it's been a good campaign from Graf Racing. This is, that was so close.
I think actually the Porsche might have a chance to get by Marvin Kirchhofer here. Oh no, maybe not. Oh, Marvin's just trying to get the car slowed up there. You can see it moving as he was turning it in.
He got a huge run, didn't he, Klaus Bachler, down towards turn 5.
Yeah, and that car's quick, the Klaus Bachler car.
Pole sitter, remember?
Yep. I think that Marvin Kirchhofer might have his hands full here, all the way down to 6. Is that more than one move? It's close.
So Kirchhofer block. It's no way through there.
Oh, he's right on his gearbox. He was pushing him through turn 7 there. And that's hurt him. Klaus Bachler just unhooks the rear of the Porsche there. And he's lost that little bit of momentum that he had and chance to challenge Marvin down here. And I think the McLaren's going to be that little bit better through this final section of the racetrack.
Anders Fjordbach, by the way, has set the fastest time for the 49 car of the race, but that car, I think, is not in good health.
Can't
here
see
he goes, looking quick here as well. It's not a very tough place to pass. Turn 14, home in the Brave here, and around 2 more turns to complete the lap. But he's looking racy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's looked particularly quick on the last couple of laps down to that run from turn 3 down to turn 5. If he can get close enough here, maybe another go.
Yeah.
There is the lead car. There's the 91, the black Porsche. Lapped car, the number 51. Black and white flag for car 96. Not another penalty.
Whoa.
Here, this is where he needs to be clean. Not close enough, I don't think.
No, I don't think he is either. He really needs Marvin to make a mistake for Klaus to really put a move on him, unless he can get into turn 5 cleanly like he did last time. Is Marvin going to be battling with the balance? No, it's a cleaner run through there.
Not quite close enough, is he?
No. Marvin hooked it up there nicely, delivered the car into the corner nicely, got good drive off.
Interesting moment soon, because they're catching the sister Garage 59 car, which again has had a horrible start to the race, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit nasty.
Look like here, Kiergaard is aboard the 59 car. That's going to be the next bit of traffic for the race leader in GT. We are getting towards the final 20 minutes. So 15 hours and 40 minutes almost in the books this
season.
Here
we go, down the inside into turn 9, not quite, but is he going to be able to do the nice
he might
cut across underneath?
Oh, close.
Oh. Marvin was wary to that and just breathed it a little bit and just tightened his line somewhat.
Klaus Bachler is a worthy opponent here. Full beam on the Porsche.
Yeah, I think this is going to end up with some trading of paint.
And held up by the Ferrari. This is going to help the Porsche, without doubt. Better run through there. A tough place to pass here until we get through to the wider open spaces beyond turn 16.
And Marvin's just, oh, that's going to be late. No, this is going to hurt him. Klaus Bachler's going to get a good run here down into turn 1.
Defending the inside line.
Yeah, Marvin's going to have to do something good here to keep.
He's got him.
Yeah,
he's got him.
Yeah.
Yep.
He lost the spot really at the corner before. He just had to check up, and then at the apex he was off throttle and Klaus was already on it and he just drove by him.
So Herbeth Motorsport hold a 1-2 here. Lots of turnaround.
Yeah, that is quite the turnaround. I mean,
now,
the 51 was not helping Marvin there.
No, this is Francesco Piavanetti, who is a gentleman driver with the Asian Le Mans Series GT grid turned up to full bonkers at this point. It's
Yeah, I'm sure that some language is being used down in Garage 59 that's pretty colourful.
There's our leader in LMP3. Leonard Weiss now 12 seconds back and falling into the clutches of Steve Paulette in the championship leading 27 car. CD Sport looks set fair here.
Yeah,
and they've got 2 bullets left in the gun as well, with both cars again coming back up the order.
It's extraordinary.
It's amazing.
They have just absolutely nailed it every race. Just been there, not making the mistakes, delivering, and they're going to win this championship.
We just wonder, what are we going to see from CD Sports? I'm sure they'll take up that Le Mans place.
It's very valuable, isn't it?
It's extremely valuable, and if I recall correctly, there is a key member of the CD Sports squad here that is on loan from ARC Bratislava, who have 2 LMP2 cars.
Wow, okay.
Including the one that's here.
Right.
Could that be Aligier going to Le Mans?
Yeah.
Makes sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So the 26 car just being careful there, doesn't need to stretch the envelope here any. So now into the final 20 minutes, who's got to pit, if anybody? Herbeth Motorsport 1-2. There's a TF Sport car. That is Johnny Adam closing on Francesco Biavanetti. That's his next target for 11th. But after that, there's quite a gap to Mikkel Jensen.
Yeah.
And a significantly bigger challenge. This is Josh Pearson, seemingly in fast cruise mode here.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's, for a rookie into the series.
How impressive is this?
Oh, it's really very impressive. I mean, the United Autosports car is very well sorted. They are a world-class operation, and they really know this Oreca inside out.
Not a fault that I've seen from Josh Pearson in.
No.
Well, at the end of this race, he'll have had something like 6 hours of racing.
Yeah.
Well, 6 hours aboard the car. He had half an hour, of course, under red flag yesterday, out of the 8 available hours in his young career with United Autosports.
He reminds me a lot of Franco Colapinto from last year, who had a wonderful run, didn't he, with G-Drive, and was super quick. Made just no mistakes, it seems. Or if he did, they were very small, and they learned from them very quickly. And we're getting we got almost an action replay here with Josh Pearson.
Yeah, keeping an eye on watching Josh just reel off these laps. He's completed 111 laps, or rather the car has completed 111 laps. The vast majority in the hands of Josh. We've got
just pitting
a
now
number of cars that are getting warnings. Yeah, indeed, warnings for track limits. That could be a defining factor here. It's a 3 minute and 51 second stop and hold penalty for car 35 and car 66 for pass around violations.
Why?
That's the second evening in succession. Major penalties coming for just getting it wrong on the rules.
It's pretty basic stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. Those two, by the way, running in 4th and 5th in GTM, not in contention for a class podium, but a bit disappointing end to their championship.
You just need to read the rule book, don't you, in that situation?
And keep your head.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a lot of it.
Yeah.
So
it's just making sure that you're informing your driver and what really needs to happen, and understanding the rules and the regulations yourselves.
Away goes Pearson. Final stop. 44 seconds was all it required. That will put Ben Hanley back on the lead lap. But I think does Ben need to stop again? I don't think he does.
I don't think he does. Not now.
So not going to be close enough to challenge on pace, but will be on the lead lap to finish.
Yeah.
David Drew, a solid third here for the 39 Graf Racing crew.
Yeah, he really has performed exceptionally well, hasn't he, for Graf Racing?
Nicky Katzberg gets a black and white flag for track limits.
It's a black and white cat.
Indeed. Nicky Black and White Katzberg.
Comes Josh.
There's a postman joke there somewhere. We'll leave that for next season.
I wasn't going to go there.
So Josh on his way, and we'll get a real lap gap next time through with Ben Hanley. But it's not a chase, is it? It's
no.
I'd say Ben won't take any opportunity offered by misfortune elsewhere.
Oh, he definitely looks like a lad who likes a battle, doesn't
he? Just
Ben, you know. to get stuck in.
But it's been successful for him with wins around the world in LMP2. This is his new home, and it's a home for the full European season and Le Mans now.
Yeah, and I think that Nielsen Racing are going to be making some steps forward with that car. They've only just really started working with it, but they are a young team wanting to make their mark, and they've got a good, solid driver lineup. They know they can make some progress with, and I'm sure that they will make their mark. So it's great to see Nielsen really developing into a force in P2 racing.
At some point, we're going to need to look at the 2 CD Sport cars, and with absolute thanks to LMP3 driver of some note, Alex Capardia, what I completely missed at this point in the race is Edward Calpe is catching Steve Paulette. They're both catching Leonard Weiss. If Calhope in the 3 car passes the 27 car, he will take the championship from his teammate.
Whoa. That could get feisty, so it might not be all over yet.
No. Inception Racing, by the way, just lost a position to Arjun Maini in the Hunt Racing car. He's up to 4th.
Yeah, you wonder if Ben is on cruise mode, just bringing it home.
Paulette's put a car between them.
Yeah, the Rinaldi Racing car is just behind Ben Barnicoat. And it's only about 1.4 seconds that David Rigon is behind Ben Barnicoat.
These are the 3. This is the battle. This is the battle for second place in this race. But the 2 cars to watch are the 27 car, which is the first of those 3, and the 3, which is the third of those 3. They are teammates. They are also the title contenders in LMP3. Thanks very much, Alex Capardia. That's working me up to that possibility. We were looking for completely the wrong battle here. Flashing lights at the number 22. That's for position, though. She's not going to be keen to give that up. It's Steve Paulette ahead, Leonard Weiss in the middle in the Rinaldi car, battling away still for a podium, and then Edward Calpe in the second of the CD Sport cars, looking to get by both cars, and if he does, that is the title.
Wow, 12 minutes to go. It's going to get interesting if he can get himself up and past the Rinaldi car.
Well, he's pushing.
He is. He's just working it. Looks like he's got a better race car underneath him.
Wiggle there for the Rinaldi car.
Yeah, Leonard Weiss just doesn't look that comfortable. He's missing the apex there. Is Edward going to be able to do the undercut as it comes off of 14? Unlikely, but he's...
It's even more interesting, this. They are a point apart, so basically 3 finishes ahead of 27. In any circumstances, it wins the title at this point.
Right.
But it has to finish ahead of the 27. And the 27 is getting away here.
Yeah, I think Leonard Weiss is struggling with his tyres, and he keeps running a little bit wide, getting some rubbish on them, and then he can't clean them up properly.
Yeah.
So Eduardo needs to get by and get this deal done.
There's another interesting tussle, by the way, as we're watching this, and that is Ben Barnicoat's now got Davide Rigon right behind him.
Davide Rigon didn't take tyres at that last stop. He just got fuel, and I think Ben is just
holding it, holding position,
cruising a bit here.
That's what he needs to do.
Yeah.
I'm just going to double check my logic, and that's absolutely right. The 17 is out of it. 91 leads the race. They are 4th in the points positions before we got here.
He's in his toe. I'm not sure he's going to be able to have a lunge here coming down into turn 6. He's changing his mind, and 22 car's gone defensive, gone inside. Edward's trying to go around the outside. He's trying to cut back underneath, get a good drive off here, off of 7. Get in the toe, get in that toe and see if you can drag up behind him and maybe round the outside into turn 9.
Steve Paulette is almost 3 seconds up the road here, and these are desperate moments.
Underneath.
Couldn't quite do it, could he?
Yeah. Quite.
Black and white flag, by the way, for the second place car in GT. That is Klaus Bachler.
Last chance. Last warning for him.
Absolutely. After what's been a pretty dismal season for that here for that crew. Bad luck. Just not got it hooked up, have they?
No.
Up the inside? No, not there.
Not quite.
Calpe just needs to keep his cool here.
Yeah.
And just take an opportunity.
Don't huff too much.
No.
Don't slide the car off the corner. Don't flat slide it anywhere or get that heat into the tyre, extra heat into the tyre. flash the surface of it. You want to just keep that tyre underneath you, hooked up, stick to your line, really execute.
Keep watching this, and with 10 minutes to go, Josh Pearson, a minute and a half ahead of Ben Hanley. David Drew, a couple of laps back in third overall. The RC Bratislava car on a comfortable second in LMP2 AM, and the high-class racing car recovering from further down the field, but is not going to make much more progress. Will complete the race and will, at this stage, finish in third LMP2 AM. Keep an eye on this one and let me know if I need to start screaming. But G-Drive Racing in LMP3 looked pretty comfortable. Is he going to make it here?
He's not quite close enough.
But he's got the pick of the 48 car. Going for it. He's got it here. He's got it here. Now we can start to wonder what might be possible.
Great move. Great move.
And how far ahead now is Steve Paulette? 3.2 seconds. He's got to close the gap now to his teammates. He's got 2 cars between, one of which is the Nielsen racing car back out on the road. Rinaldi through. Who's come out in the 8 car? It is Colin Noble on his outlap after 26 minutes lost when in a championship winning position.
Oh.
That is horrible luck.
He's not going to be very chipper after the race,
He's not going to want to talk. I can tell you that. It's not going to be a welcome conversation.
Poor lad.
You got to feel for that. That's that's very tough indeed. He's looking for a step up the ladder after winning races and winning titles, and a second P2 car for Nielsen Racing could have offered that opportunity.
Yeah.
Not had that opportunity yet. Colin Noble deserves a chance.
Yeah.
That could have been the chance, and it's gone.
Yeah, he could well play his part in where this championship goes, though, because if he's just going to circulate in front of Edward, then it's going to maybe block his chance of catching Steve Paulette in the sister car, unless he tows him up to him.
It's a matter of what the mindset is here.
Yeah.
Can I show you what my speed is, or am I going to just
drive it to the finish?
Drive it to the finish and keep out the way here. 91 leads GT. Robert Renault ahead of Klaus Bachler. They're 2.7 seconds apart. Marvin Kirchhofer in the 88 car. There is our leader. Next car through, I think, is Bachler. No, that one, the purple car.
We haven't seen anything with a report on the Garage 59 Marvin Kirchhofer.
No.
With that a bit of contact down at turn 6. So
are we going to get a late penalty there?
I don't know. Maybe they're just ruling that as a racing contact. Rubbing.
So, drive-through penalty, car 96 for abusing track limits.
Just to add to the list.
Wow. Herberth, Garage 59, Hamp Racing Team, Inception Rinaldi.
That car through turn 3 had a big slide, really wide at turn 4.
But we're under 7 minutes to go, plus a lap, remember?
Yeah.
And that's been a factor. I hope everybody's got their sums right today. Lawrence Hoer now aboard the number 2 car.
Yeah.
To complete this race. Is it, I think, as we watch these last 6-7 minutes, talk a little bit about some of these drivers of the season you've been watching.
Yeah. I mean,
LMP2.
Well, certainly in my eyes, Nielsen have just done a fantastic job. They've delivered the championship, and they've got 2 great drivers on board there with Matt Bell and Ben Hanley. But I've really been impressed with Rodrigo Sales. To me, he's my sort of driver of the series in P2. He's 2 days before the start of the Dubai race. He hadn't driven that car, and he's all of a sudden starting the races. Big pressure. Makes a bit of a mistake in that very first start after about 6 laps, locking the rears coming into the final corner, but he gathers it all up, starts setting purple sectors, and since then he's been faultless. Absolutely. And he's been part of that winning team, and I think it's fantastic for a bronze driver coming in to this championship. I think he's really delivered on it. He's done a great job. In
terms of a championship-winning assist, I think you're absolutely right. What about the LMP2 AM guys? There's some new talents there. There's some old talents there.
Yeah.
Who's impressed?
Certainly the driver that's impressed me the most with Graf Racing is David Drew. He has been really quick in that car. He's been the standout driver to me in that, and he's bringing that car through to the victory today for the 39 car. And he really has impressed me with his speed. He's really not been far off, and I think his fastest lap is only maybe 4/10 off what the rest has done here.
Which is pretty amazing for someone who's not raced a P2 car before.
So
this is, by the way,
he's done a fine job.
Josh Pearson coming through. We're under 5 minutes now to the end of this race and the season. LMP3 has been topsy-turvy everywhere, but I think I know where your vote's going to go.
Yeah, certainly it's that car directly behind Josh Pearson there in the DKR, and Lawrence Hoer. He most probably is one of the most unlucky drivers here in the Asian Le Mans Series this season, but he has absolutely delivered with those 4 pole positions whenever he's been in the car, whether it's testing, practice, whatever. Even in the races, he has been phenomenally quick, and he hasn't had the luck. He got caught. The car got caught up in another incident today, which wasn't his fault, but he certainly gets my vote for the driver of the season in LMP3.
And in GT, well, we've got so many, it could go the way off.
It's a tricky pick, this, and it's certainly something that when you look at it, you go, oh, there's so many great drivers. The depth is phenomenal with so many great teams. But certainly Ben Barnicoat has been the standout talent in the McLaren teams and the 720S. He really has got that car hooked up, and he's been just the difference in that Inception lineup. And it's looking very likely that he's going to be the guy to drive that car to the flag and deliver that championship for Inception in GT.
He's still ahead of Davide Rigon. Rigon really needs to be well ahead of the Inception car to finish. Has, by the way, ceded a place here in recent laps to Charlie Eastwood in GT. So the Inception car now running in 6th position. But at the moment, as things stand, with just over 3 minutes to go, looking set fair for the championship. GTAM, we've got, I know, some Pro-Am efforts there as well.
Yeah.
Who's caught your eye?
Certainly, I mean, this is a little bit of a toss-up between Axel Jeffries and Mick Grenier in the Mercedes, the SPS automotive performance car. I think Mick has, over the 4 races, he's just sneaking it, and it looks like he's going to take that car again to the championship in GTAM.
Well, I'm looking at this, you know, and as things stand, 57 car is ahead in the hands of Axel Jeffries. We need to watch this one because Michael Grenier is right with him, and as things stand at the moment, they will finish on equal points.
Wow.
Which means the 20 car would win the championship on countback.
Yeah, because they won the first 2, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah. But Mick really has been. He's been really phenomenally quick in that car, and he's regularly dragging it up the order. And he was actually leading outright at points during some of the races we've had through the series. So he has, and he's part of the Mercedes Performance Academy. You help me here with the correct terminology.
It's the Mercedes AMG. So this is Mick. Let me get this right. I think he's a Mercedes AMG junior driver.
Okay.
Which is the next level down from their performance drivers, effectively their factory drivers.
Right.
But he's been recognised. Arjun Mine has been recognised. They've spotted the talent, and he's been a firm part of a number of efforts around. It's the 26 car just cruising, I think, now to the race win. Looking at what's happening, by the way, in that battle between the 2 CD Sport cars, that appears to be done, and it looks to me like it's going to be the 27 car coming home for the championship, unless real drama in the closing stages. 91 car, Robert Renauer, they're a minute and a half, so that's the 33 car, minute and a half and a lap away from the win, but that sister car behind on a black and white flag is, what is that? 1.6 seconds back for the race win here.
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be much happening here. I would say that it's going to go to the flag.
Charlie Eastwood, by the way, right with Arjun Maini for a significant position. It is the 88 car of Marvin Kirchhoffer that looks like it might complete the podium. We've not seen a penalty that we thought we might see. No, we're inside the final minute.
They've decided that that was just a racing incident.
Still watching for what's going on. Axel Jeffries and Michael Grenier appear to be lapping almost in formation.
And we have to say, actually, with some of the incidents that happen on track, we get one view.
Yes, completely correct.
But race control do get many, many views, and so they can decide with all of that other footage what has really happened.
There is the leader, the race leader. This will be this lap plus one more for Josh Pearson to come home as the winner. back-to-back wins with the United Autosports 23 car to complete the 2022 Asia Le Mans Series. About a minute and a half clear of the... This is the number 3 car still behind.
Yeah, this is
what's done it.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen, and I think... Well, is that David Drew coming through?
It is.
Yeah, this is what I thought was going to happen with Edwards' chance to try and track down his teammate, Steve Paulette.
It's just not come together for him, has it?
No, it hasn't. And you know, Colin's just been released out onto track and he's driving around and he's clicking off the laps, but it's just blunted Edwards' attack on his teammate. So.
I should say, by the way, ahead of him, Steve Paulette won't catch, I don't think, in time, the race leader in LMP3. At the moment, catching with a tune of 3 seconds a lap. The gap is 7 seconds. And depending on where they are on track, it's this lap and one more. There's the 3. That is the 3rd place car.
There's Anders Fjord back there.
Yep.
Just trying to find his way by him, and he's cutting through and underneath, and it's all a bit messy in this last lap or two here.
Yeah.
Everybody's sort of tripping up over one another. Wounded cars.
Still got Leonard Weiss in close contention there, and any trip up from the 3 car will let the Rinaldi car through to complete the podium. Astonishing story from CD Sports.
It is, really.
With from nowhere to a 1-2, from nowhere to a 2-3, and from nowhere to a 2-3 again at the moment.
Yeah.
And 1-2 in the championship. A team that, as we said at the start, has not got a deal in Europe for the season.
Amazing,
they're going to go to Le Mans.
Here we go into the final lap of Josh Pearson coming through turn 1, and he has driven fantastically over these last 2 days. Not made a mistake. He's found his way through all of this traffic, and he's dealt with it with maturity beyond his years.
It's a final lap here as they cross the line. They've got one more lap to go. Robert Renauer has got Klaus Bachler under a second back for the lead in GT as well. Looking to at what's going on in GT further back, Ben Barniker has still got Davide Rigon behind him. And that's going to be about coming home unscathed at this stage.
Yep, absolutely.
So this is the 23 car making its way through, halfway around the lap now. And Ben Hanley has lifted right off here. It's going to be half a lap to win the race. The 4 car behind has already won the title. Graf Racing have got a lap and a sector to come home, the winners in LMP2. Up the inside, there's allowing him to do that, so he doesn't have to complete another lap. Is he marginal on fuel?
It's possible.
It saves the...
Any mix-up with drive times or anything like that.
He's not going quickly, is he?
No. He's not.
But you're right. Drive time could be an interesting one. Through then, final 2 turns, it is going to be a 2nd consecutive win in the Asia Le Mans Series for the number 23 United Autosports Oreca. Josh Pearson, 16 this week, gets his international license this week. He shares the car with Paul di Resta and brings home the bacon for United Autosports. Nielsen Racing, another 2nd place here, and they complete their championship run. This is the lead car in GT. It's a 1-2 at the moment for Herbeth Motorsport, but which order? Looks to me like the 91 car's got this covered. It'll be the Renauer twins and Mouthburn for a 2nd consecutive win, one in completely different fashion. 91 is going to come home ahead of the sister 33 car to boss the top 2 steps of the podium.
It's impressive to see that.
Absolutely fantastic, but some way back out there in the darkness with Martin Kirchhofer here is going to complete the podium, and a first podium with the McLaren for Garage 59. Here's our leader in LMP3, my apologies, and it's going to be G-Drive Racing for a first ever LMP3 win for the Russian brand with Graf Racing. And
is he going slowly?
He did look like he was going slowly there, didn't he?
Yeah, he is. Has he got a problem? He's just going to sneak over
make it back.
The line.
Is he almost out of fuel?
He might just be struggling here.
He's got home, and
wow,
with a bit of a margin.
Yes, he has just, but are others struggling as well?
I think they are. What's happened here? 27 car comes home and it's right just in front of the 3 car by less than a second. The championship is won by the 27 car.
Wow.
I think they're out of fuel.
Yeah, they all looked like they were just choking a little bit as they came.
So 23 take the race win. The 4 took the win in the championship before we arrived here for the second race today. 26 takes the race win in LMP3. 27 at the line, less than a second between the 2 CD Sport cars, unless they were operated team orders and with a photo finish. An amazing result for CD Sport. They take 1-2 in the championship and complete 2-3 on the podium here. Herbeth Motorsports complete a 1-2 as well tonight. 91 from 33 for the second 4 hours of Abu Dhabi, with Garage 59 with a fine podium for the 88 McLaren. But Inception Racing, we believe, will seal the title with another McLaren. Ben Barnicoat bringing the car home that he shares with Brendan Aribe and Ollie Milroy. It's been quite a season in the Asian Le Mans Series, Ollie, and in particular, what a great season in GT.
Yeah, it has been fantastic. Certainly, there's been battles up and down the field, but Josh Pearson here has really delivered, bringing this car onto pit lane. And a victory for the United Autosports. His partner there, Paul di Resta, I'm sure will be accompanying him very shortly. He's just going to be taking the wheel off and getting himself extracted from the car, door open. And this young lad, he's got a very, very bright future. 16 years of age this week.
And the first time he's taken the checkered flag as the winner, remember, he didn't finish the race yesterday, but we'll see, I'm sure, just a little bit of that emotion. Takes the checker flag, gets the opportunity to drive the car here to the bottom of the podium.
Fantastic, that's great to see.
And that is excellent stuff.
Really fantastic. The other cars are just coming round and pulling into Parc Ferme, and some are forming up on the grid.
The start-finish straight here, yes. So, United Autosports 1, 2 for Nielsen Racing, the number 4 car. So nearly a double title win here, but heartbreak in the final half an hour for the number 8 LMP3 car.
Yeah,
completing the overall podium is going to be the 39 Graf Racing Orica. David Drew bringing that car home and to a win in LMP2 AM. Followed home in LMP2 AM by the 44 ARC Bratislava car.
There he is, Josh Pearson, hardly broken a sweat.
Absolutely brilliant performance from the young American driver.
Yeah.
G-Drive Racing take a win in LMP2 after the car needed a full rebuild after a serious fire in yesterday's race. But a 2-3 from CD Sport. Steve Paulette bringing the car home, the 27 car. Just
on fumes, it looks like.
0.8 of a second ahead of his teammate. Had that changed, the title would have changed with it. Amazing stuff. CD Sport will finish this season 1-2 in the championship. This car, the number 91 car from Herbeth Motorsport, brings another win in 2 nights for Herbeth Motorsport. 0.6 of a second between this car and the sister number 33, but they will not take the title. Completing the podium as things stand is the Garage 59 number 88 car, Marvin Kirchhofer, bringing that car home. But we believe at the moment, as things stand, that will give the title to the Inception Racing team, car run by Optimum Motorsport. And it looks to me as if that team will take the Inception Racing name back to the Le Mans 24 Hours again for the second time in 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys here in the 91 car, they had a really great run tonight. They were fortunate last night with their drive times.
Well, that's Ralph. That's Ralph Byrne at the door of the car. The story there was, had it not been for the red flag and an adjustment for driver time, they'd made a mistake early in the race. Ralph had got out the car too early, a minute too early. They would have had to have made another stop that would have put them well out the podium positions. But they did. They under the yellow the red flag. Minimum driver times were changed, were adjusted to account for the fact that there was no chance to complete that time for some of these drivers, and they came through, executed a perfect second half of the race, and took the race win.
I'm sure they'll be looking back over this series and wondering about some of the decisions and things that happened in that Dubai race, the 2 Dubai races, and they could have maybe come here to Yas Marina and delivered back-to-back championships.
Sifiye is just congratulating them as one of the crew of the that's Antares Hour. I do apologise. Sifiye is just standing next to Antares. It's the Renault twins. and Ralph Byrne that will take the win. It is Ifeye to the left there.
So full Porsche.
Run out of fuel on the last lap. The 2026 car. This is the race-winning car. I hope they get a fuel sample from that.
Yeah, that's a bit of a worry.
That is the winning car in P3.
Yes.
And you're right, he'll run out of fuel on the final lap.
Yeah, it was looking, he looked like it was coughing as he came through 13 and then 14. And then he was just sort of weaving a little bit, just trying to get those last dregs out of the fuel cell. As he came across the line, I think it was out of fuel. And now being towed back behind that Marshall's car, back around to Parc Ferme.
So our title winners, unless we're told different, are going to be, we know already, not Josh Pearson, Rodrigo Salas, Matt Bell and Ben Hanley in the number 4 Nielsen Racing car that finished second tonight overall. In LMP3, looks to us at the moment as if Christophe Cresp, Antoine Duquin and Steve Paulette in the number 27 CD Sport car have taken the title in LMP3 and will give the right for the CD Sport team to nominate an entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours. In LMP2 AM, good season from Graf Racing. David Drew, Eric Trullier, Sebastien Paget will complete the overall podium and will take the LMP2 AM title. GT, we'll wait for confirmation. I'm pretty certain that's the Inception Racing side of things. And then we'll see what happens with GTM, but we think the 20 car has taken that one. Wow stuff. Let's have a look at the final results of the second 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. United Autosports take the race win, the 23 car, a lap ahead of the Nielsen Racing car. That pass made in the latter stages of the final lap. Graf Racing and their 39 Orica complete the podium. ARC Bratislava, second LMP2 AM to the Graf car. G-Drive Racing out of fuel at the end there to complete the race and the race win, the first for the Graf-operated G-Drive racing car. CD Sports 27 might well have been in fuel trouble as well there and just squeaked home ahead of the sister number 3 car. They will take first and second in the points totals in that order. Herbeth Motorsports number 91 Porsche runs home just ahead of the sister number 33 car, and it will be the 88 Garage 59 McLaren squad that occupied the third step of the podium. They are the results for the race. We get into GTM a little further down the order. Kessel Racing followed home by Michael Gren with Axel Jeffries, followed home by the SPS Automotive Performance AMG. And I'm pretty certain they knew that if they finished in that order, the title would go the way of the AMG.
Yep.
So it is Kessel Racing's 57 Ferrari from the 20 AMG of SPS Automotive Performance from the other Herbeth car. So all 3 Herbeth cars on the podium tonight. That is the 1, 2, 3 in GT-AM. That was quite a race.
Yeah, it was. It was fantastic, action-packed, lots to sort of look back on and dissect. But, you know, some championships from very worthy winners there, whether you're looking at the champions there in P2, Nielsen Racing locked that up yesterday, or you're going to look at P3 and the CD Sport boys who have just been that consistent, delivering some fantastic results both in Dubai and now here in Yas Marina. That's wonderful for them. But then today in GT, again, it's been a really sort of up and down race, never really too sure who's going to be coming through for the victory with all those different strategies and ways things were going to unfold, particularly with the safety cars towards the end there. But certainly in GT, that double win for Herbeth Racing here at Yas Marina, they must be ruining with some of the things that maybe had happened in Dubai, and they could have really come on and challenged maybe Inception there at the end. But I think Inception, they delivered over the whole championship. They've got a great driver lineup with Brendan Arib, Ollie Milroy, and then to close out, Ben Barnicoat, and they have really been the class of the field throughout this championship of the Asia Le Mans Series here in 2022.
Yeah, 33 of the 37 cars came home. It's been a safe season. Whenever you actually get to the stage, Ollie, with full course yellows, it throws something in. But then you get safety cars, and in yesterday's race here, we had a red flag as well.
Yeah.
And at that point, all bets are off. Fortune does come into it, as well as pure strategy. And we saw that with Herbeth Motorsport effectively being lucky with that race. They weren't lucky tonight. They actually got stuck in with this one.
Completely delivered, absolutely.
And that's been and that is a properly pro-am lineup. The twins, Alfred and Robert Renard, and Ralph Byrne, their long-time customer, clearly utterly delighted with a second win tonight, and followed home by the bright purple car, the number 33 car with Klaus Bachler, pushing hard at the end.
Yeah, he was quick at the end there, and I'm sure that maybe there was a little bit of team orders there, but who knows. But Klaus was really on it and pushing for that victory after getting pole position. So
let's go down to the podium and let's welcome our winners.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final podium presentation for the Asia Le Mans Series for 2022. Let's start with LMP2, and as always, we'll bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position from Graf Racing, please welcome David Dreux, Eric Trullier, and Sébastien Page. In second position in LMP2 from Nielsen Racing, please welcome Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell, and Ben Hanley. And to the top step of the podium in LMP2 from United Autosports, please welcome Joshua Pearson and Paul di Resta. We also invite a member from the winning team, which of course is United Autosports. And now the national anthem for the winning team. Gentlemen, if you could hold those trophies up high one last time.
So the LMP3 next, but LMP2 doled out some entertainment this evening. LMP3, though, the dramas there. I'm just looking down the results here, Ollie. I think we've got 3 cars that ran in the top 2 that had major dramas and finished at the bottom of timing and scoring tonight, and one that was looking to challenge for a podium. That's the Conrad car. This one just chucked it all.
It did. P3 is sort of like, is up and down the timing screens there, and the CD Sport boys have really delivered, like I said earlier, you know, on this performance. But great to see G Drive and Graf Racing bounce back after that real misfortune. Well, that fire yesterday, and they had the car apart, and it was just really brutal how hard they had to work. Amazing they got the car out for warm-up this morning, and then they've just delivered with a great performance today. So really, they are going to be delighted tonight.
And that is going to be a win absolutely as much as for the pit crew as it is for the 3 drivers. Great run from them, all 3 of them tonight, but you can be guaranteed there's going to be fantastic scenes in that garage tonight. Let's go back down to the podium and look for next batch of winners.
And now we'll have the podium presentation for LMP3. And again, we'll bring them out in reverse order. From CD Sport, please welcome Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock, and Eduardo Schohap. In second position, for also racing for CD Sport, please welcome Christophe Cresp, Antoine Duquin, and Stephen Palais. And to the top step of the podium in LMP3, please welcome from G Drive Racing, Fabrice Rostello, Javier Loveras, and Vyacheslav Gutak. Please also welcome the representative from the G Drive Racing. And now the national anthem for the winning team. Gentlemen, if you could raise your trophies up high for one last time.
They look like they can barely believe it, don't
Yeah,
they?
they looked all
it's absolutely
very,
shell-shocked. That was an
very happy out
astonishing
there.
LMP3 event and race with dramas galore there. It's going to be GT next, and we're going to need a lot longer than we've got to talk about this race and this season. Let's just reflect on this, Ollie. What a season it's been.
It has. It's been remarkable. You know, there's been ups and downs for many, many different teams. There's been some amazing performances. There's been some rising talent as well, as some guys that, you know, really coming through into that GT field and performing really fantastically in some great teams, great machines. But the racing ultimately has been super close. And it's been super fun to watch and to commentate on. And I've had great fun sitting in the studio here and watching it all unfold. But I think really the team that's ended up coming through with the victory in the championship, in that Inception racing, I think they have just delivered throughout and they thoroughly deserve it.
Absolutely. GT3 racing at its best. And that is the future for Pro-Am racing with mixed class sports car racing. In just a couple of years' time, we're going to regret the end of GTE. But if GT3 at the international level is half as good as what we've seen over the last 16 hours of racing, I think we can look forward to that.
Indeed.
We'll be down for the GT podium, and we're going to go going down to Chris on the podium in right now.
And now let's have the podium presentation for the GT category. In third position from Garage 59, please welcome Alexander West, Frankie Bird, and Marvin Kirchhofer. In second position for Herbert Motorsport, please welcome Andreas Au, Yifei Yi, and Klaus Bachler. And to the top step of the podium in GT, also from Herbert Motorsport, please welcome Alfred Renauer, Robert Renauer, and Ralph Bonn. Please also welcome the representative from Herbert Motorsport. And now the national anthem for the winning team. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could hold your trophies up high one last time. Thank you so much. The pictures are all done now.
Brilliant night for Herbert Motorsport.
Absolutely, and it's fantastic for that 33 car. Had a really troubled Dubai event. They had a number of issues and problems there, but they've bounced back there. Got pole position for this race, and they were coming really strong there at the end, but didn't quite have enough to overcome their teammates. But Klaus Bachler, and he saw Yifei Ye there on the podium with him, and that'll please a number of people there at Porsche to see him up there on the podium. But also Garage 59 coming through.
Fantastic result.
Yeah, really is.
Frank Bird, GT debutant for this season over the last 2 weekends. Alex West, a pure gentleman driver. Marvin Kirchhofer, their first
factory driver.
Absolutely, in their first campaign with the McLaren, they'll take that.
Definitely,
absolutely fantastic. I'm sure Alex
beating the team, the other McLaren runners, you know, in Optimum and Inception, who really have been the class of the field here throughout the series. But they got that car just that one step in front, which is great.
We're going to go down now. It should be the GT and podium next, and let's watch that.
And now the podium presentation for GT Am. Once again in reverse order from Herbert Motorsport, please welcome Jürgen Haring, Finn Gersitz, and Marco Siefried. In second position for SPF's Automotive Performance, please welcome Valentin Pierberg, John Loggy and Mikkel Greiner. And to the top step of the podium in GTM from Kessel Racing, please welcome Roman Simeon, Francesco Solo and Axel Jeffries. And also welcome the representative as well from Kessel Racing. And now for the national anthem of the winning team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you could raise those trophies up high one final time.
We've had a number of very special members of the paddock on that podium, on those podiums, with I think three female team managers there, but one very special little female there in the middle on the top step there. I love to see that. It's a big thing, this, particularly for the non-professional drivers. Great stuff from Kessel Racing, great stuff from SPS as well. Herbeth Motorsport with another podium. We think, waiting for confirmation, that puts SPS and Kessel on equal points, but SPS would take it by dint of having scored the win first.
Yes, they did. They took those wins, did they, in Dubai, and they were really very strong there. And that car, that Mercedes has been pretty faultless throughout. It's had its moments here over this weekend. It was turned around right at the start of the race yesterday. First lap, turn 6, but it's bounced back, and it's really been super robust. And with Mick Grenier at the wheel of that car, it's been super fast. So we've got going back down to the podium for the LMP2 AM podium.
And now for the final podium presentation of the evening for LMP2 AM. Let's bring them out again in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third overall, please welcome High Class Racing's Dennis Anderson, Andreas Fjordbach and Kevin Wieder. In second position in LMP2 AM from ARC Bratislava, please welcome Miroslav Konopka, Neil Muston and John Corbett.
Sorry.
And to the top step of the podium in LMP2 AM from Graf Racing, please welcome David Drew, Eric Tullier and Sebastian Page. Please also welcome the winning team of Graf Racing. And now the national anthem for the winning team. And gentlemen, if you could raise your trophies up high one last time.
Get a feeling there's going to be quite the party in P2AM later on.
Yeah, I think there'll be some sore heads on the way back to the airport. Well, 5 podiums, 5 winners, 5 different national anthems played there. It's been quite the international feel. I've thoroughly enjoyed this evening. It's had drama, it's had excitement, it's had real racing, it's had strategy, it's had all sorts of things going on here. I'm going to take a look at the final result in just a moment. And that includes the vast majority of our winners. It's the LMP2 winner for the race, United Autosports number 23, Orica. The overall championship winner, the number 4, Nielsen Racing Orica. The LMP2 race winner and champions, we believe, Graf Racing, the number 39 car. LMP3 race winners, first-time race winners of G-Drive Racing by Graf Racing, the 26 car. And we believe our LMP3 championship winners, the 27 CD Sport car, with the number 91 Herbeth Motorsport car winning the race here. But we believe the the Inception Racing crew finishing, was that 6th tonight? 7th tonight, and taking the title and an entry for Le Mans, for Inception Racing, for CD Sports, and for Nielsen Racing, one apiece for each of the major classes. It's what it's all about. This is about a development series. We are going to be welcoming back, as the world opens up, moving forward, more and more of our friends and endurance racing family from the continent of Asia. We've got more of them here than we had last year. That's only going to get better as things improve and we see the light at the end of the pandemic tunnel. And I thoroughly expect we're going to see more of those GT cars, and LMP3 and LMP2 cars from the continent of Asia when we get into what is going to be a different look again to the Asian Le Mans Series next year. Watch for news of exactly how that's going to look, and we will see how things turn out for 2022, 2023. Ollie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it has been a phenomenal run here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and it is a fantastic result with Josh Pearson taking the victory here tonight with United Autosport. That's been a phenomenal run by those guys to come here to Yas Marina and have those 2 race victories back to back for United Autosport. That's been very, very, very special. I think we are now going to go to the highlights from today's race.
Race 4 of the Asia Le Mans Series to bring things to a conclusion would be race 2 at Yas Marina Circuit in Dubai under 30-degree plus skies, and Josh Pearson in the 23 United Autosports Orica would lead away from the championship winning number 4 Nielsen car. There were all sorts of thrills, spills in GT. Everybody seemed to be involved at some point. Ferrari and McLaren have been the order of the day up in Dubai. It would be the Aston Martin and the AMG involved in the early part of the race in Abu Dhabi, with Tomono Bufucci putting a great move there. Marvin Kirchhofer lucky to get away without a penalty from hitting what would be the eventual race winner from the eventual 3rd place finishing car. TF Sports flew high and then flew a little lower and would come home not on the podium. It would be the 91 Herbeth Motorsport car coming home for a double win, and it would be a 1-2 for Herbeth, with the 33 car coming home nose to tail for a formation finish for the German team. The number 88 McLaren would complete the podium, a first for Garage 59 with their new machines. Robert Renauer, Ralph Byrne and Alfred Renauer taking the win. LMP3 had something for everybody. Everybody that wants thrills, spills, disappointment, amazing racing, that is. CD Sport winning the mix, but it was the 26 G-Drive racing car taking the lead here as everything went wrong ahead for the D-Car Engineering number 2. They would lead and lead well with the Nemo liveried Duquesne, but it would be a mix-up in traffic that would cost them very dearly indeed, as the 39 car and 49 car tussled. Something of contact and then contact again would effectively end the title challenge, or rather the race challenge, from the number 2 car. 26 G-Drive racing car would come home out of fuel but crossing the line to take the race win. Behind, the 2 CD Sport cars would contest the overall title in LMP3, and that would finish nose to tail as well. In LMP2, it would be a mix between the race win for the 23 car, Josh Pearson having a fantastic run again, aided and abetted by Paul de Resta. Nielsen Racing would bring it home second, and in the tussle for LMP2 AM, the 39 car would complete the podium as the 49 faded, and the 44 would find itself in trouble in a little while with contact with one of the GT cars, costing them a penalty and a chance for the overall podium. A second consecutive win for United Autosports for Paul di Resta, but most of all, I feel, for Josh Pearson, 16 years old earlier this week. He is now a double international race winner and takes the checkered flag for the very first time. He meets the flash guns and the cameras and the plaudits at the end of the second 4 hours of Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that, Graham. We're looking here at the W Hotel, and we are going to be going down very, very shortly for these media interviews. I think there's a number of people that Nadia would like to speak to, and we're just waiting to hear who Nadia is going to be.
Yes, at the top of the podium for LMP2, they were the first to finish today's race, race 4 at Abu Dhabi. Congratulations, United Autosport, of course, now Josh and Paul. Now, it was quite an eventful day, couple of full course yellows, but was it smooth sailing for you guys?
Yeah, you know, we had a great strategy. I think the yellows didn't really throw much in the way of what we wanted to do. We had the same strategy from yesterday, but obviously yesterday we didn't get to do that because of the red flag. So this time we followed the same principle where I'd get out, Paul would jump in, and then I'd jump back in to finish the race.
Yep, fantastic. Also, we want to know, since now that you've done your stint here, a couple of hours for you on the track and all that, what's next for you, Josh Pearson?
Yeah, so next for me will be Sebring with IMSA and PR1, and then obviously we'll have WEC with United.
Right, that's it. All right, congratulations once again. A great, great display here at 4 hours of Abu Dhabi for both races. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, it certainly looked like the adrenaline was pumping there.
It was.
Still for Josh Pearson. I mean, wow, he's been quite the story here in Yas Marina. 16 years of age. He's driven faultlessly, it seems, throughout these 8 hours of racing. And I'm sure Richard Dean and everybody there at United Autosports are going to be extremely happy with his performance. And yeah, like you say, aided and abetted by Paul di Resta. But Paul, I think, only drove for a short period today, maybe an hour. But the rest of it was all about Josh Pearson and him getting some experience and time.
Yeah, great stuff from the entire team. Again, you've got to just deliver it faultlessly. You've got to execute the plan. They did that to perfection. Josh Pearson, it seems, is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the FIWC. He moves now from Abu Dhabi to another famous circuit at Sebring in just a few days' time. I'll be joining him there with the FIWC TV crew.
Quite a different
yeah.
racetrack.
Yeah, somewhat less smooth, I think it's fair to say. That was one fantastic result today with the Nielsen Racing crew, lest we forget the title winners. But we're going to be going down to Nadia, who's got the LMP3 winners with her. That's going to be the 26 G-Drive Racing crew, and that a great result.
A story and a half,
It's a fantastic team performance, and by team, I don't just mean the 3 guys we're going to be seeing talking to Nadia shortly. I mean the entire pit crew at Graf Racing, who turned that around from a burned-out shell at the rear of that car to a car that looked like it had rolled off the transporter, and they came out and they ran a faultless race.
They really did. It was really phenomenal what they did. We're now going to go down to Nadia to speak to the winners in LMP3.
A fantastic display today by G-Drive Racing, and they came out on top. So congratulations to all you guys. But of course, before we talk about today's race, since Vyacheslav is here with us, we want to talk about yesterday's incident, that fire. How was it for you? And we're just so happy that you are safe and sound.
So, as I said, we will back from the fire, and we done it in the best way. I don't know how is it going with the championship, but we done as best as we can, and amazing job by our mechanics all the night. They finished, I think, 6 a.m. probably. They were working hard, so thanks for everyone in the team. It was amazing job done by them. And as for me, yeah, I was struggling a bit because, it's not a very nice incident.
Yeah.
But yeah, we done it. Actually, amazing job by the team. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, amazing from you, someone who can come back from that so quickly, and also the team that put together the car, like you said, overnight. So fantastic, overnight, and then go number 1. Wow. So tell us about today's race then.
Yeah, it was so crazy.
Crazy.
I'm so happy, and I'm really pleased that the mechanics worked so hard to let us drive today. Yeah, race was good for us. Fabrice started the race, then I jumped in the car, I took the lead, and then Slava jumped in the car, and I took the final stint. It was so crazy. I mean, I enjoyed a lot. The track is so nice, The car was completely amazing.
Yeah.
I have no words.
Yeah, crazy. I think you said it 3 times, and we understand. If it comes from the driver's mouth, that is crazy. Imagine what we saw before, and great job to G-Drive, and it was a fantastic display, definitely here, your winners.
Yeah, a first LMP3 win for the G-Drive Racing brand. Xavier Oliveras there, I thought, was the standout talent of that trio. We're going to see the GT winners next, Ollie, and that, I think, is where a pretty large chunk of the entertainment we've seen over the last 16 hours of racing has come from. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, it has been phenomenal, you know, and the Herbert boys, they lucked in a little bit yesterday with that red flag, just the time, and then obviously that reduction in the minimum drive time for their AM driver, their bronze driver, they had that shrunk down. But today, they absolutely delivered fully. There was safety car periods, full course yellow periods, but they ran that strategy brilliantly, and they definitely had the pace. They were being chased down by their sister car, that's the 33 car there with Klaus Bachler on board. He was really coming, and it took a great effort there by Robert Renault at the end there just to hold him off. But a couple more laps, and maybe Klaus would have put a move on him and got by, and maybe got that victory for the 33 car, who have bounced back really from a very difficult Dubai. And on board there in the 33 car, you've got Yifei Ye, and who's really one of the coming men for Porsche. So yeah, all in all, that Porsche are going to be very, very happy tonight with today's performance.
They should be. So should Herbert Motorsport, and it's not going to be very long before we pop down to Nadia, who's got our winning trio with her right now. Great night for that team. All 3 of their cars on podiums, 2 on the GT podium and 1 on GTM. Down to Nadia now, who's got the twins and Ralph with her.
Absolutely right, Graham. I heard what you said just now. So, of course, here are your winners for GT. Congratulations. A double win. We met yesterday, and here we are again. Congrats. I'm sure you guys are feeling great. Tell us about your 4 hours of Abu Dhabi today.
For us, it was, I think, the perfect race. We started from behind, and then we had a really good pace. We had a super strong car, and also our teammates, then 33, did a mega job. The complete team was super this weekend, so we're quite happy.
Yeah, because it was just like quite a battle for GT. I mean, it was a big field, and with all the full course yellows and all that, I'm sure you guys then took the the advantage of that. Is that how you guys played it today?
Yeah, for sure. Especially in these races here, you need a bit of luck to do the good decisions. Our engineers did it, and that's why we stand here now.
Yeah, fantastic. So congrats. We really enjoyed the race today, and it was really nice to see you guys on that track. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Again, faultless delivery there from the Herbert Motorsport crew. And behind them, there was all sorts going on. And again, we had teams coming and going, didn't we, with the ebb and flow of that race. The McLaren teams are right up there, one of them on the podium with the Garage 59 guys. The Astons, again, ran well in the early part of that race. We had the AMG from HRT up there, but then faltered with a couple of penalties.
Yeah, I think I've got the feeling that HRT have slightly under-delivered over these last couple of weekends. I think that they weren't too far away in terms of performance in Dubai. And here this weekend, going out on track and watching them, that HRT car looked really hooked up and strong. And it was going well at the start with Hubert Hapt. You know, he was really there battling away for that lead, but it just seemed to unravel for them in both of the races here in Yas Marina, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, Rinaldi threw the dice. It didn't work for them. They really relied on there being another caution towards the end of that race for that to work through. Ferrari, I'm sure we'll be hearing from them how, you know, it didn't quite work with them with the balance of performance after being in a pretty dominant form when we were at Dubai. But they at least do have the GTM race win, and we're going to go down to speak to Nadia, who's got the Castle Racing crew, the 57 crew, with her right now.
Yep, your winners for GTM. Congratulations. How are you guys? Happy? You guys celebrating tonight? What's happening?
Yeah, obviously it's a great result.
Yeah.
We didn't come here, especially today, expecting to win. With the BOP we've been given, it's been quite tough. But again, the guys didn't give up. Everyone did the absolute maximum.
Yep.
And it was a close one, but in the end we won. So, so a great day.
Fantastic. So what does this mean now for Castle Racing moving forward with 2 wins in the pocket? What does it mean?
obviously it's great. It was the first time for Asian Le Mans for Roman. Francesco's done it before, I've done it before, and to come away with 4 podiums, 2 wins is nice preparation for the year. I think all 3 of us have pretty busy years with Kessel as well, so I think it's going to be a good year, and it's a really nice way to start the year.
Fantastic. Congratulations once again. Here you are, your winners of GTM.
Thank you.
Well, one more to go, and that would be LMP2AM. Just 3 cars in that field, Ollie, but we got some dramas. We had some dramas of the kind of the contact sort, of the racing sort.
Yeah. The high-class racing car, I think it really had a lot of potential, but it never quite delivered here. I think yesterday Anders Fjordbach was really struggling with that contact, the car when Dennis Anderson was in it. And then today, it had another lot of contact, and that was unfortunately with that DKR car and at turn 5, and I think that really shaped their race, which is really unfortunate. But 39... really, the Graf racing car with David Drew behind the wheel was phenomenal. Yeah,
with the RC Bratislava guys, the Ligier, they delivered a lot of the drama, not always of the best sort, but they did push that car hard as they possibly could. Ultimately, I think we're both agreed it was probably the right team that actually comes out the winner tonight and for the title. And we've got Nadia, who's now with the Graf Racing trio from the 39 Orica.
Yes, it is a bit special because not only did they win the race tonight for LMP2M, but these are also your champions. So those tickets to 24 Hours of Le Mans are there. So the smiles are a little bit bigger, yeah? Although we can't see them behind those masks. So congratulations. So how do you guys feel, first of all?
Yeah, it's amazing. We've been working hard for this. We prepared a lot for these 2 weekends, and we are happy to win it finally, and now it's done.
Now it's done. So if we can maybe backtrack a bit on the 4 races that you guys had, maybe were there any moments that you felt, oh, we can't do this, and then you got through it? What were the biggest obstacles maybe?
Yeah, I think maybe yesterday we did a good first part of the race, and we got really unlucky with some like full course yellow and safety cars. Yeah. So we went back in the ranking and could come back in the end. So it was like a really nice race, and we were really happy about it. And today we need to follow our adversaries, and we are happy to win again.
It was like watching a drama, you know, ups and downs, lots of ups and downs, and you guys have the happy ending. So congratulations once again. Here you are, your LMP2M winners who will be racing, hopefully, at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Well, just to give a mild correction, the LMP2AM class winners don't get an auto entry to Mons, but to be honest with you, I think actually their performance here this weekend, plus that European Le Mans Series campaign, is likely to actually give them a bit of a lift in the eyes of the selection committee. Moving through though, Ollie, let's just take a quick look back at what's been a very rapid fire season.
It has.
Massive dramas all the way through. I think we agree in LMP2 we've got worthy championship winners. We've got a brand new talent in Josh Pearson. What's your takeaway from LMP2?
Well, my takeaway is that Josh is that rising star. He really, United have come here, to test and to really deliver those 2 performances here, but ultimately Nielsen Racing have been that class act in LMP2, and Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell, Ben Hanley, and the whole team really have delivered. Those 2 victories they had in Dubai cemented everything, and they just backed up the results here.
LMP3, I think, doled out a lot more drama than we expected. It wasn't always of the best sort. Poor DKR Engineering put, I think, what looked like the best car out there. We had, what I think is the best driver out there in Lawrence Hoer, but they couldn't convert that with problems for the first 2 races to Dubai, then dramas here when again they looked dominant. Nielsen Racing, huge drama at the end of this race where it looked like they were in a championship-winning state, and then CD Sports. It could have changed right at the end.
Yeah, it could have, but they have just been there to catch everybody, catch up with everybody and pick up the pieces when everybody's been failing and having problems. So ultimately, they deserve the victory because to finish first you have to finish, and that is ultimate in sports car racing. But in GT has just been phenomenal, amazing, hasn't it? What's been your standout, Graham?
My standout I'll be honest with you, I think what we saw tonight was the Inception Racing crew running the race they had to run to win the title. I think they had the pace to run at the front. They opted not to and to just track their major opposition. They were, for me, the class of the field throughout this whole season. But we saw just about every make and model of car out there running in a podium position at some point or another. We're going to get moans and groans about BOP. That's GT racing. What we got was phenomenal racing. Pack racing, which I think is the other thing, which gives you drama within the class. It gives you drama with the classes. That's why we come to sports car racing, and I want to see more and more of that.
And I think ultimately, when you look back on this weekend here at Yas Marina, you're going to look at it and you're going to go, this new layout here at Yas Marina really works for this championship, which is fantastic.
It delivered, didn't it? It delivered for the whole of the Asian Le Mans series. It is our time, Ollie, to say thank you to everybody out there for watching and engaging with this broadcast and with this series once again. I want to say thank you to the whole production company. It's not an easy thing to run an international broadcast here, so thanks to Greg and Adore and everybody in the booth here. I want to say thanks to Nadia. It's great to have Nadia back with us this year after missing last year. It's great to have our friends from Asia. It's great to have you back, and thank you so much. It's been a great company here in the booth and for this quickfire season.
Well, thank you, Graham. You've been great holding this all together, guiding me through all of this, the pitfalls of live TV. I think you've done a phenomenal job.
Thank you very much. We're going to say goodnight and goodbye now for this season. We hope to be back with you next season, a very different Asian Le Mans series. And we're going to say one more time, down to you, Nadia Nash.
Message received, Graham. I think I'm going to need a handkerchief after this, but thanks to the both of you as well who made this whole event so colorful. But of course, it was a fantastic, a thrilling 4 hours here in Abu Dhabi. I lost count of the number of full course yellows that we had, but we came through, and here we are at the last race of the season, and it was fantastic to watch. Imagine this season served you with 37 cars on 2 beautiful circuits, and also 16 hours of endurance racing. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as we have, and all this was of course possible all thanks to the motorsport fans who are watching, to our partners, and also to all the teams that took part. And it was really a very meaningful and unforgettable season. But of course, all this fun and action doesn't end here. The Asian Le Mans Series will be back stronger than ever. So make sure you stay updated on where we're headed to next season. But for now, this is the end of this chapter. Dubai and Abu Dhabi was a pleasure to visit. Till we meet you again in the next season. This has been 2022 season of the Asian Le Mans Series. Thanks for watching.